Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are live from Anaheim. It's one of the most iconic venues all time for Call of Duty esports. And now it's time for the Stage 2 Qualifier. Maven here, joined by Merc. This is our first time casting together.
Absolutely.
And it's your birthday, buddy.
Thank you, man.
Happy birthday.
I'm getting old. You know, you're getting younger.
Yeah, I wish. That'd be nice.
Yeah,
but
you are.
This is gonna be a lot of fun, man. So our first match is going to be Cloud9 going up against Supremacy. You know, we'll take a look at obviously the bracket throughout the course of this. Basics of it, guys. Win 2, you're in. Lose 2, you're out is the simplest way to look. What are your expectations going into this? Who's maybe your top team you're looking at?
Well, you had to talk about Cloud9. Obviously, the first team we're going to watch. I mean, they've sort of been a new powerhouse in North America, right, for this Stage 2 qualifier.
Yeah.
You know, Aches and Assault, you know, sort of been a duo together. They've been together a long time. They pick up Exotic, you know, a lot of pressure on him. And then you know, they picked up Priesta, who originally was going to join Enigma 6, but then Cloud9 is able to get him and a young talent. A lot of people are going to have their eyes on him, see how he's going to perform.
Yeah, and I know for a lot of people, Priest is kind of the next up-and-coming big thing. Exotic Jack, Matt and I actually went to cast an event in Canada and for the World Cyber Games. No, not World Cyber Games, but Exotic's team ended up winning it. He looked incredible. I know I've played a lot of matches with him online as well. He's a great player, friendly guy, excited to see what they can do. But yeah, I got to think Cloud9 certainly the favorite coming into this. Outside of that, for me, the story is whether or not the European teams are going to be fight back in. Who's going to be getting back in? Is it going to be Millennium? Will it be Fnatic? Which of these guys are going to claw their way back through?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you had to talk about those are the guys who are in Stage 1. A lot of expectations. No roster changes from those guys. So, you know, you have to think that team chemistry, it's still going to be there. You know, Fnatic, such a great search and destroy team. Millennium, how is Moose going to perform? Really been their all-star.
That's
but
true.
looking at the maps for Cloud9 versus Supremacy, Retail Hardpoint, Throwback Search and Destroy, Pre-State Uplink, Throwback, and Crusher to close out game number 5.
And this is a scary start for Supremacy, especially, you know, even before the roster change. Retaliation Hardpoint was far and away Cloud9's best map in mode. Assault, you know how good he can be at range. This is a map we see Aches go off on frequently, even though he doesn't maybe have the slaying prowess he once did. This is one where he'll definitely bring it. You got to feel pretty strongly for Cloud9 to open things up.
Absolutely, and that's sort of the thing. Retaliation Hardpoint was always that map where Aches just seemed to perform well, at least around that 1 KD, and when he was doing that, Cloud9 looked great.
Yeah.
So if he's able to sort of post up with that NV4, and then you have, of course, Exotic and Priesta, those are going to be your aggressive players. See the sort of pressure they're going to put on that map.
And then on the other side of this, Supremacy. I mean, we know this is a team that is they perform very well online when it comes to 2Ks. They've had some issues over the course. I mean, basically, there's been a lot of issues, but this is a team that very much should have probably been in Stage 1, right? If a couple things went their way, if they were able to play at a Gfinity event, they have the talent here, I think, to contend with these top 12 teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you just sort of look at their placings. You know, they've had to fight through the open bracket. I believe, you know, at the last 2 CWL open events, they've gotten 17 through 20. So, you know, they've always been right there. Maybe if they start in pool play, they get a top 8, top 12 placing. Things are different. As you said, this was one of the teams who was on the bubble at Dallas for getting into Stage 1. So if they were just, you know, one more performance away because of their performance online, and I know, Clint, I know, you sort of talk about online performances, and you're one of those believers where if you're performing online, you can do well.
I mean, typically it transfers, right? I mean,
Yep.
so frequently we've had online results mirror what you'll see on LAN. I know certainly there are outliers for either side of that, but Supremacy, I'm expecting some big things. Now, against this Cloud9 team, I don't know about that, but do I think Supremacy has the potential to qualify to get into Stage 2? I do. It's just they got the toughest matchup for me to kick things off.
Absolutely, and Supremacy doing a great job off the start. Typically what you see on Retaliation, a lot of NV4s on that first hardpoint. Supremacy already off to a 12-point lead, looking great. You know, a slow start from Cloud9, Priesta 0-2. Aches tried hitting that mid-haul, going for that flank, and Easy was able to pick that up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, you know, kind of back to the online to LAN thing a little bit. Like, do the results frequently match up for me? Yes, they do. But what's interesting, though, is if you're Cloud9, you haven't actually played on LAN, period. So that's where it's maybe a little bit different. You get 2 new additions to the team. You've been smoking people online. I saw them go something like 8-1 against Envy one night where they were just dismantling them. This was several weeks ago, but still, I've seen them hang with top teams. The question is, you know, what's the confidence like? Are they maybe a little bit overconfident coming into this? But Priesta, he wraps up 3 big ones there on Bridge.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When you're sort of that team, that up-and-coming team, really reminds me of my team last year with Liquid going into relegation. You know, you're just expected to win, so a lot of pressure on them, not much on Supremacy, but Supremacy, again, Vortex and Easy picking up 2. Cloud9, though, with control of the hill, Assault Nakes picks up 1, Aches still in that hill. Now a 20-point lead for Cloud9.
This is the chance, though, for Supremacy. They got control of Plat. That's where you try to get the break. But as soon as I say that, Tony J pushes out and gets cut down. You know, we were talking to Marky B a little bit before this. He said Miles is going to be the one to watch. This is a player that can really put up the big statistics. They're going to need that against this Cloud9 roster.
Yeah, absolutely. Now with 20 seconds left, pay attention to that mini-map. Look where Cloud9 is spawning. They're controlling that market. Number 2, Exotic. He's already sort of inching over, rotating for that graveyard hill. And this is a hill where we see a lot of points. And look what Supremacy. They decide they're all 4 going to hit this market. I like this play a lot. A lot of pressure on Assault, but he's able to pick up 2.
Assault goes big there in the backside of Hotel. Now it falls to Exotic, who's already set up in Graveyard. You see via X-Ray, he's got one out front trying to wait for his teammates. It's actually Easy who's going to be cutting off those sightlines across Bridge, but finally Priesta able to trade him out. Now you see that number 1, that's Ake spawning all the way out of Broken Building. You have a 4v3 right now if you're Supremacy. Now the time to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And number 7, Tony J did a great job blocking that market spawn, forcing Cloud9 to put through the bridge, and Vortex picks up 2. That's a huge break for Supremacy. They're now going to be able to pick up 40, maybe 40-plus seconds, be a majority of this hill.
Yeah, it was really good patience there by Easy, kind of waiting it out on Bridge, waiting for them to be able to collapse and picking up those outside spawners. Mauls, you see, with the dirty shots with the MV4 going up top, trying to tag up Priesta as well, but his buddy there, Vortex, is able to get it done. And, you know, part of me has to pull for Supremacy a bit just because, you know, I know we've been around long enough that we remember the crazy French crowds that you would see at ESWCs and just in general for the players like Gataga. And, you know, now as some of those big players have started to retire, it's like, who's going to be those next group of young players for Supremacy? Or, sorry, for France, they're going to step it up, maybe reinvigorate that fan base a little bit.
Yeah, and they've always been super talented. I remember, you know, sort of going over to Europe, first seeing Gotaga. Absolutely ridiculous individual skill. So now a lot of pressure on these guys to sort of represent France. But Cloud9 going to that Broken Building, they get the early rotation. As you can see, Supremacy, they're trying to control that mid-hall. They were able to force a few of Cloud9 out, and now they have a 3v2, but they have to go quick. And that was a huge kill by Mulls. Assault, last one left on this hill, trying to stay alive, but I believe it's Vortex, number 8, going all the way around. Assault knows there's someone back there just doing a great job, taking his time. This is a huge kill. Wasn't able to win that one in Supremacy. They're trying to get that back, but they have to go quick. Look at that mini-map. All of Cloud9 hitting the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, Assault, I know he didn't win that gunfight, but he at least stayed alive long enough for his teammates to get here. Cloud9, they get the break, but immediately it's Easy and Mulls battling back through in Supremacy. Back in control, trailing by 40 or so points and trying to hold on to get the remaining time. They'll get the final couple ticks, and now it's time to wrap out as we get to Hotel Hallway. Yeah,
and if you look at that scoreboard, the slaying, it's honestly in favor of Supremacy. Cloud9, though, they've just been controlling early rotations, and that's really the difference right now. Again, going to the hallway, who's there first? It's Cloud9. If you're Supremacy, you have to win those rotation gunfights.
We haven't been able to yet. Let's see what Priesta can do inside with the K-Bar. Tagging several up out front. Able to close down the kill on one as Aches finds one on the backside. Priesta, a 2-piece there. 300 off, picking up the Trinity Rocket. And the lead for Cloud9 continues to grow. Talk to me a little bit about this Priesta, because I feel like, yes, we've had some players come out of nowhere this year. Gunless, a prime example of someone that just exploded. Priesta seems to be the next guy up, ready to be that next big thing. What makes him a special player?
I mean, just his ability to play at such an aggressive pace, stay in that objective, and put up kills like he is. He's 16, make that 17-11 on a 5 streak with a minute and 11 in the hill, leading his team in that objective category. It just seems like he sort of gets it, right? Sometimes when you're an up-and-coming player, you do one thing really well, like slay, and that's sort of what puts you on the map. Priesta seems to have all attributes into his gameplay, at one of the top levels.
Yeah, and I've watched his stream a good bit, and I feel like, one of the things that prior to some of the drama going down with the United right now, one of the things I spoke about Gunless is I was impressed with how he, kind of stayed humble as he started to explode this year. Mm-hmm. I kind of like the attitude and demeanor I've seen out of Priesta this far, especially playing with somebody like Aches. Maybe not always the easiest thing, someone you could certainly bump heads with when you're a young player.
Yeah, absolutely, but if you want to sort of learn from somebody, you definitely want to learn from a guy like Pat. Obviously, that's sort of been his sort of thing the past few years.
Yeah.
Pick up some young players, do well, see what you can do headed into champs.
Well, back to the gameplay there. Vortex able to get a nice FTL kill over the top at Bridge, but as they pick up these final 10 or so seconds, they're still going to be down 50 to 60 points. The game certainly in Cloud9's hands right now. It was Exotic up close and personal with the Erad. Found one. Priesta was able to trade out the second. is now this is the prime position when you're looking at lower street. You need somebody to be set up here at the balk, looking over the top. He's going to get pushed and dropped immediately. It's a good chance for Supremacy to make a play.
Yeah, great kills by Easy and Malls right there. This is what you want to do. You want to control that platform where Malls is right now, because you have just so many angles on that hill like he does. But I believe that's Assault doing a great job staying alive, just buying time. And again, Cloud9, they're not picking up time, but neither is Supremacy. But Malls doing a great job. Oh, a huge kill by Ace. And now, again, that sort of middle hallway is going to be huge for this team. We'll see if Cloud9 is able to get that break.
It's funny, as long as this has been a map, I feel like since day one, you knew you had to control plat here to look over lower street. I was watching Optic scrims the other day, and they're a team that for some reason doesn't hold it. They'll end up kind of flanking through back hotel, and it got to the point where I think it was Formal started freaking out. He's like, why does every other team control plat and we don't? And it's a hard point that they would get buried on sometimes. It's just interesting to see with this many months into the game and with a game that's been in since launch, really, teams still surprisingly learning how to play certain hard points.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where sometimes you forget the basics. Well, Cloud9 cleaning it up. They have a 70-point lead, and they do a great job, again, rotating. Supremacy, they did set up for this hill, but Cloud9, they make that market push and that bedroom push. They were able to clean up all the kills. Now look at that mini-map. Supremacy, all 4 of them have to sort of push through mid-hallway and bridge. Now Cloud9, they can close the map on this game number 1 with this hill.
Supremacy did a pretty good job breaking in last time we were here. They did it with about 30 seconds on the clock, but right now it's still Cloud9 holding. Aches roaming with his K-bar, doing an excellent job before he's dropped from behind. His teammates here to look over him from inside a grave. Assault, Priest involved in the action. 15 more points, and this one's going to be done. This should be the game. There's only Tony J's here to make a play, and he just dropped.
And you can see why it's so difficult to break this hill. There's so much positioning for the team and so many different sight lines where they can just team shots together. When they're able to do that, Cloud9 doing a great job. And again, nobody really having a huge game for Cloud9. They just played to their basic. They played well, and that's what you want to see from them, especially for game number 1. Because again, we talked about that sort of online gameplay and their confidence. Are they able to bring that to land? And that's what you want to do in game 1.
One of their better modes, they take the victory. Now it's going to be whether or not Cloud9 can be surprised and search and destroy. And I'll be honest, I've watched a lot of Uplink, a lot of Hardpoint for the Cloud9 team, but we know it's pretty rare that teams will scrim, search, and destroy. So I have not seen them play it at all. I know Exotic at times has been known for his ability in S&D, but this is a mode that Cloud9 wasn't great in at all. I mean, we critiqued them quite a bit over the course of the year, where this is where they'd fall flat many times. And
it just seems it was due to sort of leadership and shot calling on their team. It just dealt with sort of their team having different views. Cloud9, when they first formed with, Lacefield and Ricky, they were winning search and destroys. They were winning uplinks. That's when they made their champs run to get that sort of top 8 placing to knock out Optic Gaming. I mean, but it seemed after sort of time went on, maybe they were just butting heads because search and destroy was sort of their specialty.
Yeah, you see, sorry, I was multitasking there. I had to make sure the sides were swapped. Otherwise, the colors would be wrong, and people would scream me. But yeah, let's see if they can bring it back. But for the side of Supremacy, I mean, this is where I think it's must-win territory. Obviously, I know that this is a double elimination. Obviously, win 2, you're in; lose 2, you're out. They'll still live to see another day. But I think this series certainly gets out of control if they can't win the throwback search and destroy. And I think throwback's interesting in the sense that I feel like this is a map that a few teams really thrive on. Most teams aren't great, in my opinion, on throwback. Why is it kind of hit or miss, do you think, with a lot of the top teams?
I just think it deals with retakes. I mean, you see sort of that B bomb site. So many teams just plan at it for free, and they're able to get that plan off. And then teams, they either sort of get first blooded, trying to control mid-map, and, they make it a 4v3 situation on themselves, or they're just really bad at retaking that bomb site. And if you are, you have to control middle of the map. So it just seems like they sort of have to decide on the playstyle they want. It is very tough to defend that bomb site. So we'll see if sort of Supremacy has any tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah. I'm rooted for the French side. I mean, okay, I'm living in North America, and I'm close friends with Patrick Price, and I think this Cloud9 team has probably a much stronger ability than Supremacy in my eyes to get into stage 2 and really compete against some of the other North American squads. But I one of the parts that bothers me about competitive Call of Duty right now is when you take a look at the European scene. Yes, it's been growing. It was great seeing Splice win the Stage 1 event. That was incredible to see, but it still feels like it's just represented by one country right now, the United Kingdom. Like we need to get some of these other, whether it's a Spanish team. We'll see some of those, like Heretics and who we were watching the other day had like 25 to 30,000 viewers. Like the fans are there. We just need them to catch up a little bit in ability so they can hang with some of these top teams.
Well, that's the thing. If Supremacy does well there, maybe that sort of gives the other teams in France confidence to come to an event like Anaheim and sort of show up and show their talent. And who knows what will happen there. They just have to get to these events.
And that's, we were kind of joking earlier as we have a little time here before game 2. Kind of the fates of a couple teams, how they're intertwined sort of leading into this. Because think about Epsilon. When you take a look at that squad, they come off, their 4th place finish at Champs last year. They come into this year. They weren't able to play in the first 2K because somebody was out of town, something like that. They end up not having enough pro points to get into pool play for Vegas. And they have to keep battling. It's almost a similar problem that you had for Supremacy, since they had like a visa issue. They couldn't play at Gfinity. Then Epsilon got gifted into that spot because Supremacy couldn't play. So then Epsilon ends up being the team that's playing in Stage 1. It very easily could have been Supremacy, is my point.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is wild to think about.
Early, strong online performance. They were like the #1 seed heading into that Gfinity event.
Yeah.
Obviously, they had visa issues. Epsilon's able to come in. I mean, Supremacy could have been a team at Stage 1, no problem.
It should have been. They really should have been if it wasn't for some unfortunate issues. So, yes, it worked out great for Epsilon. I think overall it kind of worked out nicely in the sense that Epsilon has been fantastic as of late. I think many would argue they're the #2 team really in Europe currently. But here we go. Back to the action. It's going to be Supremacy on offense first, looking for that quick plant.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Cloud9, they give up that plant, but look at that middle map control. You have 5, 6, and 7 all crowding around, and I believe it's Malls. Let's see if we're able to jump on with him. Yep, there we go. A great late flank by him, and a great move. Just backs up to his team. His team has the vantage point on their side. Vortex and Tony J. Tony J with his sniper picks up 1. Ikks in a 1v4. Let's see what he's able to do, but he gets taken out in a great first round by Supremacy.
You were talking a little bit about the retakes earlier. I saw JP tweeted out stats just the other day talking about offense for defense on each S&D map, and this one's pretty close. Actually, the closest of the bunch in the sense that it's 48.6% of the time the offense won, 51.4 for defense. So it's pretty darn split, but it gets drastic in some other spots. Retaliation, 58% in favor of the offense. So a little bit of fluctuation there, but this is a map that's pretty back and forth. Let's see what Cloud9 can now do on their offensive attempt.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to that A bomb site, but again, trying to get control in map. You have Prisa going up. He might face whoever #4 is versus Vortex, and he doesn't check that corner. Vortex is able to pick up 1, and again, Vortex picks up a kill, and they back up. I like their play style right now. They're getting that first blood, and they're just regrouping together.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. It looks like Priest is kind of filling that role in S&D that we saw Lacefield do for this Cloud9 team before. He was the guy they kind of let loose at mid-map on throwback. He was either getting first bloods or getting first blood. And pretty much, Ikks, you got a reloader. That's going to drive me nuts. There we go. The 2 bullets in the clip. But if he tries to challenge a window, he's in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, and it looks like Cloud9, they are going to go try and get this A plan, but I believe that was a sniper. I believe it's Tony J with that sniper. They're planning. They're trying to get this bomb down. But again, they're going to be in a 4v3 situation. But we'll see if this sniper can be effective. Because if it's not, that advantage can easily go away.
He had, in my eyes, a couple chances to pull the trigger there. Assault able to answer back, turn this into a 3v3. He's got 1 pin back bowling there. Finally able to answer the call. Now going to be a 2 versus 2. He knows there's 1 at back bus. We're under 30 seconds to work with on the clock. He's by himself now. He's going to have to end up pushing here. He has to make a play.
And this is the issue with the sniper, right? 3 of his teammates push up to get trades. He's sitting back, not able to clean up kills. Now it makes it a 1v2. Exotic and Assault doing a great job. Assault already has 2 kills this round. Let's see if he's able to pick up a 3rd. The round is over. That's the problem with a sniper rifle at times. You can't allow them to plant. You have to get those early picks. And if not, you have to be able to push up with your team. Even if he has a pistol, he has to go with them.
Yeah, it's like the opening 30 seconds, sniping's great. After that, it ends up being more and more of a detriment. But honestly, if he would have been able to hit the shot on the bomb planter right after he got off, which I thought he had a pretty good look at it, he just didn't pull the trigger. He's able to snap and hit that shot. It's a much different story. Not able to do it. By the time he finally does get a snipe in, the round's all but over.
Yeah, let's see what Supremacy is able to do. Again, looks like they're going to head over to that aim bomb site, Malls. This is exactly what he did on their last offense. He's playing this sort of B side of the map, and they're just going for that quick plant right away. If we could see, does Tony still have that sniper if we could go to his point of view, and he does. So we'll see, but again, look at Cloud9. They're taking all of mid-map control, and that's exactly what you want to do when you try to go for a retake, because that makes those sniper shots so much more difficult for Tony. That's unfortunate. And then he gets naded.
but look, Mouse is going to be on the flank. Does he get there in time to make a play? No, Ikks is ready for him. Perfect peek and timing from him. Easy now by himself here in round 3. A difficult situation. We saw Tony J trying to make a play earlier. Now it's going to be a defuse for Cloud9 and a 2-1 advantage here in the game 2. If you are just joining us, Cloud9 took a pretty convincing victory on Retaliation Hardpoint to kick off the series. If you're wondering what these matches are, the actual CWL Anaheim Open event kicks off tomorrow. Right now, we're trying to determine a couple of things. One, who are going to be the 4 teams that are going to join the other 12 into the Stage 2.
Yep.
And 2, who's going to be joining our 12 teams in pool play now? Or sorry, well, I guess technically it'll be 16 once you include the open bracket teams. But which 4 teams are going to be coming out of this to be in pool play? So there's a lot on the line for these relegation matches. $700,000 a pool play spot at Anaheim.
Champs?
Champs as well, right?
Yeah.
Yep, you guarantee a spot of champs. So
it's a lot. It's a lot for Thursday.
It certainly is. But we've got Priesta here mid-map. So last time he was on offense, getting picked up early. Not going to drop this time. It's actually Exotic finding a couple of kills. Going to be a 4v2 advantage right now for Cloud9. Don't give away any easy deaths. Make sure you have the ability to trade. They'll be able to close this out.
And again, they're about to be big kill by Easy, but Tony J again has that sniper rifle. If I was his teammate after last round, I would have said put it away. I said, you got a few picks, but these sort of close situations, it's a 1v3 situation.
And Exotic should be working on the ace here. He's picked up 3. The 4th is inside. Not enough left of the clip to finish it off. He does have FTL. You know you want that ace. The peak comes. Tony's running. He's off the map. Oh, I thought he would be. But he's there.
There he goes. Oh, he actually died. He actually gave up that kill, so that's huge for those payloads.
Who was it, Priesta that wrapped probably with E-Rad there?
Because again, with the S&D changes, you don't get a payload charge for planting that bomb.
We haven't really talked about that yet, have we?
Yeah, so these kills are huge because that charges that payload, especially for a guy like Priesta who's running reactive armor.
Well, now that you mentioned it, I forgot that we hadn't really discussed that yet since this is our first match of the weekend, but let's talk a little bit about that change while we're here. So those that may not be aware, basically you used to get points towards your payload when you would plant or defuse the bomb. Now, the issue that a lot of pro players had is the fact that you could be 2 and 7 and get camo, basically.
Right.
You were handed camo. It's pretty easy to plant on a lot of these maps. Do you like the change? I think it's great. I think it was very, very needed.
I like it a lot. Just talking to the pros, they just discuss how sort of search and destroy didn't become about sort of the old S&D style. I mean, obviously, with how quick this game is, it won't be, but it just came down to bomb plants, and if you got your payloads, those 1 or 2 rounds where you had your camo and you were active, and those would really change the game. But a great job by Supremacy. All 3 of Cloud9 flanked, and I believe it was Aches who was alone, and they're able to pick that kill up. Now a 3v3 as Priesta picks up Easy. And he and Supremacy, they have to get aggressive and trade these kills. And it just looked like, I believe that was Priesta again, just sort of going everywhere. Pick another one up with that E-Rad, but Vortex trays that. That's what you want to do, a 2v2 situation. Mauls and Vortex versus Exotic and Assault.
From what I've seen of Priest's gameplay, he flies with an E-Rad, and he rarely misses. Very accurate, phenomenal movement, and incredibly talented player. Nice patience here from Vortex, going to lead to a kill. Now going to be a 1v2 for Assault. Bomb about to be planted. He's going to peek at just the right time. I thought that was going to work out perfectly to find a kill. He should be dropped. No, he's able to win it. Second one here. Assault just needed a couple more bullets there to take out Mauls. But the French side able to clutch up.
Yeah, that's a huge round win because that was 3 in a row, I believe, for Cloud9. And Tony J finally puts away that sniper. They play together, and they pick up the first round. So nothing against Tony J's sniping skills. It's just the matter of this map. You have to play together, especially the way Cloud9 was playing that middle map. You have to get aggressive with them.
Back to Cloud9. You know, the one thing I wondered really with Exotic is if he could help this team a lot in Search and Destroy. I've seen him play it a lot. I think he's a really special player when it comes to that game mode. And so far, I know it's 1 search we've casted, but he's 7 and 3 right now.
Yeah, let's see. As you see, all of Supremacy are flanking, similar to what Cloud9 did. And I believe that's a streak. And Vortex, he was able to FTL, and he makes Assault blow up Exotic, but the bomb is planted. 3v3, and Assault able to pick up Mauls. Now it's a 2v3. And they do know where they're at. They know there's one more on the flank and one more in their spawn. I didn't even know he had streaks. But, hey, you know, 2v3 situation for Cloud9. It's looking really good as Easy and Tony J have a lot to do and defuse that bomb.
Priesta able to turn this into a 3v1. He just saw the last player. He wants to re-peek. Tony J wants none of it as he wraps around the backside, runs into the NV4 of Assault. And that's now a 4v2 advantage now for Cloud9.
Yeah, and Assault obviously having that Trinity was almost bad as he took off one of his teammates, but he's able to get one on Supremacy, and that's just so much information, especially if they can get that bomb planted as well. It makes it so difficult for Supremacy to sort of retake that bomb site.
All right, let's see if Cloud9 can keep it rolling now, but it's back to the offensive end with Supremacy. And for the most part, everybody's struggling. Nobody really carrying the load. Vortex, I know, sitting at even. He's got 3 plants to work with as well. Now let's see. Easy. Looking to get this down. Your camo player. He's about halfway to it. First blood assault. Tony J off the map early.
Yeah, and this is something that
okay. All right.
I've had a lot of discussions with people about. You're losing 2-4. Things aren't working. Why are you still doing the same offensive strat? Switch it up. Go B. Or slow down. Slow the game down. You're just giving Cloud9 what they want. They want one-on-one engagements with you mid-map or at that A bomb site. You have to throw in something different.
Yeah, I'd have to watch that again to see why the flank completely fell apart. The Priest was able to get those 2 easy kills, the back whack, and then a 1-bullet player there on bomb. How he was able to get there, I guess aggressively through that mid window, just got him behind quickly, but that cannot happen.
No, it can't, and that's what we talked about. If you are going to give up that A bomb site, you have to control middle map, and Priest has been doing a great job for Cloud9. Let's see if Supremacy's finally going to get aggressive with Cloud9. Number 4, number 1, Vortex, but just like the first round, he doesn't check that corner. Priest able to pick up 2 on Mauls and Vortex. Tony J's able to get a nade kill, but now it's a 1-on-3 for Easy.
Easy, a lot to do, otherwise facing an 0-2 deficit right now to this Cloud9 roster that a lot of people are feeling very good about their chances in the Stage 2 qualifier, but also really this weekend. And we know, man, Aix has a history here. Krim's got 3 victories in Anaheim. Aix has 3 victories in Anaheim. Our Optic Cloud9 final, I would pay to see that just for the story between those two. But it's going to be 6-2. Cloud9 gets it and takes the 2-0 edge right here. They look far superior in the Supremacy side so far. Absolutely.
And if you're Cloud9, you're very confident. You're sort of going into an uplink, precinct uplink, I believe it was. And this was that game type where Cloud9 was they used to be very strong in it, but it was starting to struggle a little bit with the old roster. We'll see. I imagine it's going to be pretty darn good with Priest and Exotic.
I do too. And I'm excited to see whether, I know a lot of times whether it's Parasite going to EG, the 2 new guys joining Cloud9, a lot of times we talk about, there's honeymoon periods for sure, in which teams will play great, but then you see the problems that used to loom before still kind of linger. What do you think about this team? I think this is going to be a really strong squad. I don't think this is a honeymoon phase. I think this is a team that can really get it done.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. I think this is potentially, a top 8, maybe even a top 6 team in the world if they're all pieces are sort of able to fight on all cylinders. And I'm sort of looking at Ace. If he's able to perform in big games, sort of going up against those Optics, those E-Uniteds, those phases, this team, they could do a lot of work.
It'll be interesting. I'm sure Pat's already excited to get into next year. We've seen a lot of gameplay now of the next Call of Duty title, back to boots on the ground, which I'm sure has Ace is like, all right, back to my realm. But this is a team that it'll be interesting to see, how they finish out IW and whether maybe this is a team they decide to stick with going into the next title, because you got a lot of young players that have mostly been around for your Jetpack Call of Duties. But I'm still of the opinion, man, if you're good in Call of Duty, if you're good in one, you're going to be solid in another. But I'm really excited for that conversation. But we're a few months away from that. We still have a lot to go here, a lot to go in the IW season right now. Just trying to determine who else is going to be fighting in Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. You have Stage 2. You still have Anaheim. We start tomorrow. You obviously have champs. So, the biggest parts of the year are just getting started for a lot of these teams. This is what they look forward to, especially a guy like Aix. He always talks about champs and how he performs there. You have guys like JCap, Karma, 2-time world champions. We're just getting into sort of the midst of all this year.
And do I think there's a lot of pressure on Aix with this squad right now? Not really. Right now, in the sense that I think they're going to qualify for Stage 2 fine. I think this is a team that can perform. But where my concern comes with this roster is going to be for something like a Champs, where you have a Priesty, you have an Exotic who don't have a lot of experience maybe on that big stage. They're young players, how they're going to perform. That's where you're going to need to kind of vintage Patrick Pricing to bring this team together, where typically, if you look back at his career, that's where he plays the best. You get the Champs, you know how it went last year for them. Yeah, I can't wait, because I do think this is a team that'll make a deep run.
No, absolutely. And luckily for guys like Priesta and Exotic who might not have been on that big stage, if they're able to make it into Stage 2 and they do well in Anaheim, they'll sort of feel that pressure and that sort of that energy and those levels. They'll be able to experience it before going into champs, but we'll just see how. Yeah. I think there is a lot of pressure on them, because if they don't get into Stage 2, it's almost seemed like a bust.
By no pressure, I guess I sort of assume that they will be one of the teams getting in, but I agree with you. You mentioned earlier in the broadcast, there is sometimes added pressure when you're supposed to be that guaranteed team to get in. When everyone expects you to get in, it sort of adds pressure to it. But so far, I mean, we've gotten what we'd expected out of these teams. But guys, up next, it is going to be Precinct Uplink after this quick commercial break. Ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals, welcome back to the Stage 2 qualifier. For those just joining us, trying to determine who the final 4 teams are going to be into Stage 2, and then also who's going to be joining the teams in pool play for the $200,000 CWL Anaheim Open event this weekend. I am joined by the birthday boy, Joe DeLuca.
Hi. It's me.
I'm so happy it's your birthday.
Thanks.
We're going to have some fun tonight.
I don't
No, kidding. We have work tomorrow. We're casting. I'm going to probably go play World of Warcraft in my bedroom, relax with a nice bottle of water.
Yeah.
That'll be my evening.
That's a nice evening.
It really is. Yeah. But back to this matchup. It is a 2-0 advantage right now for Cloud9. They have looked very, very good so far. Supremacy, they've dominated online throughout the course of the year. They have had, a couple, you were telling me, top 20 finishes really from the open bracket?
Yeah, 17 through 20, I believe, at Atlanta and Dallas. Again, they were close. They had to do that through open. Obviously, if they start in pools, maybe that changes. But, I mean, they've always sort of been in the mix, not sort of the top 12, top 16 teams, but they've been right there. And
I think, for me at least, there's not a whole lot of separation from them to pretty much every single team in these relegation matches outside of probably this Cloud9 team.
Yeah.
Like, I think they would play everybody else really tough. They just got kind of an unfortunate draw to kick things off because I think for all of us, Cloud9's the best team right now out of these 8. I mean, we could be wrong. Time will tell. I mean, Fnatic Millennium may end up surprising us, but I think it's just kind of a rough draw to kick things off for Supremacy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you got to think if they sort of draw a European team, Fnatic Millennium, Red Reserve, maybe it's a team they're more comfortable with. I know sort of some of the biggest changes, even talking to you guys today, I mean, it's just like NA just plays differently, and they have such an aggressive play style where the French, they really haven't played that all year, especially a top team like Cloud9.
Yeah, well, let's see if they're able to bounce back. I know we've seen a plethora of reverse sweeps throughout the course of the year, but it would have to start here on Precinct Uplink. Our Game 3 in this best of 5. If Cloud9 can take it, they're going to move on. Again, just have to win 2 matches, and you're into Stage 2, you're into Champs, and you're into Anaheim pools.
Yeah,
you lose 2, and you are
I believe they would play the winner of Tainted Minds and Millennium, so that round 2 matchup will be really good because Tainted Minds, obviously they pick up Excite, from Mindfreak. He gets dropped as Mindfreak picks up Dens, and then you have Millennium, who they've stuck together. They had a poor Stage 1. I believe they were like 1-5 or 0-6 in groups, but there were so many close games for those guys. Just really unfortunate.
Well, a little update here. I haven't, hopefully someone can let us know, maybe a producer, how the Game 1 went between Millennium and Tainted Minds, but I do see it was a 6-3 victory for Tainted Minds in the Search and Destroy. So if I had to guess, if I'm a betting man, that series is likely 1-1. We saw Millennium can be very, very good in Hardpoint and find ways to lose very close games, like we saw in Stage 1.
And already Cloud9 off to a very quick start. Exotic already going to be able to get a 1 point. He almost missed that one, but again, just right from the start, all 4 dead for Supremacy. They're able to push that drone up and get a 1 point play. And this is, again, Priest's in your base with when E-Red stops shooting at Tony J, but Aches, and then Vortex is obviously on a flank, but you can see the mini-map. Look, Cloud9, they have drone. This might be another 1 point play. All of Supremacy were at that statue side, and I believe it is, but a great interception by Tony J.
He gets 2 kills, also gets the pick. Highlight material there in the back from Tony J as he makes the play. He's here at mid-tarps trying to push it out. One going to be right in front. That's Priested there. You think he'd win that with the E-Rad. I don't know if he was tagged up or hit with a grenade, but you would think that's a gunfight he's surely going to win.
Yeah. Yeah, and Vortex able to pick up 2 with that E-Rad. And again, those E-Rads are so effective, especially around this area where you're going to sort of have those close engagements. But I do believe we just heard Tainted Minds up 2-0 over Millennium. And that is huge for them. They have been playing very well online. They won their qualifier. They won the last 2K. Again, you pick up a player like Excite.
Yeah,
they could do a lot of damage. That'd be great for APAC to get 2 teams in the Stage 2.
I'll be honest, I am surprised. I would have thought for sure that Millennium would take the Hardpoint. I'll tell you what, Marky B, maybe you're going to be eating your words a little bit. He went on that rant on Twitter, kind of talking about how he wanted today to be like a pool play where all 8 teams play each other, which is just not realistic. And I was like, hey man, it's double limb. You get 2 chances here.
Right.
And you got to think when they matched up against the Australian team, he's thinking, all right, we're good. Now you're down 0-2. So, buddy, you got to pick it up here. Millennium, I think we all believe a team that deserves to be into Stage 2. Not showing that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. In Supremacy, they had a good push there, but that one just a little bit too high. But Easy's able to pick up 2. And again, the slaying is there for Supremacy. Tony J, 9-5, Vortex, 6-5. They're moving that drone up. On the other side, you have Assault at 7-5 and Ace at 7-5. So that's really there's nobody really standing out besides Tony J. And again, it's just 2-0 in favor of Cloud9. And they're trying to get this drone control around this statue. He's just slow wall running, but loses that gunfight to Assault. Assault doing a great job with that in V4.
Yeah, I mean, Vortex is a guy we've been casting for a long time, and Tony J's been on basically every major French organization to this point. There's a lot of talent on this team. They have the ability to do it. Unfortunately, have not gotten points on the board yet, and that's a deep one for Priesta as he's able to tack on another point here. 3-0 advantage now for Cloud9 with just over 2 minutes to go in the first half, Joe.
And I feel like that's what was missing from the old Cloud9 was their pushes just weren't effective in uplink.
Okay.
They get a few kills, they get that drone control, and they just hit a one just like that. And that's how effective you have to be in uplink, especially against top teams. So that's what you want to see from these Cloud9 guys. Just work off your slays.
And that's something we've been critical of, teams like FaZe too. Well, a lot of top North American teams, they'll get 2-3 down, and they don't just go. It's like they didn't realize there were so many opportunities for 1-point throws to actually go in, but there you go. Supremacy now on the board, trailing by 2, and Vortex still doing damage here, but unfortunately at mid-map, it's going to be Priesta that's going to get drone in hand, so there won't be any sort of rally for now. Instead, it's going to be a counter-attack opportunity for this Cloud9 team. Vortex picks up one in from behind, but the rest going the way of Cloud9. Exotic, Assault, Aches on the kill feed. Drone down, but now going to finally be in the hand of Exotic. He's going to hit up mid-street. He's got Assault leading the way. We should have points here. There's the one. It's up. It's away. It's good. It's a 1 point for Supremacy erased very quickly, Joe.
Yeah, and again, they get all 4 kills, and they turn it in 1 point play, so that's exactly what you want to see from Cloud9. They're doing a great job controlling drone control. It seems like Supremacy, they're sort of getting statue control and sort of, the base control, but Cloud9 is just overextending, controlling the drone, and taking it where they want to.
Well, now we're at mid-map, Joe. It's easy with a nice position there as he's able to pick up one. Drone right in behind him, turns and tries to find it. Assault, I thought, was looking down the opposite end of the hallway, but able to snap and pick up the kill. Now everybody dropped. Aches, Exotic, all finding kills. Assault should have a dunk here. They're spawning there in the back alleyway, and Priesta's already ready, lining up right now for Assault. This is going to get out of hand quickly. You already have Exotic back. He's grabbed the drone. Assault sitting here in the base. They're going to get more points on the board here in the final 20 seconds. This was a close game until the final minute.
And it was a good response out of Supremacy to get that one, but then Cloud9, they just controlled. They got all the slays they needed. A great job by Cloud9 to sort of put those dunks together, and Ace picks up all 3, make it almost all 4. Tony J able to clean that up, but you have to be able to control that drone.
And Aches just snapping on the head, too. I think 2 of those 3 were headshots, just cleaning up everyone trying to push in to find drone. 8-1 advantage for Cloud9. And, I mean, I guess the one maybe silver lining for Supremacy is this isn't like our round robin we had in stage 1, right? Or round robin we'll have in pool play. Map count doesn't really matter in this scenario whatsoever. So getting, whether you lost 3-2 here or lost 3-0, this doesn't hurt you, right? You're still able to kind of shrug this one off and look to fire back.
Yeah, and I'm sure they knew just how difficult of a team Cloud9 was going to be. Maybe there's some other teams they just match up well with. But again, they're sort of attacking this top side, and we saw at the end of the second half, Cloud9, they were able to put them in a spawn trap, and here we go. Supremacy getting all 4 down. Let's see if they're able to respond as he does pass it up, and that should be a dunk. A great response for Supremacy. They're not out of this yet, but this has been the difference. Let's see if Supremacy is able to get that drone control, and you can already see, I believe that is number 6. That's Exotic with the drone, and he's already in the Supremacy base.
Yep, and that's a 1 point toss over the top, just like that. So both times we've seen Supremacy score, there's been a 1 point counterattack from Cloud9. Response within 15 to 20 seconds, really, that they're able to answer right back.
Yeah, just super effective, drone control out of Cloud9. But Supremacy, they're taking it towards that middle street. They have to pick up 1 kill here if they're able to. They're not, as Assault and Exotic pick up 2 slays. If they're able to get a kill or 2 there, that's another 1 point toss. But again, Cloud9 gets a drone and takes it towards his statue side. Assault probably is going to throw it down here and try to get some slays. Imagine right now just wasting some time, and there you go. Assault, he has that NB4. Doesn't able to get that kill as Tony J picks him up. Exotic, the last one left for Cloud9, but his teammates are spawning up. Aches and Priesta there to back him up.
Yeah, Assault didn't have a whole lot of help there, right? Exotic was coming in the back, but he had 3 players in front. Dropped almost immediately, and now it's controlled back to Supremacy, and we'll see if they can start to cut away at this lead a little bit more. Vortex doing a good job using the bus to stay alive as long as he could, but finally will end up falling. Now you've got a 3-man stack here inside a lobby as they push out. Priesta ready and waiting. Easy's next one up, and he should get gunned in a moment. Everyone just got slaughtered. Vortex the only one remaining. This is another opportunity for Cloud9 to tack on points. That was an odd FTO.
Yeah, yeah, and this has been sort of the issue we've seen from teams this year, is as soon as they go into that second half sort of at a deficit, they try to just take the drone and just sort of run around with it, try to pick up 1 point throws. instead of just slowing the game down and just slaying. The most effective way is to get that team into a spawn trap. You're not going to do that if one of your teammates has a drone in his hands. Slow the game down. There's still 3 minutes left. You're only down by 6 points. If you're able to get those slays, able to put them in a spawn trap, that deficit can get cut very quickly.
And just to let you guys know, I know this series isn't over yet, but it's certainly looking like Cloud9 could close it out. At the conclusion of this one, we will hop in and show you what's going on with Tainted Minds and Millennium. I'm just glancing at the other screen. It looks like Uplink is just a couple seconds from starting there. So we should be able to see if Tainted Minds is actually able to close that out or if Millennium's going to fight back.
Yeah, which will be awesome to see. And Uplink's that game type where those reverse sweeps start. It sort of just seems like if you're able to win that game 3, the momentum shifts very quickly. I feel like if you already have a camo from Assault, but I feel like the team that wins game 3, if they're down 0-2, that typically goes to a game number 5.
It does. It certainly does. And you saw Assault get picked off there. We've seen a lot more people when you use camo on the wall run. They were talking about how you can kind of see the shadow there. We see players get picked off all the time. That was a little surprising to anyone at home. We've been seeing it more and more as of late. But those kills can end up proving crucial. Now it's going to be an overdrive pop up mid-street. Priest there to cut him down. Doesn't wrap the edge. His teammates are going to fall in front. And now Control right back over to Cloud9.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. They're just trying to get the drone and force something when you have to pick up those kills first. You're not going to be able to win those fights 4v3. Drop that drone, pick up those kills. If you're able to do that, then you have the overdrive, which can effectively get you a dunk. Instead, he tries to force something, and another payload wasted.
And that's going to be 3 kills now going towards Cloud9. They have drone as well. This should certainly be points. It takes up away just a little bit short. They're not able to find it, and they actually clear it out. So they save 1 point, but you don't have camo to work with anymore. You're still trailing by 6. I mean, you just have to kind of hold here if you're Cloud9. You don't have too much to worry about. If Easy is able to make a play, he could get closer to that camo, and possibly you could bring this back. Just so little time to work with.
Yeah, they just have to pick up kills. If you look at that scoreboard, all in favor of Cloud9, as you have, Assault 25-19, Exotic 25-18. Just a great job out of them. Aches, this is what we talked about. Just stay around that sort of 1-point play, or 1.0 KD. A great play out of Priesta. Again, another response. As soon as Supremacy scores, Cloud9, they get that drone control, he pops overdrive, and it's another score. And
every single time.
Yep.
All 3 of their scores. Within 15 or so seconds, you're striking back if you're Cloud9, and a lot of that, I mean, that is it the difference? Not necessarily. I mean, they're up 6 right now, but it'd be a hell of a close game. You may have a chance of the play from Easy if you weren't giving up those quick counterattacks. Why do you think that happens? Because we've seen, I mean, North American elite teams be guilty of that as well. They get points on the board, they get 4 down, and they allow a counterattack pretty much immediately. Is it a miscommunication? Why does that seem to happen pretty frequently?
It just seems like the players that sort of die on their push, they don't go towards that drone. That drone control just sort of disappears. That other team overextends because they don't have control of their base, and teams are able to just go on that counterattack.
All right, well, we just ended this one. Cloud9 is going to move on. Their first victory in the books. I believe we're going to come to us and then hopefully very shortly be able to switch over to the Millennium Tainted Minds. Again, Tainted Minds up 2-0. Very surprising, I think, for me, for sure. I haven't seen a whole lot of Tainted Minds. Millennium, I mean, they were so close to winning so many series in Stage 1. The North American teams were so high on them, coming out and screaming early. I don't want to say I thought they were locked to get back in. Not at all. Not like maybe a Cloud9, but I certainly expected them to be a team starting out 1-0. If they lose this first match, there is a very good chance we're not seeing them in Stage 2.
In terms of like experience and chemistry, just playing on the big stage, you had to talk about Millennium just sort of course, trying to get in, or at least being, sort of right there to qualify. So, and you just have to think, if they lose that first match, that sort of mindset, it's just going to be lingering. We lost at Stage 1. We've been losing at these big events. Something just isn't working.
Well, you see their recap of Supremacy Cloud9. You get, 100-plus point victory in Hardpoint, 6-2, thrashing and search and destroy, and then they dismantled them also in the Uplink with a 12-4 victory. So Cloud9 kind of did what we expected. They came in, they handled business. Supremacy going to have to try and shake that one off. I know the names at the top of the graphic just changed, but that's because we're going to be switching to that series, Tainted Minds Millennium, and we'll see what the outcome is as soon as we can get over to that Uplink. I don't know, man. I know Excite's been one hell of a player. I know Tainted Minds have had players going back and forth kind of between the stuff with Dens, going to them, back to Mind Freak. I guess once they lost Dens, I didn't have that high of expectations for Tainted Minds, but it looks like I may have thought about it wrong.
Well, in terms of like Call of Duty history, you've always had sort of Mind Freak as the #1 APAC team, and then you've had another one sort of lingering, a team like Tainted Minds. They sort of have the talent, they just haven't been able to put that second roster together, and it seems like once Dens went to Tainted Minds, everyone thought, oh, that's going to be the second roster. We finally have a fight for that first place. Instead, Mind Freak handled business, but they drop Excite. And Excite, he might have a lot of knowledge that might help those guys now. You know, he has been in North America. He knows what it's like to play on the big stage. He can help out that sort of second-tier team and sort of maybe help them carry to stage 2.
If they get into stage 2, I like it just for some of the differing storylines. Just like, you know, Excite leaves Tainted Minds, you know, kind of one of their young developing all-stars, goes to Mind Freak. Then he gets dropped. He wasn't very pleased about it. You could tell just from Twitter he was a little bit surprised it went down.
I think everybody was surprised.
Oh, yeah.
I sure as hell was.
I love Buzzo. He is one hell of a guy, but I would have taken the aggressive, you know, SMG play we saw from Excite over another kind of slower AR player that I just don't think Mind Freak really needs with that roster. I don't know. I love it, man. I feel like imagine them playing each other. I don't know when we would get to that. Maybe hopefully somehow it happens this weekend. But I would love to see the trash talk between those two.
No,
squads.
that would be awesome. I mean, I think we saw it at I believe it was Dallas, and we just saw how intense they were. And I believe at the first event in APAC when they
the Sydney event, they were screaming at each other.
Yeah, when Tainted Minds beat them in that first series, and then Mind Freak, Mind Freak then beats them in 2 in the grand final. So. That event just sort of paved the way for Mind Freak in the rest of the year, but now Tainted Minds, they have a chance to sort of bring it back.
All right, now if we get an update, hopefully we're hopping into this. All right, so we are in. I'm driving now. I got to grab a controller. Is this the correct one? Yes, it is. Okay, so 5-3 lead right now, and a 2-0 advantage for Tainted Minds. We're in the second half here of the Uplink.
7-3, right?
As they're looking to close this out.
I thought they were about to score there. I thought they were about to make it 7-3, but a huge stop by Moose and PD right there. And that was a huge possession for Tainted Minds. They should have at least gotten 1. It was all the way in Millennium's base. That makes it a 2-possession game. That's a difference. They got Greedy going for that dunk. That might come back and bite them.
Well, let's see if Millennium can now get a push. PD gets the opening kill. Moose there to back it up. We'll go to Moose's POV as he's 15-12. A 2 streak to work with, but he's tagged up there at the cat statue. That'll slow down the push entirely. So the spawn now coming in for Millennium. They're going to have to weather the storm now as Tainted Minds is pushing forward.
Yeah, they're going to have to get these slays. These are very important. Nulson in a very good spot, but a huge kill by Damage. Now that drone's being carried forward. Moose picks up 2. Damage picks up another, but they were able to miss that 1, but this might just work out for them as Excite is he's going to get that dunk. A huge play by him, and they have them in that spawn trap. Excite and Damage has been getting all those kills. He's on a 4 streak. If he's able to stay alive in his base, puts a lot of pressure on Millennium, but they're not. Now, if you're Tainted Minds, slow the game down. Good job by Nimble. Just get these slays. But PD able to pick up 2. Excite another 2-piece, and the drone is just constantly in Millennium's base.
Here we go. Over the top. Deep 1 picked off just barely. I think that was Moose that was able to snag it out of the sky. But you've got 3.5 minutes to work with. You can see payload starting to build for players. PD's going to be very close to finding his reactive armor. Moose working towards that camo as well. That'll be all important as we come down the stretch. Back to lobby it is. Somehow avoids a team kill if you're PD there. Shoots directly over the head and able to pick off Swifty. You've got an opportunity here for points, but it's Damage trying to hold that back line. Marky B opening things up. A little bit of ring around the rosy there, trying to find the edge. Everybody has dropped. This should certainly be a dunk right now for Nolson and crew. There it is. They fire it through. 3 minutes remaining. Down a dunk.
Yeah, and I love that play out of Marky B. He's able to sort of flank through the middle. He picks up 1, and then he flanks the Tainted Minds base. This Tainted Minds was all spawning on that sort of, uplink portal, and this is going to be another dunk. Marky B, he pinches with Nolson, which allows them to get control of their base. And again, all the slays now going in favor of Millennium. They're doing a great job in their base.
And Marky B very close to streaks here, too, which could make this deadly. He did find 1. So we got Scorchers and also got the Trinity Rocket. So just enough to pick it up. And then there's also a 4 streak for PD, who's very close to Trinity Rocket and Scorchers as well. And he'd get his reactive armor. So this could be very deadly for Tainted Minds down the stretch as everybody's starting to go off from Millennium. He'll drop. He won't be able to pick him up. But remember, you still have some utility if you're Marky B. Kills going back and forth. Joe, this looks to be one that's going to go down to the wire, buddy.
Oh, absolutely. You have to talk about those payloads. But Moose able to pick up 1, and he's on a 3 streak, 21-17. But again, Millennium just lighting up the kill feed. All the slays seem to be going their way. And Moose is a player. He got that interception. He got 2 kills in their base. He's always in the right position and makes up huge plays for this Millennium team. definitely been the best player on the roster so far this year.
He certainly has. I'm going to go to PD for a second just because he's starting to go off a little bit too. He's got 4 in a row, 25 and 18. Has that reactive armor we saw him earn just a bit ago. But now the streak's starting to come in. I believe that's going to be Marky B calling them in over the top to try and clear the way. He's able to connect with one. The reactive armor is now going to be popped. They want more points to work with. There's 2 in the back. Not maybe the best gun to work with at range, but he gets it done with the help of his teammate. This is more points coming through. Nolson, Slamma Jamma, 9-7 advantage. I'll tell you what, since we hopped in the game, it's been all Millennium, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Millennium just doing a great job. Sort of that last game we saw at Cloud9 and Supremacy. When there was a score, it was easily responded to. But Millennium doing a great job wrapping back to the drone. Camo was popped. That's fine. He's able to get that one. Now it's a 2-possession game. 3 points, for Millennium. But again, they were able to sort of wrap back to that drone. You saw Marky B picking up big kills. And then they did a great job using that Trinity Rocket and Reactive Armor combo to get that done.
Well, now the question is, can Excite get his camo and make the plays down the stretch? There's 1 kill. Second in front, not able to do it, but you're going to have Overdrive get popped. They're trying to play defense here, but the dunk does come in. Marky B does clear the base, but they get the points in. I have to go back to its site just because he's so close to this camo. In these final 35 seconds, is he somehow going to be able to earn? He can't die. He's got to somehow play his life. 2 now down for Tainted Minds, and drone in the hand of Millennium with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and this is a huge push out of Millennium. If they're able to even just get a 1, that game is changed, and they missed the 1. And this allows Tainted Minds, but all 4 dead for Millennium. This should be it. He's going to pass it up to, I believe that is PD, and PD 29 and 21 with 4 uplink scores. This is what you want to see out of him. He's been such an inconsistent, aggressive submachine gun player all year long, where he used to be a European star when this guy sort of got into, on a team like Millennium, a team like Infused. If he was more consistent throughout this year, maybe those sort of results change for these guys.
All right, so wow. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Now, you talked about the reverse sweep capability of teams. Once you're able to take the uplink, that's got to be even more painful for Tainted Minds because you had control of the game with, 3 minutes left or so. You have a 2-point lead. You're feeling pretty strong about that. Then you see Millennium just erupt. Maybe this is going to be some confidence that they need to get something going. We've got ourselves a series now, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw, as soon as we got into the game, Slane just went towards Millennium, and Tainted Minds just weren't able to get back into the game. Excite and Damage were doing very well early on, but that just slowed down. They weren't able to get control of their base. That allowed Millennium to get streaks. They used their payloads very well. Just a great game out of Millennium.
All right, guys. Well, up next, it's going to be the Hardpoint. But before we hop into it, we've got a quick commercial break. We'll see you in just a couple. Welcome back. So you saw one series. It went the way of Cloud9 over Supremacy. We hopped into the game 3 between Tainted Minds and Millennium. Tainted Minds about to close it. We thought it was going to be a 3-0, but now Millennium having a chance to fight back. You give Millennium a chance here.
Oh, absolutely. You have to after, especially that's a great response out of them. You saw PD and Moose were doing well. Those are your sort of 2-star players. Marky B and Nolson, they were using those sort of NV4, just playing very consistent. But throwback, this is a map where we saw a player like Excite with that ERAD do very well.
And I'll tell you what, we were gonna hop to the next series because we're basically watching one. There's 2 series going at the same time. We're watching one series kind of hop into the other one, to fill time. But you know what, Joe and I made an executive decision to stick it here.
This is Maven's, it's yours.
Yeah, that's right.
You run it.
If I want to make a decision, things happen.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm a decision maker.
Yeah, you are.
No one cares what I say at all. But
I do.
Thank you, Joe.
Don't tell yourself that.
Hearing that from the birthday boy is incredible. Okay, now, which I need to, I'm driving this one. Do I have the right controller? Yes, I do. Okay.
You got it.
Sorry, I just stole one from one of our admins. My fault. Okay. All right, so now, getting into the action. I'm going to start off with Millennium just because they're the ones trying to fight back in this. I'm sorry I just hopped off that sweet cash gesture.
So he's throwing money. He's about to money bags. He's trying to win this.
I'd be the guy in the game trying to pick it up off the ground.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, here we go. Game 4. Tainted Minds is a 2-1 advantage right now. PD hitting mid-map, able to win the first one there as teammate Marky B closes out on Nimble as well, and they will secure the opening seconds here in the Hardpoint.
Yeah, and this is a hard point where teams have gotten much better at holding this middle hill down. We saw really at Stage 2 playoffs when we sort of seen the scoreboard.
Stage 2 playoffs? Are we in the future?
Stage 1 playoffs. So many stages, 1 and 2, basically. No, we saw at Stage 1 playoffs, really, when that infographic came up with the scoreboard, we saw that middle hill really changed the game for a lot of these teams, but Tainted Minds able to break, doing a great job in damage. 2-0 right now with an NV4. Not sure how he hasn't died yet, as he gave up 13 seconds to Millennium, but that's okay.
Yeah, he's doing a good job staying alive. Trying to make the plays as there's going to be the third 4 damage. And this will be, I know we've talked about it a lot over the past couple months, but Millennium, I think they had a 100-point lead in a hard point over just about every team in their week during Stage 1. I mean, they would look so good for the opening 5 minutes and find new, different, exciting, and strange ways to lose hard points down the stretch. So you got to think that's something they probably put a lot of time in. They've talked about whether it was... I don't know, whether it's a communication thing, a clutch thing, whatever the issue was. I'm curious to see if they've kind of built on that, if we'll see an improved hardpoint team here.
Yeah, to be honest, the more I've watched them, it just came down to where they just slowed down. But Excite able to pick up streaks on a 4 streak, and he does get full streaks, has those Scorchers, Trinity, and Bombardment. Tainted Minds doing a great job holding down Barn. This is really the hill that a lot of teams focus on. This in the baseball, that's where you're able to rack up a huge amount of time. But Moose and P able to pick up kills. It should be a break for Millennium, and there it is, all 4 down for Tainted Minds. 15 seconds left, though. A great job by them.
And you do have the full streaks for Excite, which those could come down the stretch. And, it's interesting because I know I was talking to some of our stats guys, and they said Excite ran, I believe, during Stage 1, he ran the it was Dallas or Stage 1. He ran the ERAD more than anybody else. So just talking on spawn, how much he would select a kit that had the ERAD. He loves to run it. He's very aggressive with it. I think that's kind of a rare commodity amongst a lot of teams. They'll kind of go to the K-bar when they're having a poor game. He always runs this.
No matter what.
I still am shocked just to see the change with him coming off the Mind Freak team. But it looks like Excite, you gotta finish that one, buddy. I'm talking to you up about how great you're playing. He leaves him one shot and then gets turned on.
Yeah, and Millennium takes all 4 down. And I'm excited to see what he does with those streaks, because what we saw at Stage 1 playoffs was, I forget the game, but they got full streaks, and that same player used 3 different streaks at baseball. I don't remember the exact same game, but that allowed them to win baseball every single time. So we'll see if he's going to use that at baseball, every single time, or if he's going to use that at Barn. But 62 to 49, Tainted Minds, all of Millennium starting to rotate for that baseball hill, but Tainted Minds picking up that sort of garbage time, and they have those streaks. They don't have to rotate, but it looks like number 8, that's Nimble. He's able to pick up Moose, and they do have baseball field. Great job by Tainted Minds.
Yeah, they got the break without using the streaks. Right after that, though, looks like Millennium answering back with the close spawn. Nimble, good job finding a kill and somehow staying alive. I keep going over to Excite because I wonder if these streaks are going to come into play, but so far it's been the damage with the guns, able to break through. Speaking of damage, he's still remaining here, going up against one. That was Nolson that goes massive, though. Finds 2 kills, 9 and 7 on a 3 streak. Make it 4, 5th over the top. But it's Excite just flying in again, time and time again with that E-Red.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them use a streak there. They had 1 or 2 kills. There's no reason maybe a Trinity just sort of cleans that up. They pick up those last 30 seconds. Yeah, but there's only 20 seconds left in this hill. I don't know if I agree with that, but they're able to pick up 3. So they are going to get this garbage time. That's going to sort of increase their lead to about 30 points.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess if you can use a streak and it guarantees you 20 or so points, maybe you go ahead and do it. Yeah, or not, as there's just that 1 player remaining. Excite opens it up with the streaks. He's going to have to try and close it down. So you actually only got, what, 12,
yeah,
10, 12
much
points maybe with that, because it was contested for a little bit there as well. Streak didn't turn into a whole lot, but you still have a couple to work with.
Yeah, and looking at that scoreboard, Swifty, he's going to have to step it up. His team is winning by, close to 20 points, but, all Millennium playing very well. And in that slaying, that's going to sort of pay off for Millennium if they're able to put it all together. But Swifty, if he's able to step up, this game could go towards Tainted Minds very easily.
Well, we're right back to Excite, though, is... we may have talked about his Trinity Rocket blunder. He was very close to getting another one, but he does end up getting chopped down by Marky B. We got 30 seconds here remaining on train platform. Damage doing a solid job mid-map, but 2 kills going the way of Millennium as he's trying to play his life. Finally, he will get picked up, and it's Marky B now on a 4 streak. He's 15 and 10, just over 30 seconds to go in the Hardpoint as well. He has his FTL to work with, and he's a few kills away here from me picking up some streaks. I take it back.
Yeah, and you saw that mini-map, all those green arrows rotating towards that barn. This is a huge kill by Nolson. If he's able to pick it up, that got a little scary, but Tainted Minds, they do have barn control. But Millennium, this is the position they want. Now it's almost a tied game. Millennium able to pick up all that garbage time in Middle Hill as Tainted Minds rotated. And we'll see if that pays off. And Swifty, that's what I was talking about. He's on a 4 streak. Now the game's sort of going towards their way.
Yeah, you say he has to pick it up, and boy, has he very quickly. 3 nice kills there at back barn. And, you talk about 4 kills he gets at back barn, but now the pressure is going to start to come. Can Swifty hold on here? He's going to have a lot of pressure in just a moment.
In Millennium, 3 of them spawned blue, and PD, I believe, somehow got a lemon spawn, but he actually got picked off. A great job, by Tainted Minds to recognize that somebody pushed up just a little bit too far. But, a 25-point lead now and doing a great job holding this barn control. And Swifty's still on that 5 streak. 1 kill away from streaks.
Swifty about to go from triple negative to streaks if he keeps playing like that. But Marky B and company able to bust on through for the final 10 seconds. Is they're trying to remain in striking distance. And we say with this map, it's not like a breakout or retaliation where you see 100-point comebacks. It's just very rare here. You have too many scrappy hard points. You can't chain together 3 in a row with 45 seconds plus. You need to stay within. I almost say like 50 points max.
Yeah.
Like you need to keep it pretty darn close. Millennium's been able to do that. They definitely still have a chance here to take control. A lot of gameplay left.
And it seems just like Tainted Minds are just putting more pressure on the hill. Like they're just always seem to be picking up scrap time, and that really just seems to be the difference maker for them.
Well, and that's partially back to just Excite, man.
Yeah.
Somebody that's just going to fly around with a sub, and when you have a team that plays at that tempo, I mean, that's kind of the biggest criticism we'll have a team sometimes is one of the big flaws they'll have in Hardpoint is just you have too much of a different pace, right? Your NV4 and maybe E-Ride player aren't on the same page. I know they're playing at different paces, but you have to kind of keep up with them, to look over them, to be in the correct spots. Right now, Tainted Minds seems to be doing that, but unfortunately for them, Nolson, a man that I think staged true to last year in Black Ops 3, had the highest overall Hardpoint KD. Right now, putting on a show, 20 and 12 at a 5 streak.
Yeah, and that was a huge hill by them. They obviously have the lead, but if you look at that minimap, 3 dead for Millennium. Marky B able to sneak around though, and this just buys time for his team. He's able to get the blue spawn for his team, but Tainted Minds, they are on a break, but 2 kills going towards the way. Damage picks up Nolson, a 1-on-1. Marky B versus Damage. He picks up that kill. And still, this is just back and forth as a team kill does happen. And if you look at that mini-map, both teams just spawning on both sides of the map. And this is just a crazy hill.
It is, but God, Marky B is going to be so pissed. He played so well there. Played his life, found 2 kills, baited enough time for his teammates to get in. Oh, PD making me nervous there with the reactive armor, but still going to be up. The FTL comes in from behind. He's able to predict that, though, and make the play. It's a 1-on-1 inside. It's going to be Nolson going up against Nimble. Not able to finish him. Nimble just wrapping around the back box. Now some streaks coming in over the top. I imagine these are coming in from Excite, yeah.
Oh, and again, he uses it with 20 seconds left. I mean, obviously, Nolson, though, does, or they use that reactive, so they don't have that anymore. He still has Scorchers and Camo, and they have about a 20-point lead going into the 3rd set of hills.
All right, let's actually swap over to Damage, though, because he's 200 now off the Trinity Rocket. We'll See if he can maybe find another kill in the backside. It's actually Excite finishing that off. Swifty, I think I heard Swifty get loud. Look at, he's only -3 now. He was -10 or so when we started talking about him. Got a 2 streak for him, 4 still for damage as he's looking there at back lemon, not able to win the gunfight. We'll go over to Swifty's POV as we heard him starting to get loud. He's going to be flanking around the backside. All of his teammates dropping.
Yeah, and those points were huge for Tainted Minds. They were constantly getting hill time, but Millennium do break, but the Scorchers come down. Tainted Minds just wants to keep this lead as you were talking about, but the Scorchers don't pick up anyone. Millennium still has middle map control, so a great job by them to avoid those score streaks.
Well, they avoid them for now. You haven't connected with a whole lot if your score streaks from Tainted Mind up to this point. It hasn't given you much, but to be fair, you've still held on to a pretty consistent lead. But you've used here, I'm just going to cycle through all the players. So Excite has got nothing. He has camo, though. No streaks
let's
there.
Let's stick on board with Swifty. That's a huge spot for him as
Nimble
the rotation comes
either.
in.
So you don't have anything to work with. But yeah, we'll stick it here with Swifty. He does find the opening kill, trying to find a second inside. Moose goes vertical and gets the better of him. Moose not having maybe a Moose-esque game right now at 17 and 22, but
PD.
You see flashes of brilliance.
Oh, PD picks up 3. Just absolutely destroys Tainted Minds. And again, this is a hill where you can pick up majority of the time, so a great job by him just staying alive, just buying his team time.
And PD, 34 and 27. The 4 streak will end there. You're only trailing by 13 points. Moose is going to go ahead and pop the camo. Just try and play inside and contest how much he can. It will lead to 1 kill. Maybe a second around the back. He's got a little bit of help. That's actually PD and Marky B coming in over the top. We've now got a lead change here. 15 seconds remaining on Bard, and now Millennium back in control.
And we didn't see it, but Excite used his camo as well. So nothing. I don't know what Nimble has. Let's see what he has. He's getting really close to maybe reactive.
Well, is that part of the reason that maybe that's part of why Buzzo stayed on mine for you? What, Excite uses all 3 streaks and camo for just about nothing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And they said it was a communication and like heads-up play type stuff. That was the one thing they were critical of, just sort of making the wrong plays sometimes. So, you know, they probably know their chemistry a little bit better than we do. Yeah,
Moose starting to step it up on a 3 streak. PD on another. He's 39 and 29. Only 30 seconds in the hill, but doing a great job.
Moose, hip fire, and able to snap out back, able to pick up 2 kills. Millennium still in control. But it's Excite trying to fight in. They've got 1 down below. It's Nimble just trying to contest as much time as they can. They have the spawns there for back statue. And with the time remaining, it is something they could close out. Nolson just looking for the best chance to attack here. Let's actually go to a site on the backside because they're starting to get pushed. I think Damage is the last one here. He's trying to hold it back. Plus, they realize there's 1 more. Yes, they do. Just like that, the spawns are broken. Millennium now has complete control. That was beautiful.
Can we go to Nimble really quick? Does he have reactive? Is he their reactive player? So, yes. So, this is going to be it. I mean, it's going to be a 10-point, difference for Millennium to win, and that new hill pops, and he dies. But a few trades go on. That's a huge kill. I don't know who's in that hill. Swifty is able to pick up 1. Excite goes down to Moose. Nimble's able to pick up Moose, and they're just trading back and forth. There was that reactor. It's wasted. 2 more seconds for Millennium. Damage is in this hill, but he's the last one alive. And not Nolson able to get that kill, and that should wrap it up.
It should. There's a contest here for just a moment. Need 1 more player. It's Nimble in the backside. He drops. That should be the last tick. Millennium working on the reverse sweep.
Here we go, Maven. Here we go.
Going to a game 5, but I'll be honest, I was shocked when I saw the 2-0 lead for Tainted Minds. And now, God, imagine how painful a dagger that is if you let it slip.
Yeah, Tainted Minds, they were the first team in here. 9:30, they were in here warming up, so maybe that just helped them. They just seem to be in the zone sometimes. Millennium can just sort of start off slow. And again, it's Thursday. There's nobody in here. That energy sometimes can take a little bit of time to sort of pick up. You're just sort of playing at a station. You don't realize, hey, this is for stage 2.
All right, so we do have the other, I believe the second kind of set of matches are beginning. They may be starting right now. We're going to get to those as soon as we can. We just want to kind of wrap up the action here. We didn't want to tease you with this series, then it goes to a game 5. We want to finish it out. So, guys, quick break. We'll be right back. We'll go to the game 5, Millennium, Tainted Minds. Welcome back. We have our first Game 5 of the Stage 2 qualifier. Tainted Minds is up 2-0 over Millennium. Millennium now fought back to push the before-mentioned Game 5. I'm excited. Let's get into it.
Are you?
I had fans tweeting me, so I tweeted out that we were going to cast Cloud9 versus Supremacy, and they were like, hey, are you guys casting Tainted Minds as well? Apparently not. Like, this is just one stream. There's still a lot of setup going on for the event this weekend. Unfortunately, we don't even have the desk set up for analysis.
Right.
Like, there's still a lot being done around the venue. So it's just, one broadcast, two casters bringing the action. But if you are Tainted Mind fans and you stayed up late, which I know many of you did.
Is it late over there?
I have no idea what time it is. You do get to see, it's like 8 a.m., it's breakfast or something.
Right.
You do get to see the conclusion to this series and see if they can get a first W here and moving on for the qualifier.
Yeah, but obviously they have that 2-0 lead, and it slipped away. We're going to a Game 5. I believe it was Crusher, Search and Destroy, if I looked at the right screen, which I think I did. Yes, I did. I just got confirmation that that is correct. So Crusher's that game type where we've seen round 11s, we've seen 6-0s, so it's very quick. We'll see how Tainted Minds is able to respond to sort of the momentum of Millennium.
And I want to check and see. We were talking about stats kind of for offense and defense earlier, and I know in particular this map actually surprised me a little bit when I looked at it. I think
it was defense.
Yeah, it was defense by a wide margin. Yeah. So 58% of the time the defense wins on Crusher. And I guess maybe that's not too surprising. You do see a lot of defuses here and a lot of retakes, but I was a little bit shocked because that was the widest by huge. Like everything else is pretty 50-50 or the defense is not really favored the matchups. On Crusher, they're heavily favored.
I felt like teams have gotten a lot better at sort of defending that B bomb site. That retake, what we talked about on Throwback. Obviously, the A is becoming a little bit more popular for offenses just to switch it up, but that B bomb site's always been the more popular one.
The bread and butter.
Yeah, we've always seen just teams of 4 just sort of waiting for that bomb to plant, and it's obviously difficult because you know exactly where they're going to be because the angles don't really go towards their favor defending it.
All right, well, let's get into it. Joey D, it's Game 5. Tainted Minds going up against Millennium. Crusher, Search and Destroy. We're going to kick things off with the camo player and the new addition. He was already there before. He's back. It's exciting on Tainted Minds.
Yeah, and as you can see, Millennium, they're having one just sit and spawn, 3 of them going towards B. And I believe Damage, he's doing the same. So this is what we've seen very often, but Millennium, they're deciding to sort of go back towards A. They're going to run into 3 of Tainted Minds. So this is a great play by Sight. Nibbles and Swifty able to pick up 2. Moose picks up 1. And such a great round out of Tainted Minds. And that was a 3v4. Damage was at the B bomb site just sort of spotting for information because that's what we've seen sitting in that back rock. But Tainted Minds just waited for Millennium.
Yeah, and you got to think he had so much information by getting him a map. They had one player sitting over B that knew no one was pushing, so they know everyone was there. I thought he was actually going to collapse a little bit earlier and just hit that flank, but it didn't really matter because his teammates able to pick up the kills very, very quickly. Let's now go over to...
you can do it.
Let's go to the offense. Let's go to Nimble.
Yeah, it looks like Tainted Minds, they're just going to do that sort of B strat. You can see number 3, that's Nulson. He's just trying to get information for his team. What is he doing here? He's basically just telling them, hey, guys, they're going to come plant this bomb. Let's group together, and you can see that. Look at 1, 2, and 3 all together on Millennium. Marky B just making sure there's no late flankers out of A. Tainted Minds setting up now for this B bomb plant.
Nimble going to be the guy that needs to get this bomb down. Right now, just playing it slow. Tagged up by multiple nades. They fly in. No one able to cover over the top. It's 3 versus 3. Now, nice shots there from Swifty. All of a sudden, it's going to be Nulson by himself in a 1 versus 2. Nelson's got the NV4 to work with, trying to back it up. He gets cut down 2 in a row for Tainted Minds. And if I remember correctly, it was a 6-3 victory in the game 2. Tainted Minds was able to take it. So they already had their way with Millennium and Search and Destroy. Can they do it again here in the game 5?
And I don't like that play call out of Millennium. You get that first nade kill. You sort of all throw it at that bomb. You're able to get that bomb planter. It's a 4v3 situation now. Just sort of wait. You don't have to make that push. Instead, they go for it. They lose a few gunfights, and Tainted Minds wins a round.
All right, well, here we go. On board with Nulson to kick things off on offense 4 at the side of Millennium. Let's take a look at how Damage kind of plays in the back. So he sees it. Puts a couple shots in, backs up, dips back to his teammate, make sure you're not going to pick up, give that up, and now work on the retake. We talked about the fact that the defensive side has been heavily favored in this particular map. It's all about these retakes. So let's see as the bomb gets planted. PD gets it down. Now let's watch the retake from Tainted Minds.
And again, once it's bombed down, there's really only one angle for them to sort of check it. So Millennium, what they have to do is they have to go to a position to check, make sure they're not on the defuse. And look, they're already doing it, and this is what we were talking about. And it's such a great play out of Tainted Minds. All of Millennium leave that bomb site. Tatum Mine's just like, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, well, that's why I was surprised. We saw from his point of view in the back that all three were kind of hitting the underpass. I wasn't even looking at the minimap at the time, but no one died. So I was like, okay, so no one was playing it anywhere near the bomb.
Yeah.
Usually you have somebody close kind of going
crate.
vertical a little bit, just trying to dodge nades, and they pick up the entry, like the first kill there with an E-Rat or something, but nobody there. Just perfect heads-up play from Tainted Minds as they now take a 3-0 advantage here. That was spectacular stuff.
Yeah, Damage and Swifty, 4-0, 3-0. Great job out of them. Millennium, you have to win a round. You can't let this get out of hand. Even 3-0 is a large deficit, so this would be a huge defensive round win for them. Tainted Minds just taking their time. I believe his Damage calling something in.
That's why. I went to him because he was 4-0, but he's just chilling. Okay, now he's back in the action. Let's go back to him now at 4-0. All right, so
and
he's
all
350.
four of them just hitting middle.
Off the Trinity rocket. They played it slow. Now they're going to come flying in. And Marky B at least able to pick up one. Second should be zipped up. Damage now. A couple of kills. 150 off the Trinity. Very close to the overdrive as well. They sniff out the final two players. Wrap it right back.
I love that play because he's a 150 off streaks. He decides not to challenge. He has the bomb. They have the A-bomb site. Let's just plant and set up a 3v2.
And now you don't get the points towards the payload anymore, but you still do get him towards streaks. So he's going to end up, he's 50 off the Trinity rocket. You know, obviously still many advantages to planting the bomb. You get the advantage in the scenario. Pressure goes onto the defense, but you also able to get some points towards these streaks.
Yep. Swifty's able to pick up one, and that's traded very quickly. Nilsson in a 1v2. Damage, he spotted him, still does. And a huge play out of Damage. I believe that's streaks for him.
And he got 3 of those. Well, yeah, 3 of the kills because he got the opening 2, got the streak. I think worked up to his overdrive as well. Beautiful stuff. And then I was just alerted that Fnatic, I believe, won game 1. Tommy going off in that one.
Yeah, he was destroying. Chances like absolutely going off. So great job by Fnatic. I mean, Supreme's a very tough team. I'll let the other two talk about that one, but 4-0 for Tainted Minds.
I like when there's multiple matches going on. I'm trying to watch both.
Damage 7-0 so far. Nimble not having the best game, but it doesn't matter. Tainted Minds is they're up 4-0. Marky B is able to get first blood in their site, and that's what we talked about. They site very aggressive player, but those are those score streaks, and I believe Millennium. Now they know that he has these, right? So they have to switch up their play style. They can't really go to that B bomb site.
Yeah.
Because he's going to have all that information. So that A bomb site, Tainted Minds has to stack that.
Well, so I switched back to him for the sole purpose. I want to see if he picks up these streaks. Just a little bit short. Now he should be done. Oh. The Vulture's flying in, and he will be dropped. Just falls a little bit short there of his final streak. But still, 4-1 advantage for Tainted Minds. Looking very, very good thus far.
Yeah, but a great response out of Millennium. You have to get back into the game, and that's a great way to start. And again, they know he has streaks, so expect them to sort of maybe even play this B-bomb super aggressive. We'll see how they switch things up.
Well, let's watch it. Let's see how they play it. I'll keep Damage kind of queued up here, ready to hop to in case I see him stop moving, maybe calling in streaks. But this has been the story of the series, though, right? You're down, you're Millennium, you claw your way back. So now you have to do it again in the Game 5. Can that be their recipe for success in their first best-of-5 to kick off the Stage 2 qualifier? You do see it's a 3-man hit. Damage is kind of chilling right now. So is he waiting to call in or just trying to play a sneaky corner here, maybe on the flank?
Not sure.
That's where we saw him hanging out before. That's his special spot.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, everybody dropping
He's
now.
Back. He's back again.
Now Damage going to get involved in the action. 2v3.
Swifty's able to pick up one. Now it's a 1v1. Damage, and Marky B pops overdrive. He's just chasing him. Look at the confidence out of Damage. He might be able to catch Marky B off guard, and he does.
I love it. I love it. What a play from Damage. He has been a beast throughout this one.
He's
no
feeling
hesitation,
himself.
man.
He's feeling himself. He's saying, you know what, screw it. I'm going to challenge this guy.
Just flies at him there. Marky B not prepared for it at all as he gets tagged up by the K-Bar from behind. And now, one round away is Tainted Minds from starting things off very strong for the APAC region.
Yeah, great job by Tainted Minds. Damage 9-1, having an exceptional game. I don't think Millennium's able to do it, but we'll see.
I mean, you'd have to rely on, because we'll go back to Damage, he still has his streak, so you'd have to rely on him missing. I know Excite gets the kills, but still a laser coming out of him there. 4v3 advantage for Tainted Minds. They're looking to close this out. I would, if you need to, invest streaks into this and just win the game now. The bomb does get planted, so it's 3v4 post-plant play for Millennium. Knowles, they're able to actually go big. Suddenly it's 2v2. Excite by himself. How did this go wrong? Make it a 1v1. Doesn't have camo yet. Looking for PD, but tagged up from behind. Millennium win the 3v4 in their dreams. Still alive here in their first series.
And I was about to criticize the hell out of Marky B because he just pushed middle map and died, but they ended up winning the round.
I know from X-ray it sort of looked like he was going to peek and get caught, but the next thing, both kills go the way of Millennium. So they must have had somebody hit that inner L right then. It just worked out brilliantly for him. A little bit of luck maybe, but it works out well. What do you have available? So you have FTL for Swifty. No other payloads available.
Sykes getting close to camo. I believe he's running camo.
Yeah.
And again, they're just going to keep going here. But this is what we talked about, the responses out of Millennium, because they know they have streaks, so they're going to play very aggressive on this B. 2 hit the wall run, and that can be dangerous. Nimble and Excite picking up 2 kills, now a 3v2 in favor of Tainted Minds.
They just lost a 4v3. Can they close out the 3v2? It's now all on Marky B. The veteran has to clutch. Last man standing.
That was a headshot with the Trinity Rocket. Just landing on his face.
Those are rare, but when they happen.
That's a headache and a half.
yes, it is. All right, let's see if Marky can do it. I mean, if he gets a kill, he does get FTL jump, so maybe you have an ability to make a play in a situation where you normally wouldn't. Scorcher's coming in.
Just buying time.
Yeah, Marky B just hiding right now. He's been spotted. He knows he has to go. He just don't have time to dance right now. He's tagged up. This should be it. Tainted Minds. They win the game 2 6-3. They win the game 5 6-2. They clutch up, and that is 1 victory for the APAC and 1 loss for the EU region.
Yeah, in a great job out of Tainted Minds. I don't think many people really expected them to win that match. I know I didn't. I thought Millennium was going to come out hot, but Tainted Minds, something that we haven't really talked about, Australian Search and Destroy has always been in sort of Call of Duty history, something they've been very good at, so they're able to pick up both of those searches.
So this is actually a rough start for Europe because you start out 1-0 for North America and Cloud9, 1-0 for APAC with Tainted Minds, Supremacy and Millennium both falling. So as European Call of Duty fans, it has been a struggle so far here for the Stage 2 qualifier. But guys, we have a very, very quick break. We'll be coming right back with Fnatic playing against Supreme.
Welcome back to the Stage 2 qualifier here for the Call of Duty World League. Mr. X with Chance, and we have a game that's already underway. It's Fnatic against Supreme. We watched game number 1. Fnatic was able to take it. What did you see in that one, Chance?
Tommy. I saw a lot of Tommy in the kill feed. He started out like 25 and 12, and the next highest kills in the lobby was like 17. He far and away carried his team. His team did perfectly fine, but he did his job to perfection, and honestly, there's really not much more to say. One guy completely went off.
Yeah, now we're already in game number 2, so we can jump straight into game with this series. It's going to be Fnatic already up 1-0 rounds. Taking a peek over to my right, it looks like Fnatic going to jump up 2-0 in the round count. So Supreme, man, not getting off to a great start. We were talking a little bit, Chance, off camera. It's like Supreme, obviously, a lot of players that people know. You know, Llama God, Spacely, Lacefield, Mox, like really like fan favorites on Reddit. they have not had, outside of Mox, they haven't had the greatest performances individually throughout the year. This is a big tournament for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a guy like Lacefield, obviously he gets dropped from C9, and you go from a GPL team, and they just don't think you're good enough, so they replace you. You got a guy like Spacelu, who, yes, he's been around forever, but I think his placing so far for IW, he's hanging around like the top 28, top 32 area.
Not good.
Yeah, he hasn't had a chance to make any sort of impact, so obviously he's going to be looking to turn that around to get into the GPL now, but it might be tough.
Yeah, and you see it's going to be Fnatic drawing first blood. So we're on board with Lacefield. He's trying to control mid-map. Oh my god. As he's trying to control mid-map here for the side of Supreme. It'll be Tommy picking up 1 kill quickly, a 1v2. Lacefield, the only one alive. You see he's 5-2 right now, but not getting a lot of help from the rest of his teammates. Spacely 0-3, Mox 0-3. On the other side, they cannot afford to give another kill to Sunny B. If we jump on board with him, off to a 5-0 start. He's working towards more streaks.
Yeah, and again, incredibly difficult situation. Of course, that bomb's going to be down over by A. Lacefield has to pick that up and deal with 2 players. He's got 2 in front of him, and there you see the support coming in. Sunny B is actually going to be able to pick up the assist, I'm pretty sure, as well. So again, you talk about the streaks. Every little bit is going to help, and a bullet is all you need.
And speaking with Fnatic a little bit, I was over by the games. They're playing relegation over there in the back. And they were getting all set up. And I was speaking to Tommy a little bit, about, he's streaming on Facebook now. I know some changes, with Fnatic as an organization. And I was like, how do you guys feel coming into this matchup? And he's like, honestly, we feel like we don't belong in relegation. They're the only team, I believe, that's gotten relegated from the GPL that had 2 wins. Like, they had a very tough group. That this Fnatic team, you put them in any other group, they're probably contending for 2nd place, probably a solid 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting team. Again, you talk about the group that they were in. It was like 2 different ties that came down to tiebreakers, and it's one of those situations where you're a game 5 away from completely changing up your entire career so far in IW. And really, their saving grace, though, was search and destroy. So they steal that first hard point. Now they're going into their comfort zone, and you just see how well they're performing. Continuous first bloods. They're getting the bomb down. They have full control. Of course, the Llama and Lacefield are going to be able to pick up 2 to make this round interesting.
They have to get Wuskins out behind the bus, so they're able to pick up that kill. Now it's a 1v3. Spacely is defusing the bomb. Sunny B obviously does not know that, but he may just be playing for these streaks. He may not jump out and challenge. Just kind of give this round to Supreme. So you see the bomb does get defused there. Sunny B playing for those score streaks, going to sit in the back, let that happen.
Yeah, and again, fantastic break to get that 3v4 retake of the bomb site by Supreme. And this is a team that I've watched quite a bit in, they're the fan favorites, as you said. Watch them scrim, but you only scrim the respawns. And they've looked very good. They've gone against United, albeit without Gunless, and they've looked very solid. But for them to drop that first hard point to a team that I think had like a 3-7 record, again, it's going to be a difficult road. And of course, they're mixing things up, going to this B bomb site on offense to try and, come back.
Yeah, and that was a must-win round, I think, for Supreme. They don't win that round, it's going to be very difficult to come back. 4-0 in favor of Fnatic. You probably have streaks on Sunny B. It's a huge round for Supreme. You see Spacely going to get bombed down, but a Scarab picks up a 2-piece there from Sunny B. So 2 big kills from Sunny B. I imagine he's very close. Probably has a lot more of those streaks chance, as now it's going to be a 1v1. Sunny B going up against Mox. Mox has yet to find a kill in this game thus far, and he's the camo player, but see, bomb did not get planted. Sunny B is going to play this from afar. See how he decides to play this. As soon as bomb goes down, you're going to see his arrow on the minimap move up a little bit. He's playing a little bit patiently there, because a lot of times the bomb goes down, those players push straight through towards that barn side, but it's going to be Mox backing all the way up.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, but Sunny B looked a little bit delayed, and I think he might have pinged the score streak to try and get a location on Mox. And you can see he's actually going far away to the back of the map to try and hunt him down. He might get pretty good timing as well. He is going to spot that play in the back. Mox went to check the bomb. He's going to be able to get out of dodge into tunnels, though, and that might very well be the round. Mox trying to waste as much time as possible, takes the advantageous gunfight, and gets the round win over Sunny B. And he pointed out he hadn't had a kill, but his first one does pick up a round win for his team.
Yeah, you see him here just check his back a little bit to see if Sunny B was chasing. Mox able to pick up that kill. So it's 2 rounds in a row for Supreme. They know how important this map is, especially against Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely insane, and Spacely needs to get on board as well. And kind of throwback, props to Lacefield. We're only 5 rounds in. This is going to be round number 6, and he's sitting at 9-4 already, and he has that payload. And again, the payloads are incredibly important. Maven and Merc touched on a little bit. You don't get points now for planting the bomb, and you don't get them for defuse unless you're like the last one, or there's like weird glitches you can do with it. But you got to get those kills, and that's what Lacefield was able to do.
You see first blood going in favor to Supreme. They're going to be able to pick up another kill as well. Seems like Sunny B and Wuskins just trapped over here in this open area of the map. They will fall 3 straight rounds in favor of Supreme Team. So starting to come alive a little bit. And I gotta say, it's probably been really tough for Mox, with his whole situation with this team, right? I mean, they start out this Supreme roster. It's Mox, Parasite, Exotic, and Royalty. Royalty finds himself on E6. Exotic, he ends up over on Cloud9. Parasite, he finds himself on EG. Mox, left to kind of rebuild this team with a lot of spare parts.
That's actually crazy. I didn't know the full backstory on that. That's pretty nutty, the fact that everyone's just gone away. Either way, though, this is the chance to get in the GPL, kind of prove everybody wrong. And again, Mox, it's a long time coming from him. Everybody wants to see it. Now, though, the streaks are going to get called in. Lacefield instantly pops that reactive armor. He's going to be able to make it inside as well, and it is going to be a 3v3. Sunny B, though, despite the fact that Lacefield was in the building, he was weak enough that the Trinity took him down.
And now it'll be Supreme trying to hold this off in a 2v3 situation. Does not last long, though. You see Fnatic picks up 2 straight kills. They get back on the board here, winning their 4th round. It looked like Supreme Team is gaining some confidence here, but Fnatic holds serve here, able to pick up another round.
And that's pretty much what you have to do. You saw that first player was scouting location. As soon as he saw that the bomb was coming to that B site, just calls in the streaks. You don't want to have him and sit on to round number 11. You just want to close out the game as quickly as you possibly can. So again, good on him for using those. And it looks like they're leaning towards this A bomb site. And again, if they get it down, they still have that bombardment to work with.
You see Scraps get right up towards bomb. Just going to be backed off here. There is one player pushing sidewalk for the side of Supreme, and that's going to be Lamagod. He has this FTL jump. Could make a play towards that back bust with it. We've seen FTL used to just get in advantageous positions on the map where you're not able to move with ease. And you see both teams exchange a kill. One more goes in favor of Supreme Team, but it's going to be Tommy in that back bust area able to pick up one more kill. We'll see how Supreme plays this. It looks like they're going to back out a little bit here. Going to try and play this a little bit passively. So now they know where both players are on Fnatic. You see they're going to wrap all the way back around. They're probably going to give this bomb plant down and then try and retake.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that necessarily. They had the information that the bomb's down on A. They're going to give it up, and now they're going to be scouting as well. Lacefield, he's going to get caught out in a corner. Tommy gets the bomb down, gets a kill as well. That puts Llama in the 1v2. He's able to pick up one and put in the 1v1. He's already cleared out one side of the map. He's got to go towards the other, but he does not win the gunfight. That player got to top ticket a little bit quicker than he was expecting, and that's a tough round to lose if you're Supreme.
And this is such a hard gunfight. I mean, for Lamagod to try and fight, you're coming through the window. The other guy has the jump on you. Almost impossible to win that one. Wuskin able to take him out. It'll be Fnatic 1 round away from taking map number 2 here. So we actually saw Millennium fall to Tainted Minds, which was really shocking to me. Interesting enough, that is Millennium's 7th consecutive loss on LAN. If you remember, they didn't win a game during the group stages of the Global Pro League. Now they come to relegation. They lose their first one. A lot of troubles for Millennium after we've seen Europe, be so strong at the Global Pro League finals with Splice winning it. So we'll see if Fnatic can take this round. You see a bombardment, I believe, coming in there from Sunny B. Does not connect with anyone, just forces Mox out of position, though. They're able to get first blood. This is looking very good for Fnatic.
Yeah, and you saw Wuskin was actually just waiting for that kill. He sat in the train corner, didn't show himself. Mox runs straight past. So now Fnatic is in a situation where they are in complete control of the map. See, 2 players at the top have that B site locked down. The other 2 are focused over by A. And once they scout out the information of where the opposing team is, they're going to be trying to swarm in together. Of course, though, Spacely with that bomb, and Lacefield's actually going to get another pick, is working over towards the A site. He's going to have 2 players coming to challenge him on sidewalk. Doesn't recognize it in time. Not going to be able to win the gunfight as well. See, that FTL is going to get burned by Lamagod for this 2v2, but instantly just going to get shut down. Shot in the back. Fnatic had way too much map control to give that one up.
Yeah, and I believe Spacely does not finish with a kill in a game like this, with all these, stakes on the line, right? I mean, you qualify, you get into stage 2, you're good for COD champs. Obviously, you qualify for stage 2, a ton of money on the line during that as well. You need to show up in this match.
And again, Fnatic is a team that you absolutely have to beat in the hard points. Their search and destroy has been pretty good, even back in the group stage where they got knocked out. They were still on point with that. So you can't start slow, and they did. And even the search and destroy continuing to be slow, it's pretty tough. Granted, players just really need to step up.
Yeah, and you see the score from game number 1. It was 250 to 173 in favor of Fnatic. And then in game number 2, Fnatic wins the S&D 6-3. Going into Precinct Uplink, Uplink, a game mode that Europe has gotten much better in chance over the last year or so. It definitely looks like Fnatic potentially closing this one out 3-0.
Yeah, honestly, they're in a pretty good spot. Europe has been pretty good at Uplink. Pretty much we've seen the entire time. I think that's even when Millennium turned their game around. They went down 0-2, picked up the Uplink, tried to get a bit of momentum, and weren't able to close it down in the end. Supreme, obviously, they're going to be looking to do the exact same thing. Very tough road. Again, you got to go into that game 5, and they just got the hands in search and destroy. And that's with Lacefield. He dropped, what, like 13 kills for the loss?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else Lacefield can do. You know, did not have a great game out of Mox, did not have a great game out of Spacely. You need those two guys to show up here going into Uplink. The one saving grace you do have if you are Supreme is that Fnatic has not been a great slaying team. That's really kind of been their downfall. You talked a little bit about it, so strong in search and destroy. But in response, you know, you've had guys like Sunny B not show up. You know, Wuskins and Scraps have been kind of up and down. Tommy's been like the one real consistent one for them in response. I think if you get a good game out of Sunny B or Wuskins, one of those other 3 guys outside of Tommy, this is one you can definitely put away 3-0.
Yeah, I don't remember for Uplink specifically, but I think their general respawn slaying stats, I think it was Scraps that was just at the top. Sunny B was at the bottom. And then Tommy was consistent, but still like a little bit lower tier in the category, hanging around that like 0.9, 0.95, which is fine if you're doing your job. But we already saw from his first game 1 that he has completely turned that around. Maybe, obviously, it's just one map. It had a monster performance, and that is exactly what you want from him.
Yeah, Tommy played really well in map number 1, a respawn game mode for Fnatic. Guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have game number 3 between Fnatic and Supreme. Welcome back to the Call of Duty World League Stage 2 qualifiers. We have Fnatic going up against Supreme Team right now with Fnatic up 2-0 in this series. Believe we have another match starting up on the side station as well. That's going to be Red Reserve against Era. We'll be jumping into that series right after this one is done, as Fnatic has an opportunity to close out here.
And frankly, I don't even see the potential for Reserve to kind of make that comeback. I think Fnatic look way too good. You touched on it before. That was a team in the GPL. They looked pretty good. They just, unfortunate circumstances, although you can make that argument for many teams. But they're looking really strong. They had a pretty fantastic game number 1. Game number 2 was 6-3 or 6-4. Yeah. Players getting streaks. Lacefield goes off, and they still win pretty comfortably. Yeah,
Fnatic in a very good spot. I think you look at the teams that were in relegation, they come in arguably the strongest. I mean, Cloud9 makes a lot of roster moves coming into this, adding Exotic, adding Priesta, 2 superstar players. Now, they look good in their first match. They're going to be playing against Tainted Minds later in the day. I believe the winner of that match actually gets back into the Global Pro League. So it's a huge match for both of those teams. Obviously, attempting to get a second APAC team into the Pro League, and Cloud9 trying to fight their way back in.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that would be pretty insane if Tainted Minds manages to pull that off. Like, how good would you feel if you're excited? You get dropped from that Mind Freak roster when you're kind of on that guaranteed to go and play from the GPL, and you earn your way back. It would be historic, honestly, for APAC. Of course, the long way to go. That'll be a match we see later on. Right now, Fnatic going against Reserve. The question is, can Reserve make this reverse sweep happen? And again, Uplink, it would be their best position to do so.
Yeah, we'll see how Supreme comes out here in this map. Mox, Spacely, Lamagod, Lacefield, 4 veterans in the North American Call of Duty scene for a while now. Their backs against the wall against a very strong Fnatic team from Europe. And we'll jump on board with Mox here at the beginning with the NV4 in his hand, trying to control this statue area, but he gets taken out quickly, and it's 3 straight kills for Fnatic, but they cannot get drone control. Lacefield just puts it out into play there. Very nice play by Lacefield. You see where the drone gets thrown, just puts it out of reach for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, that's a you got to do what you got to do kind of scenario. So again, Lacefield might have saved his team some points there. Gunfight's going down to the other side. Tommy is going to fall, and well, that's going to be Fnatic. Once again, they're leaving one player just alive for Reserve that's got to make the plays. Lamagod's able to slow down the pace just for a moment. That drone is going to be down, though.
And you do see Sunny B with the drone in hand. He's going to throw that one out towards the left-hand side, but it's still, Supreme team. They get control of the drone. They're trying to push it forward. Fnatic picks up the kills, but Supreme doing a nice job of just keeping this drone out of harm's way.
Yeah, Fnatic looking pretty good. Again, just kind of holding it back. That's the one stat that we never really have is that drone control, but they are doing fantastic early on. Nice little bounce back. You see the kills going towards the side of Reserve. Supreme, there you go. That's what you've been trying to tell me. I understand now.
I didn't want to tell you. I was pointing at Supreme. I was like, chances looking at the other game, I was like, this is definitely not Red Reserve.
Yeah, you talk about Red Reserve just
I'm
for
a European
moment, and
expert.
they just stick with you. So.
I am a European expert, and I can tell you as a European expert that Supreme is not Red Reserve.
No, again, this is why we have you here, Mr. X. This is the power that you bring to the casting lineup. Either way, though, potential points going to get on the board. Mox is going to be leading that charge. Lamagod's trying to set up for the dunk, and you see he waited for Lacefield to get in position to get that cut for him before he pushed out, getting those 2 points on the board.
Yeah, you have Mox on streaks and Lacefield on streaks as well. You see the drone going up into this top ticket area, trying to relay this one in for a potential 2-point play. And Spacely gets body blocked there as he's trying to put in that 2. A huge play from the side of Fnatic. I believe it was Scraps originally in the goal. It's a huge play to stop that 2-point play from going through.
Yeah, and let me get your take on that, Mr. X, because this is something I've seen a lot of people talk about. The feature is if you have bodies stacked inside that portal, the drone cannot score, of course, if the body is from the opposing team. Do you like that feature? Do you think that's something that should be in? Or do you think if the drone hits that portal, it should be points no matter what?
I kind of like it. I mean, it prevents you from getting a 2-point play. Like, it's a really good defensive mechanic. Like, obviously, killing the guy would be, preferable, right, for a lot of the players. But I kind of enjoy the mechanic. I think it's something that, works pretty well. You don't see it too often. Like, it's not something where, you see it quite frequently. Like, that's a really rare occurrence. Like, I actually believe that's the first time I've been casting and I've actually caught that on camera. So you see a 2-point play go in for Supreme as they jump up by 2. But I do like the addition of that to this game.
Well, now you're going to see Scraps leading the charge for his team, has a gunfight in front of him. Well, he's going to fall to the hands of Lacefield. Lacefield completely turned his game around, at least from that game number 1. And again, this is something that happened in the earlier series when Maven and Merc was casting, was those counter scores in Uplink. That's something that Supreme was able to do just now. You saw as soon as Fnatic gets some points on the board, they counter right back. And that's what separates some of these top teams from the lower tiers. Lacefield, though, going to be able to put that 1-point shot in to get more points on the board for Supreme.
Yeah, now Mock's the only one alive here for Supreme, just trying to stay alive for a little bit, just stop any type of offensive push coming in from Fnatic. But a nice throw there by Lacefield. We've seen so many players go for that throw and just not able to connect with it. Lacefield puts another point on the board there for Supreme, making this a 2-score game, which is huge.
Yeah, Lacefield's going to have that drone once again, trying to tally up the score as much as possible. Plenty of time to work with on this first side. Minute and 15 left to go. And Lacefield right now is just biding his time for his team to come and pick up some kills. But it looks like for the moment, they're just going to be split. Lacefield does the right thing, gets the drone down so he can get the kills himself.
He's not able to pick up any, though. It's going to be Sunny B coming through that mid-cut with the E-Rad. He picks up that first intro kill. And now Scraps, the drone is down, may end up just trying to let this one reset, but his teammates actually pick it up. Tommy grabs control of it, and Scraps waiting for these players to rotate out. It's going to be 2 kills for Fnatic. They need to turn this into points. That's 3 dead for the side of Supreme.
Yeah, Scraps is going to be leading the charge as well. Has the kill in front of him. Weston's going to have that drone. Does not even attempt to get the 1-point shot off. And none other than Lacefield is going to be the guy that comes in at the tail end, picks up the 2 kills, and gets that drone as well. So he's doing it on both sides of the board.
Yeah, it's going to be Supreme getting a beautiful spawn there in the back, right by their goal. They're able to play some solid defense as you see Lacefield with the drone in hand, trying to work this up this mid-street. Does not have any teammate support, but he's going to get in a good spot to get a throw off. And if you're Fnatic, you got to play a little bit more aggressive on the defensive end. You got to know that that 1-point throw could come in from the side of Supreme. And a free 1-point play there at the end for Supreme and Lacefield. That's huge.
Yeah, and again, just 3 seconds left. There's probably not going to be enough time to get this one on the board. He's going to go for it in those final seconds, but again, the time's just going to run out. So again, we brought it up before this match started. We're going to keep bringing it up. This is the opportunity for Supreme to go and make that reverse sweep. They have to come back in this uplink, but it would be the perfect time to get some momentum in your favor.
Yeah, Fnatic wins the first 2 maps in the series, so Supreme trying to stay alive here in the uplink, up 6-2 going into halftime. A quick score update from Red Reserve versus Era right now. You have Red Reserve. They are up 140-44, absolutely dominating Era right now. We'll jump on in that match once this one is finished, as you do see Fnatic get drone control first, but they can't pick up any kills. 3 dead for Fnatic. Sunny B, the only one alive. He's going to fall as well. Let's see if Supreme can turn this even into more points.
Well, yeah, Supreme just put a lot of pressure on that left side of the map. They're not going to have the drone in hand. Going to go for the 1-point shot. That was not even remotely close. There wasn't even too much pressure. Yes, there were guys getting ready to shoot at him, but they hadn't actually done it yet. That's just a straight-up miss. And again, those just can't happen, not at this level.
And you look at how balanced the effort is from the side of Supreme. 3 players at that time were 14-3. I believe you had one at 14-14. So, these guys doing a very good job now. We saw it in the uplink, the S&D, and then we saw it in the hardpoint. All these guys didn't pull their own weight. Now everybody's showing up for Supreme. You see what a difference it makes.
Yeah, of course, though, it is going to be Fnatic on the attack, but this is a situation that we have seen time and time again. You get that drone over towards Cat, and it's so tough to break through and get that next set of kills. If Fnatic is trying, but you see they're all just going to get shut down. And once again, Supreme coming up clutch on the defensive end. And, of course, Lacefield is going to be there, but Spacely showed up and was able to pick up 2 as well. And now they're going to be able to try and counter that aggression.
You see the position that Lacefield's in. He knows there's a player here to the left, and you got to clear this player out, but you're going to get crossfired from behind this little pillar here. So he's trying to figure out which gunfight he should take first. Doesn't matter. He falls. 2 kills for Sunny B, 1 for Scraps, another for Wuskins, and this is Fnatic's probably best chance on this side this far to get points on the board. You see Wuskin, he has Scraps there with him. They're trying to push through this back alley, and the rotation doesn't really come in here for Supreme, but look at Fnatic's push. It just gets kind of stalled. It seems like Tommy and Scraps get caught on each other in the door. The easiest 3-piece of Lacefield's life comes in. Spacely comes in, picks up 1 more. That is a really poor push there from Fnatic.
Yeah, that's a situation where a lot of the North American teams, they just fly. Like, once they get that positioning, they don't stop ever. You saw right there, Wuskins, he stopped, and yes, he set up in a good position, but they didn't make it work, and another 1-point toss is going to get missed. So, frankly, Fnatic, they're been given some gifts, but they have still been struggling. Mox is in a pretty good spot as well. He is going to get sniffed out, so good communication coming in from Fnatic, but they need more aggression. They need to just fly more.
I completely agree. You see Fnatic, they've done a nice job of picking up some kills, and then they get drone, and they just kind of sit there with it. No aggression comes in from Fnatic after that, and they've not been able to put any points on the board because of that lack of aggression. Look, you see Wuskins picks up 1 here, Scraps with another. Now they're picking up the kills. This is where they need to get drone. They need to go up top here and challenge Spacely. Make Spacely make a play that prevents you from putting points on the board, and they're just going to kind of run it through the middle of the map. They do take Spacely out, but you see the drone, they have nowhere in position to make a play.
Yeah, and I mean, they're running out of time as well. It's a 2-possession game. Yes, 2 minutes is plenty of time, but they're playing so slow. They have the overdrive. They do nothing with it. They don't get any kills. There's one player left alive, and he's trying to do something with the drone. And Fnatic, again, it seems like they are struggling profusely with what to do once they finally get control. Or maybe it's just Supreme going clutch on the defensive end. Probably a little bit of both. But either way, this is pretty much guaranteed points coming in, and this is going to be Supreme looking to be in a very good position to force this game number 4.
It would be a massive comeback for Fnatic. Highly unlikely to come back in this game. Has been dominated by Supreme here in our game number 3. Scraps a nice kill there onto Llama. Maybe they turn this into points. You see, he does have that overdrive to contemplate. Do I bring it mid-street? Do I go over towards the top side of the map? It's going to be Fnatic picking up some more kills, getting in towards Supreme's base. But you see Mox and Llama God in the feed. It's going to be the side of Supreme getting drone out of harm's way. So another good defensive stand here from Supreme.
Yeah, and I mean, Supreme obviously just needs to waste time at this point. A minute left. Fnatic pretty much not going to be able to do it. And again, we even saw, again, at the end there, they had that overdrive. They were in a pretty good position to potentially get some points on the board. And he was doubling back and forth. They were trying to decide on what they wanted to do. They trying to figure out who needs to carry the drone. These aren't that instant just reaction plays that these teams are making. And again, playing slow obviously can cost you.
And Mox with camo, even if this game got close, you do have that camo to break out of your spawn or put some more points on the board, but it's not. See Llama God picking up a big 3-piece there, shuts down any type of last-second push that Fnatic could have put together. And with 30 seconds left, it looks like Supreme Team going to take map number 3 and extend their life in this series.
And the question, of course, remains is Supreme going to be able to win that hard point, and are they going to be able to force that map number 5? And, of course, even if they force it, are they going to be able to win? Again, this was the biggest struggling point for Fnatic. Their hardpoint game was their weakest in the GPL. I think they went 3-7 in total. And again, everything else they were fine. So they're obviously in a great position now. But if they even win that first hardpoint, maybe they're just a better hardpoint team. Like, we still don't really know how good Supreme really is.
Yeah, it'll be Supreme winning game number 3, 9-2 here against Fnatic. Fnatic still holds the lead in the series 2-1. I actually have a look over at the scoreboard real quick for Red Reserve versus Era. It was Red Reserve winning map number 1, 250-93. So a dominant performance from Red Reserve in their first map in relegation. But we'll jump into that series later, just giving you guys updates. It's Fnatic still up 2-1 here against Supreme Team. And we did not catch a lot of the hardpoint. We came in a little bit late. They're still finishing the previous series. Now, you watched more of it than I did. What did you see from Fnatic in that hardpoint that you liked?
Again, it really was just Tommy. It wasn't like they were out-rotating. They were pretty much 50-50 the whole time. Everyone was playing it correctly, but every single clutch kill that Tommy needed to get, he did. He was baiting his teammates, but he was doing so incredibly effectively. Any situation where the kills are trading back and forth, Tommy always got those like final 2 to clear out Supreme, and they didn't have an answer. On the flip side of the board, Lacefield, he started out really, really slow. I think he started out like 2-9, finishes around 10-19. You got a player going double negative and respawn. Someone's got to pick up the slack, and there just was not enough there for Supreme.
Yeah, you see the scores so far in this best-of-5 series. It's Fnatic. They won game number 1, 250-173. They took game number 2 as well, 6-3. Their strongest game mode, Search and Destroy. In game number 3, the one we just watched, you saw Supreme Team come back. They win that one 9-2. Going into throwback hardpoint, does that favor one team or another, just that map?
If you would ask me before this event started, I think I would have said Supreme without too much of a concern. But again, after watching that map number 1, Fnatic very well may have the edge. Again, one of their struggling points was the 2 players of Sunny B and Tommy. Tommy has looked fantastic so far today. And again, when I say struggling point, it's not even like that extreme. But you got players that are underperforming, stepping up. That's the only thing Fnatic really needed.
Well, Sunny B is a player, after their Global Pro League performance, we were like, hey, if you were going to make a roster move on this Fnatic team, maybe you kind of grab somebody like Moose. Maybe you try and make a trade with Millennium. Now, you looked, maybe Sunny B was that guy. And a lot of pressure on him kind of coming into this event to really step it up. Fnatic, they hold on to that same roster that they used in Stage 1 of the Global Pro League. No changes being made going into Stage number 2. So they felt really confident going forward with this roster. And I think that's a huge confidence builder for a player like Sunny B.
Yeah, especially if they're doing well, which so far they are, again, fighting for that spot. And then on the flip side of things, for Supreme, their hardpoint game, Lacefield, part of the reason he got dropped from C9 is he wasn't that superstar that he was in Black Ops 3. He wasn't that main slayer in the respawns. He still has been fantastic in Search. We got a glimpse of that earlier. Lacefield dropped 13 kills, I think it was, for the loss. but for Hardpoint, it wasn't there so far this year. Throwback. It's those closer range engagements. Lacefield's got to step up, and again, he had that hot hand coming from the last map. Llama God has been on point as well, but then it's basically huge question mark for him. It has not been as serious so far.
I don't know how much of Lacefield's struggles with C9 you can really pin on him. I mean, that was a team that was just in like a really weird state. I mean, they played phenomenal at Vegas. They get second. After that, I mean, they were just awful. I mean, across the board, everybody was awful on that team. I mean, it's not really kind of one guy, you know, was just really kind of carrying the team down. I feel like everybody's performance was pretty bad. It's a team that just needed changes, and he just happened to be one of the guys that got switched out on that team. So I think Lacefield still has the potential to kind of get there, like you were saying, but I feel like we've seen it a little bit more inconsistently than we did last year.
Yeah, I think the main thing for that Black Ops 3 C9 squad was Lacefield and Assault both had to go off for that team to be good. Like, they had to be superstars. They couldn't afford to have just solid performances, and that is a lot of pressure. That is a lot of pressure to perform. Of course, C9, they make the switch to try and pick up those new, like, kind of superstar players, and I think it's a good switch, honestly. But hey, maybe it can benefit Lacefield too in the end. Still a lot of Call of Duty this weekend to play.
Yeah, I also think it's a product of the game, right? I mean, last year you were able to win games, you know, even playing at a little bit of slower pace, a little bit more tactical. Like this game, you just see the win percentages, you know, just are insane when you outslay the opponent. So I think, you know, to have a team that can really just kind of dominate the other in the kills department, you need that in this game.
Yeah, and of course, Llama God, going to be one of the guys playing incredibly aggressive, is able to pick up 2 quick kills as well. And that's the benefit of the ERAD. The ERAD has actually been producing quite a bit of chatter among the pros, if I've been reading it correctly. A lot of pros think that the gun is potentially even overpowered with how quickly it can shred at those close ranges. And we did catch a glimpse of it there. Of course, Supreme getting off to a nice early start with that 15-0.
Wait, you're telling me a submachine gun should be good at close range? Look, that's craziness, Chance.
Again, I'm not saying it's overpowered. You don't see people rocking 4 ERADs every single map. The only time you see anything close to that is Frost. Again, I'm just saying that there's chatter been involved, and that the gun does have a lot of potential. We saw 2 ERADs actually coming out of Supreme early on. Lacefield was rocking one as well.
Well, this is a map I think 2 ERADs makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, a lot of these hills are close quarter engagements. I think now you put the ERAD in somebody's hands, like let's say Scump for argument's sake. I mean, you can be as accurate as the K-Bar with it and just kill faster even at range. So you see it's Supreme jumping out to an early lead. They have control of Bard as well. See some kills coming in for Fnatic, a team kill as well, but it looks like they have not been able to get close towards the hard point right now. See how split they are, but I think the ERAD is great on a map like this. I think it's great, obviously, Frost Uplink. We see a ton of ERAD use.
Yeah. Of course, and something that's kind of cool to note, when we saw those 2 players from Supreme die, had no impact on that hill, at least for the time being, because they were still able to spawn up so close to the hill, and that's where those rotations come into play. It's you can afford to die and have 0 impact on the game, and it forces Fnatic to do so much more to come and retake, and you see the struggles that they've been having. They get all the way to the hill, but then they got to deal with 4 players all over again, and it's just very difficult to pull off. So again, Supreme looking pretty good.
Yeah, and you see Mox on a 4 streak on the side of the scoreboard, making a 5 streak now, extending it to 6. Mox starting to heat up. And he's a player who, Chance, I mean, he could just dominate this series, to be quite frank. I mean, there's nobody really on either team. You know, maybe you look at Tommy, like, who can really kind of contend with him at long range with the NV4. Like, this is a series where he needs to come in and just dominate at range with that weapon, doing it thus far. And you see what it's doing for the rest of his team. Supreme is dominating Fnatic here early on Throwback Hardpoint.
Yeah, and this is a position right now the Llama God kind of lives for. Very quick, very close contestions. As you can see, he just melts scraps with it, and these are the gunfights he wants to take. You see the kills being picked up as well. That's all information that Llama God is being given, which side of that bridge that the players are on. If they're jumping to the left, jumping to the right, he's always going to know where to look as long as his teammates are on point. And you see Mox getting on another streak, the second time we've seen him do so far. 12-4. On the 3 streak as well, looking pretty good.
Well, I think Mox just able to pick up these kills at range with the NV4 makes guys like No Llama and Spacely's life so much easier, right? I mean, when these guys are fighting those close quarter engagements, they don't want to have to worry about, you know, picking up 1 kill with a K-Bar, then somebody firing down at range with it and NV4 at them. So when Mox is able to win those long-range engagements, it makes the lives of the other aggressive players much easier.
And something I spoke about back when they played that first map on Retaliation, the spawns. It was about 50-50 of who was going to get control. Again, both teams playing it well. Well, so far it's been nothing but Supreme locking it down early on. This is the third time that they've won that early rotation battle. Of course, though, you see Fnatic trying to break in. They have a lot of pressure on the back, but so does Mox. He's going to be able to get 3 kills the next time we've seen him go on a streak.
And that is where Fnatic, they needed to be aggressive. They needed to force that. I believe it's a 3v2 situation. Mox and a teammate alive here over on baseball, and they don't push it fast enough. Players, reinforcements come in for Supreme on the top side of the minimap. They get back towards the hard point, and they're able to hold it off. The last 15 seconds or so should go in favor of Fnatic. It's just Lacefield there for Supreme. He's going to try and contest. He's actually going to get in and break here. So see if Lacefield can hold on, get some help from Spacely. But man, this game has been ugly for Fnatic. 119-30. In favor of Supreme. Supreme has come alive the last 2 maps.
Yeah, and again, this is just the struggles that Fnatic has been having. Even at that uplink, it was just a slower pace than what the North Americans are going to see. And of course, Supreme, they've been scrimming all the top North American squads as well, so they're going to be able to keep that pace alive. Fnatic is obviously struggling to deal with it. I mean, all of the kills so far. Finally, Scraps is able to get on board, but they have just been going nothing but blue.
Well, a lot more teams force Supreme to scrim, right? I mean, when you're in Europe and you're the likes of Fnatic, the weeks after you're not going to really scrim against the other teams in relegation. They're taking some time off. Potentially you could play each other in the bracket. So you're waiting for teams like Epsilon, teams like Splice to be done with their road and start practicing again so you can get those good games in. So I think Fnatic obviously looked very strong the first 2 maps, but you see that Supreme now starting to come alive. Fnatic does not really have an answer.
Well, they did pretty well on this hill, you got to say. They got about 25 points off of it. And again, that's the most dominant hill that they've had, but they gave up the rotation battle as well. And last time around, this is where Supreme really let that lead kind of take off. And you see Lamagod, he just intros with 2 kills. Now you're fighting 2v3, and Lamagod's going to be coming off respawn. Fnatic, they got to get these kills first. They're not doing enough.
The 20 seconds means nothing when you're down, 142 to 56. Like, you need to play for those full 60 seconds, right? Like, you need to rotate to Barn and really lock this down. You need to get streaks. You need to really kind of put yourself in a better position going forward in the game to make the comeback. I mean, they take that little bit of time at the beginning of that center hardpoint, but they kind of give it all right back to Supreme here over on Barn.
Well, either way, though, they did have a nice break. They had to use a Scarab to kind of open up the map. And we talk about the break, and you just see how well Supreme just swarmed that hill. All 4 players pinching in at the exact same time. And that's just an instantaneous retake. That's just the pressure that they are having. Fnatic, they're trying to play it a little bit methodically, but again, it's just too slow for the pace that Supreme has been keeping. Yeah,
we talked about how good Tommy was in game 1. Double negative right now. You see it reflecting in the score. Supreme team dominating here. 170-67 and counting. They're going to get control of this bike path. Hardpoint at the beginning. And just to give you guys a quick update of that Red Reserve versus Era match, it is game number 2. Red Reserve up 1-0. Red Reserve currently up 5-1 in round counts in Search and Destroy.
And then back to this one. The only thing right now that Fnatic is doing right is contesting, but contesting isn't going to be enough when you're down by 110 points. Throwback is a map that it can actually just run out of time. Very rarely do you see a game in Hardpoint just run out of time. And so a team not scoring 250 when it comes down to that middle trains hill, but Throwback, it could definitely happen. So even contesting isn't going to be acceptable right now for Fnatic. They got to string something together, and that's a nice little early break for them, but still down by 100 points. It's not just about the scrap time. They have to win the rotation battle as well. Sunny Beast trying to make it happen. He's leading the charge for his team with that ERAD. Has the gunfight inside of bowling. He's going to be able to pick it up, and now his team's trying to follow up as well.
Yeah, now Red Reserve wins game number 2. So they win that one 6-1. I believe it was Rated, went off 9-3. He had streaks. So Red Reserve up 2-0, looking very strong. 100-point club era in the first game. Now 6-1 in game number 2. We've been saying we're going to go to that series after this one. This one looks like it's going to a game 5. That one may be done.
Yeah, and again, just to touch on Red Reserve a little bit as well, I think they made a pretty nice improvement picking up Rated and replacing Nile. Definitely one of the struggling points. And again, it comes down to that slaying power. Rated, probably one of the top slayers you could say in Europe at the moment. Again, when you say top, definitely not the best, but he's in the argument. You bring up his name, massive improvement for that roster.
Yeah, and I don't think that, going in, with that Elevate team, into Stage 1, I don't think Rated really fit in great there. I think going to Red Reserve definitely makes much more sense for both teams. I think it makes sense for Red. I think it makes sense for Elevate. I think it's a good swap on both sides. This one, a complete thrashing as Supreme up 210 to 97. And this, Fnatic, look, we talk about Game 5. No, it's going to be Search and Destroy. Looks to be their strongest game mode. But when you get beat so bad in 2 straight games, the confidence goes out the window, man. I think for a team like this, they could go tilt pretty hard.
You never know, honestly, but right now, the duo of Lamagod and Mox, they are absolutely cooking. Lamagod 32 at 18, Mox is plus 10, now make it plus 12 because he picks up 2 quick kills. He's going to be 30 and 18 as well, so that's a combined near 30 kills from these players. And again, it's just a situation where Mox, he's one of those AR players that it seems he just doesn't miss very often. He's just always kind of that laser beam type player, and that's always wonderful to have. And then you got more of your role players for this game. Spacely and Lacefield, they're doing perfectly fine. Spacely right now is 1:23 in the hill, and Lacefield, yes, he's a little bit negative, but like it doesn't matter, obviously. 230 to 105.
I mean, just look at the games from Mox and Llama. I mean, 33 and 19 for both players right now. Llama's got 1:33 and counting inside of the hardpoint. Just 2 dominant performances from these guys in the hard point. And I think, Lacefield and Spacely, if they just don't hurt you, like just don't go double negative, like you're fine. I think it's really what you're looking at for these guys. If they can hang around even, really not kind of get outslayed bad, potentially give the other team streaks, give the other team more payload abilities, then you're in a very good spot if you're Supreme. It's when those guys are going super negative, that's when you're really getting hurt.
Yeah, and of course, it's one of those things where, yes, IW, they don't really have roles, at least not like we've seen in the past, especially not with a game like Black Ops 2. But to a small margin, they're still there. So you got that slow post-up AR and Mox, and then that incredibly aggressive submachine gun player coming out of Lamagod. When you have those 2 players working together in synergy, wonderful things happen. Of course, though, 249, now make it 250. That game is going to be over. A defining stamp to put on game number 4. And again, I think this series is going to, well, if Supreme loses, that game 1 is going to haunt them forever.
Without a doubt.
And then, of course, Fnatic, their search and destroy has been good, but they're going to have to clutch up. You said maybe they're going to be on tilt. I mean, they just got battered, so they're going to have to at least try and bounce back.
Yeah, a lot like our first series with Tainted Minds and Millennium. Tainted Minds goes up 2-0. They lose 2 straight. They end up holding on, taking that series, winning it against Millennium. Right now, Fnatic, they go up 2-0. Supreme comes back and takes 2 straight games. Going into a Game 5, it's going to be crazy, man. I think Supreme, look, they have all the momentum right now in this series. Fnatic, a team we've seen that's gone on tilt before. The Twins can definitely start to get angry at each other. It can get a little highly contested between them on this Fnatic roster. So I think you're looking at Tommy really to kind of pull these guys back. Explain to them the moment they're in. They need to live in that moment in the Game 5. They need to win this series, or else you drop down into that loser bracket chance. Nobody wants to be down on the loser side here in relegation.
Yeah, there's just a ridiculous number of things at play right here. You're fighting to go to GPL. You have this match you got to look about. You're worrying about your opponents. The question for Supreme, how often have they scrimmed Search and Destroy as a team together?
True.
Relatively recently formed, and North Americans, they're kind of notorious. They don't really scrim Search and Destroy very often. Yes, they're obviously going to go over strats. It's a general game plan, and yes, this game is not very complicated, but again, just which players are going to be baiting and trading, there's a lot that goes in play. And Fnatic, they've been a team for quite a long time now. They've been through this before.
Yeah, Fnatic's strength has been Search and Destroy. We'll see if they can hold on to this series. They went up 2-0. Now they've lost 2 straight to Supreme in a game number 5 right after this quick commercial break.
Do you like driving mini case? Or like mud? I can't stand it. Because I have no idea how good or bad the driving is. But there's definitely times when I'm talking and I'm really good at switching players.
7-1 in favor of Red Reserve. We'll let you guys know if Era makes that one a game. But Red Reserve looking like right now in their first matchup here at the Stage 2 qualifiers, looks like they're going to take that one 3-0.
Yeah, in the FDL, that's been something that I think was kind of discovered in like the first week of this game, that in Uplink you can throw it, FDL right to it, instantly get it back. It's incredibly difficult to pull off, and I think that would be like the first time we've seen that in like a LAN environment. It's difficult to do in private matches, but if you can make it happen here, more power to the guy.
Yeah, Red Reserve just stunting on Era right now. Era cannot get anything going on in that series. It was a 250 to 99, I believe. In the Hardpoint, you saw the Search and Destroy ended 6-1 in favor of Red Reserve. Now I believe the score is 7-1. Still in favor of Red Reserve, so that entire series dominated by Red Reserve. Fnatic versus Supreme, though, much different story. Fnatic goes up 2-0 in this series. Supreme team, they win the next 2 games. Now we're going to a Game 5. It'll be Crusher S&D.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where predictions are just incredibly difficult. Historically speaking, I would just feel the need to give it Fnatic, the better S&D team. But again, we talk about the momentum shift. Again, this is the potential reverse sweep coming in from Supreme. That last Hardpoint game was pretty devastating. I mean, all 4 players were doing pretty well for Supreme, but then Lamagod and Mox just put in massive performances. You got those players with a hot hand, and then the most recent Search and Destroy, Lacefield dropped 13 kills. Frankly, if Spacely just manages to get like 2 kills, I think Supreme might be able to take it.
Spacely had none, so I think if he goes somewhere around like even or picks up a few of those kills, those rounds change drastically, and maybe they go in favor of Supreme. It'll be Fnatic here on offense. So you see the push coming forward. You see on the defensive end, though, Supreme's heavily favoring this B bomb site, as we see many teams do. And it looks like Fnatic, they just want to challenge this straight up. They want to be aggressive.
Yeah, and the aggression is going to be a key as well. You see Weston's going to be able to pick up the first blood. Sunny B basically just gets a collateral right there with the ERAD, and that is going to be a very quick 1 versus 3 situations. Lamagod is going to have to clutch. You see Sunny B is going to get that bomb down. And again, this is a situation where there's no like right way for Lamagod to play it. There's only wrong ways for Fnatic to throw this one away.
It's a round where Fnatic has complete control. They have bomb down. They have 3 players alive. Now they know where Lamagod is. They would have to throw this round away to lose this one. It looks like Fnatic will go up 1-0 in the round count. Lamagod trying to make something happen here, but you see just pinned down with the NV4 in his hands. He's able to get one. Maybe he gets out, just kind of plays his life here. Maybe plays towards more streaks, tries to catch players coming forward. It looks like Lamagod going to back all the way out and not challenge this.
Yeah, and that's fine. Fnatic played it obviously fine as well. They're going to get that round win. They didn't fly out. They didn't do any sort of crazy challenges. Lamagod's actually going to sacrifice himself to avoid that bomb going off for that plus 125 coming up on screen. But again, that is where aggression is key towards that B bomb site. It was a 4 versus 3 because there was still Lamagod that was watching mid-map. So you have a player that's not quite in position, and if you can flood out the bomb site, win the gunfights, you'll be in great shape. And obviously, Fnatic going on board with round number 1. It does look like, though, on offense, Mox is going to be that bomb carry, lagging a bit behind his teammates, but they're going to be going to be as well. Players already pushed up over towards this crates area, though. Wuskin, he's in an interesting spot. You see the tax coming in. Players are going to be challenging him as well, and he is not going to be able to read that well enough. He is going to fall to that first blood. It's going to be a 2v2 now with Scraps picks up a kill.
And I feel like this is a huge map for Fnatic in terms of their life through the rest of this relegation tournament. As you see, they win round number 2. They lose this. I think this is a team that would be kind of hard, mentally to come back from this. Just kind of give up this 2-0 lead to Supreme, but they win the first 2 rounds. The series between Red Reserve and Era is over. Red Reserve has won that one 3-0. The final score on the uplink is 9-4. So Red Reserve will move on past round number 1 into round number 2. Not exactly sure who they play. They actually probably play the winner of this game, to be quite honest, because I believe Tainted Minds is already playing Cloud9, so they probably play the winner of this game. So Red Reserve will play the winner of this match. So we see Fnatic up 2-0 right now. Can they set up a match with their European brethren to get back into the Global Pro League?
Well, you see Fnatic playing this one a lot slower, and they actually might be able to bait out their opponent. You see Supreme, they're going for that rotation over towards A. Now Sunny B, he's got that bomb. He could just move up and get this bomb plant. There's only 1 player left alive, although it doesn't look like they took full enough advantage. You see all those players for Supreme are going to be wrapping back. So going to be closer to what we had in that first round, albeit just 30 seconds after the fact.
But Fnatic not giving themselves a lot of time here, Chance. 44 seconds on the clock. They get first blood. Now they need to go, but you see 2 quick kills being picked up by Supreme, and now Fnatic not in a great spot to get bombed down. They can't rotate this one out. They don't have enough players to look over safely, and now they leave Wuskin It's the only man alive. This is a round where Fnatic draws first blood. They could have been able to close this one out with ease, but some kills coming on the backside by Supreme. They're able to get on the board.
Yeah, and again, good bounce back round for Supreme. It's a situation where every single time Fnatic has played aggressive, they've seen success, and that's including the respawns. Anytime they try and slow it down, things just do not go their way. So Supreme, once they have that aggression, they're going to be in a great spot. Still, though, down 2 rounds to 1. They got to put something together on offense as well. Last time they went over towards B and kind of got picked apart. Going to see if they can make something happen here. And you can actually see the way that Fnatic is treating this as well. They're sending 2 players mid-map, 2 players over to A. So that B bomb site is completely wide out in the open. Supreme just has to be able to try and take advantage of that. And it looks like they're going to be trying to do so, playing a little bit slow. You see Spacely is going to be hanging back and watching the flank. Lamagod, though, is going to be able to get that bomb down for free.
And what I don't understand from the Fnatic side is you bring up a great point. You see a Scarab comes in, just weakens Lamagod and a teammate there. Is that you know your strength is playing aggressive, right? You know, your biggest strength is not kind of your strategy and your mental game. Like, you have great strategies, of course, but you know, you're not really a team that's like slow and methodical. You're a team that's very good at just forcing the engagements and trading them out effectively. Like, why not play to the playstyle that works for you so well? And you see there another slow round from Fnatic, and it's Supreme able to take it.
God, and they had all the parts there as well. Because, like, yes, they were playing slow, and yes, that can hurt them. But they still get that first blood. They still trade out the kills efficiently. So they had that good opening, and then it just fell apart. It's like they kind of got lost in the chaos or something. But Mox, obviously, is able to stay alive long enough for his teammate to go and pick up a kill, and then he's able to get another too. So, again, very good clutch. Fnatic probably doesn't want to give up that bomb plant anymore if that's going to be the struggles that they're having. But when you talk about mixing up the strats, this time they're going straight to A. For the moment, there's no one for Supreme in the bomb site to stop this. And again, it's all about recognition of when your opponent is going to be positioning themselves aggressively or passively. And it looks like Sunny B knows, and he's going to get this bomb down.
Yeah, look, be aggressive. You clear out the A site. You get bombed down. You have complete control. Very difficult to break in here. Sunny B in a great spot with the E-Red in his hands. Just needs to pick up 1 kill towards this doorway. Probably has a teammate there to trade out the second one. And this is a round Fnatic should be able to hold on and take, but there's one player. It's going to be player number 4 you see on your minimap. So far out in the back, it's going to be Tommy. As soon as he sees action go down to the inside, he's going to push in. And I got a little bit worried there, Chance, because if Supreme's able to pick up 1 kill, Tommy is in no position to get back and help. But it doesn't matter. Fnatic is the aggressor in that round. They wipe the board with Supreme and get their 3rd round win on the board.
Yeah, and quite a few things I did like from that situation. You saw the bait and switch right there between Sunny B and Scraps. Pretty much done to perfection. You get a shots in a player with an E-Rad. You duck away behind cover. Your teammate comes sliding out. He's perfectly healthy. Easy gunfight for him to win. And more importantly, and this is just to the game in general, no snaking. He sat on that bump site, and yes, he was crouching up and down, but he wasn't snaking it. We're very happy that that got mostly removed from the game so far, and it does kind of completely switch up how certain teams have to play specific situations. That was obviously one of them, trying to head glitch that A bomb site. Of course, though, moving on round to round, Supreme is going to be back on the attack. They were leaning towards this A bomb site, although you can see they're only looking for picks. That bomb is way back towards the back of the map. Lacefield actually having that laser sight. Kills are going to get traded on. You got a 3v3.
Now with a minute to go, looks like Supreme trying to decide whether they're going to push that one straight through, which they did. It's going to be kills going in favor of Fnatic, though. Sunny B coming out, picking up 2 kills at the end. A round that got really fast and frenetic. Fnatic able to come out on top.
And you see the FTL gets burned as well. Yes, FTL isn't quite one of those devastating payloads that kind of guarantees the round win like reactive or camo can very well do, but still, it's nice information to have. That player's probably not going to be able to earn that by the end of the game unless it goes to that round 11. So, again, they burn the payload, they get the round win. Good stuff coming out from Fnatic, now back in the attack.
Yeah, and Sunny B earned streaks in our game number 2. He was fantastic in that. S&D trying to do a repeat performance here. In game number 5, the Centurion gets put down to watch the back, so they'll get that ping if players come all the way on the flank, and then Fnatic going to be aggressive and get the bomb down.
And look at how perfect the Centurion is. You got 3 players trying to come on the flank, and they're going to have to deal with that and give away their position. So Fnatic, they have information. They know at least 1 player, if not more, are going to be back there, and you see Sunny B recognize it. He's going to nail Lamagod with the grenade, and that's going to be your first blood with bomb down. Fnatic looking very good to go at 5-2.
That Centurion is still alive. You know, Supreme has not dealt with it. They're finally able to get rid of Sunny B. He does earn Trinity Rockets during the round, so that is huge going forward. It's going to be 1 player alive for Fnatic. It'll be Scraps falling, so it is a round that Supreme is able to win, which is pretty big. I do not know how they ended up coming out on top in that one. It's around that Fnatic. You know, they had everything going for them. They had First Blood. They had the Centurion down, just not able to win the fights.
Yeah, that's just gunfights. You have to win them. Like I do not understand how Fnatic is able to throw these rounds away, because frankly, they probably should have won this game already for the rounds that they've been able to get. Consistent First Bloods. They just haven't been able to close out, well, pretty much the 3 rounds that Supreme was able to win. So keeping things interesting. Yes, Fnatic does still have that advantage, because again, towards the beginning of rounds, everything has been going their way. Well, and that's apparently what they absolutely need to have to continue their well, S&D prowess.
We'll see when Fnatic decides to use this Trinity Rocket. Now, they could use it on the offense, obviously, to open up, say, bomb site, or I think, obviously, on the defensive end. You know, it forces the side of Supreme. You know, if they're going to push that outside, they got to go quick. And see, First Blood going in favor of Fnatic. It's quickly traded out, though, and just like that, it's Lacefield, the only one alive for Supreme. So this time, Fnatic pushes straight through the A site. The B site, they're actually able to win a few fights. And now, Lacefield, no 1v3. Fnatic knows bomb is down, not in a good spot.
Yeah, Weskin is literally sitting on top of that bomb right now. Lacefield's got to go through him and 2 more players. And you can see right now, both those players at crates, they're watching every angle. Weskin gets that information, stays alive. Lacefield has to get some picks on board. And, well, they're just in too good of a position to kind of give that away. So another pretty convincing round win probably going to come in from Fnatic. As long as they don't find a new way to get rid of it, that's not going to be the case. Weskin's able to close that one down. Now just 1 round away from getting their first series win on board. Yeah,
and Weskin obviously picking up that kill, gets a little bit closer towards that reactive armor, but Fnatic 1 round away from securing this first series here against Supreme. Supreme has battled all the way back from being down 2-0 in this series to get to a Game 5. But Fnatic, their S&D has been so strong throughout all of Stage 1 into the Stage 2 qualifying tournament right now. Be hard-pressed to believe Supreme makes a comeback, especially with these streaks on Sunny B.
Yeah, Weskin right now is an assist away from reactive armor. You still have that Trinity Rocket in his back pocket, and if there's anybody over towards that back rocket B, as soon as that Trinity Rocket gets called in, they have to go indoors. They have to fly, and it's just about when they decide to use it. You see Tommy right now is going to be trying to get that bomb down, and if he gets it for free, those streaks might very well be huge, and the pressure does not even come immediately. Well, as soon as they do, there you go. You hear the Trinity Rocket gets called in. The active camo gets burned. Doesn't matter, the Trinity picks up the kill, but they just fed Tommy 2 kills, and that's going to put Spacely in this 1 versus 2. It's a doable situation as a player to his right doesn't even check, and he's just going to get destroyed, sandwiched in between 2 players, and that is Fnatic. Again, they're search and destroy dominance. If you want to beat this team, you got to make sure that you do not drop a hard point, or they will punish you for it.
Yeah, the Trinity Rocket comes down. It's 2 quick kills for Tommy. He earns the active camo, pops it right away. They get another one, and Fnatic is able to close out that series 3-2 there against Supreme. Supreme will drop down into the loser side of the bracket now. It's win 2, you get it. So they still have a chance to make this in to Stage 2 of the Global Pro League. But Fnatic, they hold on in this Game 5. Not an easy series chance.
Yeah, I mean, again, that map 1 literally did decide this entire series. Again, you have to beat Fnatic. They were 3-7 back in the GPL in the hardpoints, and they still had some success. They're decent at Uplink. Obviously, they got destroyed by Supreme earlier on, but their search and destroy has carried them. Search and destroy wins championships, and that's obviously what Fnatic is going to be going for. So Supreme going to have to try and bounce back.
Yeah, looking forward for Fnatic. I mean, you're going to have to win respawn game modes. You get one in this series, but your S&D is so strong. You got to feel confident if you're Fnatic. If you can win, either game 1, 3, or 4, you have a very good chance to win these series in a Game 5 scenario. So Fnatic, they will move on from Supreme Team Champs. What do you need to see from them going forward for them to make it into the Global Pro League?
More complete performances as a team. We saw a glimpse of that in that hardpoint throwback where all 4 players are on point, and then 2 players, it was Mox and Lamagod, really were shining. But, I mean, that first S&D, you had a player dropping a donut. It absolutely cannot happen. We've seen it like before.
Yeah.
There's once in a blue moon, your team drops a donut, you have a player, and you still manage to win, but very rarely. So, I mean, Lacefield, 13 kills. That's not going to be enough. And again, that first hardpoint, Lacefield was the one that started slow. He started out 2-9, and that's where they fall short. If all 4 players are on the same page, that team is going to be just fine. But again, it's difficult to do on land.
Yeah, Supreme has a long road ahead of them to make it into the Global Pro League for Stage 2. Fnatic, they will play Red Reserve, but coming up next, right here on the stream, it'll be Cloud9 against Tainted Minds. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Stage 2 qualifier coverage here at the CWL Anaheim Open. All those big matches kick off tomorrow. Here, though, we've got ourselves quite the series, and I'm very happy to be joined by none other than TP. And Tyler, you're casting eggs in this one for his chance to qualify for Stage 2.
Watching my boy Patty P. Can he make it back into Stage 2? A bit of a roster change going on with these Cloud9 guys, and they're looking a lot better, so look to them to qualify here.
Well, here we go. Take a look at the maps for the series. Breakout Hardpoint will be the first game we see, followed by Retaliation S&D. Throwback in Game 3 for Uplink. Scorch if we do make it to that Game 4 for Hardpoint. And then finally, Throwback Search and Destroy. The big thing we've seen so far in some of these qualifier matches, TP, is the Game 2 S&D winner and the Game 5 S&D winner have been key. That obviously happened for Fnatic. It happened earlier for Tainted Minds as well. What can these teams do, though? Cloud9, very easy first series. They sweep. On the other side of things, though, Tainted Minds go all 5 games as they get ready for the second match.
Yeah, some crazy stuff going on in these early matches. Almost reverse sweeps being able to pull off by these guys, and that's got to be stressful, especially in these qualifiers. This is life-changing situations, life-changing matches for these guys, making it into Stage 2 group play.
Yes.
So many things on the line. Champs. These guys are playing for everything right now.
Yeah, a lot of pool play action. Total prize pool for all the pool plays they qualify for if they win this next series is at $2.4 million across the next couple of months. Arguably one of the most important matches that some of these players have ever played in their career for what it means for qualifying for these next tournaments. Either way, the silver lining here for the losing team is this is the winner's bracket side of this double elimination relegation tournament. So don't worry if Cloud9 or Tainted Minds lose here. They still have another chance to qualify up next. But Teep, we're going into this best of 5. I want to hear your predictions. Who's taking this one?
I have to give it to my boy Patty P and Cloud9. They looked very strong in that first series. I don't think Supremacy was really one of the toughest opponents you're going to face in this bracket in general.
Yeah.
However, I think they're going to outclass them on these respawns. It feels like Exotic and Priest have really brought that change that has been needed for so long with Cloud9 in Infinite Warfare. Well, I guess besides Vegas.
Yeah, right. I'm happy you brought that up. I want to talk a little bit more about that. This is the first time they're debuting at a major LAN event. I had a chance to speak to Aches prior to this series. He said, Jack, I'm really happy we're playing this on Thursday because before they even get to the major tournament, the $200,000 weekend here, they're getting some time in together on LAN. I mean, that's got to be a great feeling for them.
Speaking from the player perspective, getting all the LAN practice possible is so important. Take these games and use it as fuel to sort of figure out what you need to change going on into the actual tournament. But you got to win here. This is the winner bracket. It is double elimination. As we get on board with this hard point, Tainted Minds was able to close out that Game 5 series versus Millennium, but almost let it get away from them. They can't do the same versus Cloud9. They will stomp you out pretty quickly.
Absolutely. So let's follow this Cloud9 team, this newly formed roster off the break. Losing some gunfights and some key engagements here for the first middle map control, but either way, this Tainted Minds squad, TP, is a team that I think a lot of people might be sleeping on, especially with Excite on this lineup. Not only is he a handsome guy because he looks a lot like me, but he's also quite the talented Call of Duty player. A lot of people were surprised when he actually got dropped from that Mind Freak team. They thought for sure it would maybe be Buzzo getting replaced, but no. Excite's got a fire lit under him. He's back in North America now for, I believe, the second time in his career. He wants to prove that not only did Mind Freak make the wrong decision, but there's still more APAC talent to be discovered down in that region.
Yeah, sometimes getting dropped when I don't think it was necessarily fair from his perspective. He played really well on that lineup. I don't think he was really the reason that they were having many struggles, right? So you get dropped, you get put on this situation now where you have to fight your way back in. You want to take, advantage and get back so you can play against Mind Freak again, the team that kind of did you wrong, and get him back.
Well, look at this already. His teammate Nimble currently on a 6 streak. It's the boys of Tainted Minds up 50-0 as Cloud9 are getting destroyed. We talked about those new pickups. Exotic was one of them. The man's 0-6, fully streaked now is Nimble. Beautiful start for him and the boys of Tainted Minds.
But Priest lights up the scoreboard with a 3-piece of his own and gets the 4th. So the ace to get the spawns to lock down this last 15 to 20 seconds or so of scrap. So a quality play from Priest to get his team back in this one. He is 7-3 on this 4 streak. Needs to play for these streaks, though. Needs to bait his teammates.
Look at this pressure from Excite. He's going towards his hard point. He's going to get that kill and actually immediately fall right back. Unfortunately, though, because he's not there, Aches gets a 2-piece. Now in control of Dozer. Nice job by Excite, though, to at least clean that on up. That could have gotten dicey quite quick there for Tainted Minds.
Exotic, 0-7. Bit of James Bond action early in this breakout hard point. And now Tainted Minds has initial control. The pinch is coming in, but Damage is able to pick that up with that NV4. Cloud9 in a very tough situation. Now they're spawning so far back at that helipad side, and you got to expect at least 25 seconds of this time before Contesties even comes in. The split spawns are coming in now. Tainted Minds has the spawns for next Hardpoint too. They should be able to hold and get spawns.
Excite was doing what he could, but unfortunately, the boys of Tainted Minds, they try to push for back helipad. Questionable, especially with still 35 seconds remaining. They want these spawns for new, yes, but they do wind up getting pinched, so they will give up what arguably could have been a full 60 if they just held those positions. But they will play for the new hill. Thing to keep in mind, Nimble, 4.0 KD so far, fully streaked out. We'll see how those come into play a little bit later on.
Exotic, my man's got to get a kill. Donut and respawns aren't the best things.
I have not even noticed that.
Yeah, we might need to switch on board with him to see what's not going right. Not to pick up a kill in this far. We're on the, third hill,
fourth hill of the first rotation.
Hill, yeah. You got to pick up a kill at this point, but streaks are coming in. Gets bombed out. The guy just can't get any luck in his favor. Now the Trinity Rocket comes in from Nimble. He picks up a double. Assault last one alive. He's cleaned up, so the spawns are going to be out so far away. This score is getting out of hand for the Cloud9 boys. Only 33 for him.
And this is big, too, because not only has Exotic not gotten a kill, but that shows he hasn't even gone for a trade. He hasn't had an opportunity to even just shoot at someone that's not shooting at him. Maybe some questionable kind of call-outs coming in from Cloud9, and there's an assist, still with nothing. He's begging his team to let him get one. There it is!
He did it!
Exotic, it took you 4 hills, my friend, but you're on the board. Thankfully for Cloud9, they will get arguably the scrap time. No, now dead. It's Damage coming on through. He'll clean up Assault. There's a second on the Eggs, Tainted Minds. Everyone getting the job done, getting the kills when they need to.
Well, my prediction not looking too good for for this first respawn. 126-38 after this first rotation. Excite 15-4 with streaks. Nimble had streaks already, 16-7 for him. The rest of the team just needs to hang out, go even, get in the hill, pick up that time when all those kills are going in their favor. 32-11. What is going on?
TP, think how much does this mean for these Tainted Mind boys? I mean, a lot of them. And the APAC scene, for many players, as Excite even mentioned, back when he joined Mindfreak, that was his dream. That is the organization to try to join for a lot of APAC players.
Right.
Tainted Minds right there now as well with what they've been doing in Call of Duty. Excite and crew, they want people to recognize how good the talent is from APAC. These guys grind just as much, just because the spotlight's not on them at all times. They have the talent they need to compete with the best, and right now they're doing just that. The question, though, is how consistent can they be? We know they can shoot, yes, but a lot of times when things start to kind of fall out of their play, things begin to get out of hand quite quickly. Thankfully, though, they have a full 2-minute lead they've built up. They've just got to secure it from here and win this game one.
Yeah, basically just need to try and cruise, but Cloud9 not going down without a fight. They have initial control. Assault gets that gunfight towards the back, so he retains those spawns for his team. So this is exactly what you need to do if you're going to fight your way back. You need to get all of this time, though. Tainted Minds has done such a good job of contesting a lot of this time that I feel like Cloud9 should really have taken. But regardless, the pressure is so strong. Nimble comes in, gets the first blood, but seems like Cloud9's holding strong, but they can't find anyone right now.
Yeah, and it's Exotic getting on the board now. We mentioned the 0-11 start from him, now 5-14. The big thing you pick up on there, Cloud9 left Exotic by himself to watch that outer wall run. There was almost a misplay there from C9 because the lower wall run was hit by Nimble. Thankfully, Exotic did clean him up before more damage could be done and more pressure on that back spawn could be had from the side of Tainted Minds. Still a 100-second game, and TP, when we mentioned these streaks, look at what Excite has. Not only is he fully streaked out, he's got the camo as well for a break if needed. They're on the early rotation here. This right here could be where Tainted Minds shut the door on Cloud9.
Most definitely. Even if Cloud9 somehow breaks this setup and gets control, well, Excite not wasting any time with it. Pops out the Trinity Rocket just to stave off the push from the side of Cloud9. He finds that one player at Spiral. Does he go for the kill? No, he's going into Medbay. Doesn't pick up the kill. Bit of a questionable decision in my opinion, but has the camo in the back pocket as well. Picks up two, almost the third, but Priesta gets in to contest a bit. Damage there to trade.
And Damage is now there. He's just got to buy time, though, for his teammates to come off spawn. He's doing what he can to hold down this cave area. Cloud9 recognize the time is ticking. 204-88. Tainted Minds getting closer and closer to that ever-important 250 score line. One team kill does come in from Assault, but the rest of the kills do come in favor, and I do believe we're going to have to potentially get a reset here. We'll come back to us in a moment. That might just be on our end. We'll hear exactly from League Ops where we stand. But either way, it was Tainted Minds looking quite good throughout that game one.
dominant. Maybe Patty P got a little bit angry and wanted a bit of a redo on that first game. I'm just kidding. Nothing like that's happening here. But Tainted Minds coming out very, very strong. I wasn't really expecting it. Excite and Nimble. Just speaking on Nimble a little bit, he really impressed me throughout Black Ops 3. We talked a lot about him in that APAC region in their own league last year in the CWL. He was, at least, top 2, top 3 players in that region in terms of KD, just stats output overall for the year. So the fact that he's doing it here, we haven't really seen it in Infinite Warfare. This is the best time to do it.
Yeah, and he was on that Orbit team that made a lot of kind of waves, as you mentioned, made a name for himself throughout that year. I just got confirmed from our director that was just on our end here, that the players are still in game. They're still playing like normal. So we'll bring you the results of that one when we can. We'll figure out exactly where we'll go from here. Either way, though, if you're just tuning in, Tainted Minds did have that big lead. I'll be sure to give you score updates when I get them from backstage. Either way, though, thankfully, just on our end, not an actual full reset, because I know Tainted Minds, they don't want to let that one go by.
Not at all.
Not at all. So this is still a best of 5. So we know that map 1 was that breakout. Game 2, Retaliation, Search and Destroy. When you look at this Cloud9 team, let's assume they're going into this one down 0-1. For everything we've seen so far, that Game 2 S&D, absolutely massive in this best of 5 series, especially in the relegation so far. For you, with Cloud9, how are you feeling for them on that map?
Honestly, talking about this Cloud9 lineup, well, the old roster, S&D, was really one of their strong suits. I think some of these roster changes came in. Exotic was one of the best S&D players that we saw at Dallas, the Open. So hopefully he can come in and help them. One of the weird things that was happening with these guys is Ricky, the previous player on this team, was one of the strongest, veterans of Search and Destroy, but he wasn't really putting up the numbers we're used to seeing from him. Maybe it was just the slow style that wasn't really working out for them. So this roster change was really made for speed, and I feel like on certain maps where you need to get map control, like Retaliation over towards that B bomb site, that speed is going to pay off for them. So I will give them the advantage. But my prediction for map number 1, they may be making a comeback right now, but I really don't think so.
Well, I will go ahead and say for now, before we get into that Game 2, we are going to go to a quick break, get this little tech issue figured out, and we'll be right back to bring you more coverage of the Stage 2 qualifiers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continued coverage of the CWL Stage 2 qualification double elimination tournament here from the CWL Anaheim Open venue. It's already well underway. We are in our winner's bracket qualification match. It's simple. Winner of this one qualifies. They're done playing for the day because we're not playing this whole bracket out. They just qualify, simple as that. The loser of this series does have to fight for their life in that loser's bracket. And there you see the update, TP. We did drop out. Thankfully, it was just on our end. Tainted Minds did go on to close out that breakout. Hardpoint 250 to 123, and that was far from the prediction you expected in Game 1.
Man, Excite and Nimble are apparently the duo coming in, just wreaking havoc on this bracket overall. Again, 2 wins, you're in. Tainted Minds starting out strong in this series where you have to kind of favor Cloud9 with the sort of veteran leadership from Pat on that roster. But overall, man, it seems like Tainted Minds is here to fight. They were able to close out that close Map 5 series versus Millennium. I didn't know what to really think of Tainted Minds going up against them in that matchup. They're able to close that one out. They have some momentum now.
Well, we are 2 maps away potentially from a world where we have 2 8-pack teams in CWL Stage 2, which would be awesome to see. Obviously, our kind of smaller region and representation showing up big time so far, but they're not done yet. They've still got to clutch on up against some of North America's stronger players, especially some up-and-coming talent with Priesta as well as Exotic on this lineup. Game 2 will be Retaliation, Search and Destroy. TP, before the break, you mentioned how you favor Cloud9 here again. What is the key area of this map, though, in your opinion, for Tainted Minds if they want to see some success in this game 2?
I think overall, teams need to play their defenses more appropriately, especially with the spawn change. We've talked about it a lot, especially throughout Stage 1, of how teams need to play defense. You need to get that middle map plat control. If you have plat, you can take away that easy lane over towards that B bomb site and force that offensive team to really slow down and play a methodical style over towards A, over towards that sort of bridge bike shop area. So basically, defense needs to slow them down.
Well, we know some big changes have come in with the most recent patch here. The objective carrier will no longer get that payload meter kind of accelerated when they plant that objective. So some big changes there. Watch, like Priesta, for example, he's running that reactive armor. In past games, you would only have the camo player grabbing that bomb and going for the plant. Here, though, completely different. You can change up your playstyle quite drastically, and look at this for Cloud9. This is a best-case scenario for them. They get a quick plant. They're going to go ahead and push through this cathedral side. I wonder if Tainted Minds will have any clue.
Pretty much the dream on an offensive round, and now you can get control of his back cathedral side. Only 35 seconds now on the retake attempt from Tainted Minds, and Excite trying to get this gunfight, but a tough situation. Damage able to get those trades over, though. Cloud9 trading back and forth. Now a quick 1 versus 2 situation now for Swift.
And he knows exactly where the first player is. Unfortunately, 20 seconds left, and yeah, you should see Priesta just hightail it on out of there. 17 seconds remaining. Swifty has no idea where he's at. Might spot him at bridge. Not going to happen. Cloud9 will take round number 1 as it's Priesta who not only plants a bomb, but finishes up the final kill.
Very good stuff. But again, that payload meter is such a huge change. Something I wanted to talk about a little bit earlier on is you can kind of go back to that style where you have your quote-unquote bomb planner for the team. Some players are better at putting themselves in those first blood scenarios to get over towards that bomb site instead of just giving it to whatever your camo player, your reactive armor player. Now a bit more strategy going to be coming into play of who's carrying the bomb. Will teams start to switch it up so it's not so obvious which player the bomb planner is?
Before, it was basically like a tug of war, right? You have your guy who's great at playing with the bomb and knowing when it's time to plant, and then you have your guy who might be best with camo. That always didn't line up for teams. Thankfully, one thing that's lining up is Priesta's shots down onto Tainted Minds as he snaps on a Nimble for the quick 2-piece. Already a 1v4. Damage all by himself. Obviously, he's on offense, so he still has to plant this objective too as this round goes on, or find all 4 kills, and that is a tall order when facing Cloud9. They're all quite close to each other on the map. Exotic, the furthest away from teammates. He'll get punished there, down to a 1v3.
Yeah, very tough situation now for Damage. Able to pick up 1, though. A nice kill. This needs to try and pick up as much as possible. 2-1 to start this game, but he needs to try and pick up this round. Cloud9 has the obvious advantage, just spotting him out. He has the bomb to worry about as well. I just really don't think there's any chance for him. 35 seconds left. Just can't seem to fight a gunfight and might just, yeah, he's going to end it here.
He'll jump on off the map. Doesn't want to give up again that payload to the opposing team, so Cloud9 get the start they need after getting destroyed. Double the score Tainted Minds did in map number 1 in Hardpoint. If you're just tuning in, remember, the CWL Anaheim Open, the $200,000 tournament, does start tomorrow. For now, though, we are covering the Stage 2 qualifiers. The winner of this match will be in pool play up against some of the best teams in the world when that kicks off tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Cloud9 this time won't get a free plant. They'll get challenged right near this lower street site, and it's Excite with first blood.
Priesta follows up with a kill of his own with that Erad playing so darn aggressive. And speaking on Priesta a bit, when this roster change went down, it seems like Priesta is sort of like the Lacefield from last year. Talking about Black Ops 3, Lacefield is picking up so many kills, so much aggression from whatever team he was on, and now it seems like where Lacefield sort of left off, they made this roster change, and Priesta is now that crazy fast maniac SMG player for him.
And also, he's apparently the bomb planner too, so a lot of faith in him to be able to play that objective, know when it's time to lay it down. While it no longer gives payload meter, it does still give score streak points, so he's 25 off that Trinity. 1 kill could get him those scorches as well, so it's going to be a 2v3, Cloud9 with the number disadvantage. Oh my gosh.
Melting. 25 away now from that bombardment as well, getting close to that reactive armor. Excite now trying to clutch up for his squad. He has to defuse this bomb, though. Only 10 seconds left. There's really no chance for him. Turns at just the wrong moment. Priesta just shredding with that E-Rad, picking up those kills so quick, and that's going to earn him the bombardment, too. This should be really a walk in the park for Cloud9 for the rest of this map.
Priesta should be done picking up the bomb for the next few rounds while he's got these streaks. Next round, what you do is you have Priesta play your back flank on offense. He just sits back there, stays alive. The rest of Cloud9 rush towards A. They go for a quick plant while they hover down that Trinity rocket. We'll see if that's what they do. For now, they are on defense. And I think on this side, you really only call the streaks in if it's absolutely necessary. As Tated Minds, no, he's got full streaks, and they're going to try to play for this mid-hotel control.
Yep, and I love the play from Cloud9 here. You have those streaks to work with. You give up that bridge site. You know that the other team's not going to be...
Go for it, please.
Yeah, please.
Be our guest.
We'll just bomb you out. Exotic able to pick up a trade.
Oh.
Swifty not able to pick up the trade on the player on the balcony. He gets away. Assault picks up one, and now 1 versus 2 situation for Assault. Some nice shots going down, but doesn't pick up that player. This is winnable for Assault. It's going to be tough, though.
Assault runs right to
Oh, that's a nade.
A grenade goes ahead and eats that one. 3-1 now will be the round count. That's a huge round for Tated Minds. Thankfully for Cloud9, though, you still think of where they currently stand. Wow, the nade literally chased him down that hallway. They still have those streaks to use. So, as I mentioned, for everybody at home, let's keep track. Priesta's got those streaks. He should not pick up bomb this time around. They should go ahead, have him play towards this back bridge, call in the Trinity rocket as they hover it over A. Yes, so that's exactly what will happen. A bomb will be picked up. Does Exotic sprint right towards this A site? Tated Minds know this. This is such a smart play.
Yeah.
The way you win this round, go 4v4 gunfights right at him. Cloud9 are expecting this, though. They slow down the pressure for the moment.
didn't see him.
He didn't see him.
He didn't see him.
Didn't spot this
Oh,
player.
no.
Again, Tated Minds with the complete perfect counter in that round 5, TP.
Oh, man, and that's one of the things that can happen when you earn those streaks. You start to play a slower style, not what you were doing to win those rounds initially, right?
Yeah.
You slow it down, and then it forces the other team to play fast, so they kind of switch what they were doing in those initial rounds. Tated Minds playing that aggression perfectly. Don't let the round get far enough in where you get bombed out.
TP, it shows how kind of obvious of a strategy it is on retaliation when, you know, I am quite the S&D player, but when I can call it that openly, that was obvious that was what was going to happen.
Very smart.
Great shot call by this Tated Minds lineup.
Very, very smart. And now, on this offensive side, it seems like Cloud9 playing very, very slow again. They haven't burned any of these streaks yet, which is nice, but they lost a couple of rounds. Some scouting going out towards this B site. Are they going to decide to risk it?
The best thing that can happen is they get a plant before a
There it
streak
is.
comes in, but no, a streak will get called in. They should all be undercover. How do Cloud9 now play off of this? Do they try to pick out one player? Aches does get first blood.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Pat right
Somehow
there.
Damage
Picks up
died
the
to a
double.
streak.
Yeah, I don't really know, but Priesta has a trinity of his own. So Pat played that perfectly. He got the call out from his teammate, and he decided to push in at that perfect time. So when he pushes in, he finds those two players. I don't know how he's able to win the second gunfight. The first one should have been traded out, but regardless, Pat picks up the first double first blood, I guess.
And Damage, he knew those Trinities were coming in. Somehow dies to it in the end. And look, Cloud9 playing this perfectly, holding each other's hands as they rotate around this entire map.
Yep, this one should be over pretty quickly. Has to worry about the bomb again. Swifty's stuck in a basically impossible situation. Does catch some timing there, though.
Oh my God.
Might be able to make it over to this site and lay the bomb down. He's going to be able to, so fortunate timing for him. There is a slight chance now that he can win the round, but the buddy system going to be quite strong from Cloud9.
The number one thing, don't give this kill to Priesta, as he's now one engagement win off of earning himself that reactive armor. Swifty's gotten away again without being spotted. He's planted at 4 bike shops, so they're expecting him to be in bike. 33 seconds left, wondering if he should just lay down here. Oh, this is too much. That was just too much. Gave himself no out there. He was playing it so well, then gave himself no opportunity to get away. There was still a ton of time, but in my opinion, that's a little questionable.
It's still a really tough situation,
It is.
and I thought he played it perfectly, where you kind of, a lot of players will play the round out depending on where the player plants from. So he plants for bike, and that's fine, wraps around bed, but then just completely hops out. You just kind of take the 50-50 at that point. You just pre-aim bike. Hopefully you can catch one of those players.
Sliding
and
out.
If you can get that down to a 1v2, that's when you can make some of those more aggressive and fancy plays. He didn't play it smart enough.
And even there, not only do you bring it down to 1v2, but the guy still has to defuse. So with only 20 seconds left, you can play around the clock, play him around that objective. Either way, tough spot to be in no matter what happens. Tated Minds do get first blooded, though, as Cloud9, again, they let the pressure fall right into their pre-aimed guns and punish them this time around.
Priest catches timing on this player at the hallway, does pick up the first. I don't think he quite saw that player in the crack, but he got the call out from his teammate as well. 2-man advantage now on the side of Cloud9. Should be able to take this round easy. Yep, just hide. You have those streaks, 2 of them in the back pocket. Worst case scenario, you pull them out and win the round.
I don't even know what he's spotting for his team right now. Everyone's got this watched. There, tries to clean up one. Does have someone behind him. They're literally on top of each other. Gets put down. 1 versus 2.
What?
Exotic all by himself.
Okay.
He knows he's in bike. No FTL jump available. 23 seconds left. This could be a game-saving round. He runs into the gun. There it is. Exotic with the 1v2. Should not have been that close, though, TP.
I can only imagine what the comms are from Cloud9 in that one. It's like, what just happened there? Why is Priesta in a situation where he can die without getting that streak off? You have 2 of them.
Yeah.
How many rounds do you need to win here, Jack?
2.
That makes perfect sense to me.
You need 2 rounds. You have 2 streaks. 1 + 1 = 2.
Thank you for making that point.
You're welcome. I don't know if Aches knows that.
Oh, there he goes. Overdrive coming in for
They
the
really
damage.
wanna
They're
get
not wasting
aggressive.
any time. They don't want to deal with these streaks any longer. He has this NV4, and then he just stops.
All right. Well,
Interesting.
but now, look, because he stopped, they're expecting the timing at this point. Priest is here. He goes to call the streak, though. He calls the streak and dies right after. It will go down to a 3v2, but another scenario that could be a saving grace for Tainted Minds.
So Priesta does pick up 1 with the Scorchers there. Exotic does have the payload ability ready, but they're down in numbers 2 versus 3 now. The bomb retake going to be coming in. Damage in a quite good spot. He finds the first player. Oh, some shaky shots. Gets traded out, though. And I thought he was going to get turned on for a second. That was like at least 7 or 8 shots just not connecting.
You heard me say, why you jump in right away? They had no ideas there. Just keep on your feet. Make it as easy of a kill as possible for you. Nice job by Swifty to swiftly come on in there and get the kill.
Ooh.
Wonder how many times that joke's been made in his career. 5-3, that 5-2 round count we always talk about, though, with the swing might come into play. Exotic and Priest are the only 2 payloads available so far, though, in this map.
I wonder if Exotic's going to do the bedroom FTL jump push. Very, very strong push to try and catch that timing. And timings are so important. When you have those payloads to get to a situation faster,
oh my gosh,
you have to create the timing into your favor. But regardless, Priesta moving up very quickly with this ERAD up towards Hotel. They haven't found anything yet. He has the reactive in the back pocket and the bombardment if they do get the bomb down. It seems like Cloud9 completely juked out the side. There is 1 player just hanging out. Excite gets caught in the back. And when you don't spot something for that long, 30 seconds into a round with a sniper, I think you need to be more aware there.
Yeah, that's a rough scenario for Excite to be in. Cloud9 plant this objectives. The big thing is, though, they've got the bombardment. Again, you just want to see Priesta play his life. There you go. Pops the reactive armor. Wants to make sure that's an easy cleanup. 3 versus 2. Bomb time. 28 seconds left. This one should be GG. Swifty and Damage have to run into the guns at Cloud9. 6-3. Cloud9 tie up the series 1-1.
So a very quality map from Cloud9. I feel like when they earn those streaks, though, they may have wanted to just play a more normal style. They kind of threw away some rounds, in my opinion. Tainted Minds, they did play it well, and you kind of called it, Jack. You knew how those rounds were going to play out, and the fact they were able to play so aggressive and win those gunfights is impressive in itself. So, I don't know, some shaky plays from both sides, but regardless, Priesta with that ERAD shredding like crazy, and that's the performance they needed. He played well in map 1. They got stomped. He plays well again. They stomp him out.
Well, you saw right there some great timings for the side of Cloud9. Some rounds that you thought they would secure easily. A little bit closer than you would have wanted, especially if you're a C9 fan. As we can take a look at our maps, TP, break this one down for me as we move towards throwback uplink.
So Link sort of was an issue for Cloud9 and Aches' teams in general. I don't know what about this game type has been so tough for him, but it seems like they've made some quality changes, and largely it's due to the slaying. That's really what this game comes down to in these respawns. Some of the outslaying stats we saw at Stage 1 playoffs is, what was it, like over 90% of the map wins were when the team outslays. So number 1, the objective is important. I was an objective player in my time, but most importantly, get the kills.
Get the kills when you need it. That's why Cloud9 and Aches formed this new roster with Exotic and Priesta. We'll see how they do, though, in Uplink. But first, we've got to go to a quick break. When we come back, more coverage here live. 1-1 now in our best of 5 between Cloud9 and Tainted Minds. If you're just joining us, the winner of this series qualifies for pool play here at Anaheim. They qualify for Stage 2, that $700,000 stage. And then obviously pool play at the CWL Championships in Orlando later this year in August for $1.5 million. A lot on the line either way, though. We're still mid this series with Uplink coming up next, but first, TP, we've got to look at the box score from Game 2.
So yeah, that retaliation search and destroy was pretty much straightforward. Cloud9 and Priesta really coming out strong in those first 3 rounds. Tainted Mind played those, those rounds down when they didn't have those streaks. They played it aggressively, and it really worked out for them. I think Cloud9 finally caught on to that style of play that they were trying to, counter those streaks. They finally settled it out and closed it out 6-3.
And I mean, not only does he drop 11 kills and a 2.75 KD TP, but he was the main bomb carrier there. What does it say about Cloud9 and their ability to take control of the map there, where he not only can plant the bomb comfortably, but still stay alive on the map?
I think one of the most important things that Cloud9 struggled with is not having that dominant ERAD player. I don't know why Lacefield wasn't able to do it, but regardless, Priest is filling that role in for them now and doing it quite well. That map 1 breakout dominant with his aggression overall.
Yep.
That ERAD just shredding in every single moment throughout Hotel Hallway and Plat, catching timings, just playing so darn confident. It's really what they needed.
And every time they went for a different scenario, even where, Tainted Minds would push forth through Hotel Hallway. So what did he do? He didn't panic and fall back to his team. He slowly inched on up to Plat, spotted one pushing through Hotel, shot him right in the back. That earned him that reactive armor that he would then use to help close out that final round. You think, too, where Cloud9 would go for that lower or go for the bridge push, sorry. Yeah. He was the guy that was going towards that outer wall run. He'd peek, shoulder peek, could see nothing, then would go up, kind of play a corner.
Yeah.
He's the guy that's always the thorn in the side of his opponents, it seems so far, especially on retaliation. But that was Game 2. Cloud9, they get destroyed in the first respawn in this series. They now need to try to bounce back in what will be throwback Uplink. I don't know exactly where I expect this one to go. All I know is Excite and Nimble need to have just as good a game as they did in that first Hardpoint.
I think it's going to be a really darn close Uplink. It seems like the non-NA teams have been very strong in Uplink in general, and it's sort of the opposite that we've seen in years past when it comes to Uplink. It seems like NA, it's always been NA dominant, a bit opposite this year. So going to be interesting to see how Tainted Minds plays it. Do they play a more EU style? Do they try and adopt the NA style of Uplink? Going to be interesting to see for sure.
Well, APAC, we know that Mindfreak are here in attendance. They're already in pools. Tainted Minds trying to match them as well. That will be all drawn and revealed, I believe, later on tonight, so that we know exactly going into tomorrow what to expect. And open bracket this weekend for the first time coming into one of these events. I guess you could say the favorite open bracket teams are the teams that kind of lose in relegation for the most part.
True. Kind of weird to say, but you have a bunch of matches. It's a very nice warm-up to say at least a double elimination bracket before the open tournament even starts. Sort of the dream for these teams. So.
Yeah, that's the sentiment that Ace shared earlier on. Throwback Uplink, though, will be game number 3. Also going on, Supremacy versus Millennium, and I believe Supremacy are up 2-0. I want to get full confirmation, but I believe Supremacy are up 2-0. Wow. Millennium are one map away from getting relegated.
What's happened to these guys? I remember going back to Stage 1 during the groups and stuff. They showed up a week before. All these teams were saying there was really good practice. They're looking very strong.
Yeah.
And they've done basically nothing. Have they won a hard point in the past 4 months? I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Either way, I've got some bad news for you all at home. I was blatantly lied to. I was told that the colors are switching, but they are not. So we just have to go ahead and get a swap on the scoreboard. This game, we will see Tainted Minds be blue. Cloud9 will be green. We'll get that swap for the next one as I communicate with Backstage. But for now, just keep that in mind as this one goes on. We'll get that graphic changed for you.
Yeah, not too big of a deal. Just swap the colors. We're good to go. Initial control going to be on the side of Tainted Minds. They get initial control of middle map and drone, but still back and forth gunfights. We swap on board with Cloud9 now as they try and get this middle map control. Just no teams can really get control, but to overextend 3 players going on this far side of the map. Nimble going to be the first, though, playing so darn fast on this flank. Does he find the first player onto the train? Yes, he does, and I love the play there from him. He doesn't hesitate at all, and most importantly, he's playing his life. He needs to stay alive for as long as possible behind the enemy lines to help his team.
Yeah, they can't grab this drone right now if you're on Cloud9, especially with Nimble in your base. Look at this. Just keeps peppering him in the back. Want to make sure they have to turn towards him, give him some attention at some point. Look at how it's all collapsing for the side of Cloud9. Now 3-4 dead. Nimble still leading this charge. He's now been alive for the full first minute of this game, essentially. The one-point throw just falls short. Doesn't get it off in time. Oh, that would have been such a nice play, especially if he capped it off at that 1 point.
Gonna hit the one. He almost does it, but maybe I think I would have liked to see him just try and slay out a bit more. Just getting control of the other opposing team's base is so important, but now we see the surge from Cloud9. They have the drone in hand. Assault, does he get the one off? No, that's a mistake. You have to, take that a little bit sooner. He got so darn close, and now it's gonna be Aches, last one alive. The drone is reset. He gets flanked, and the base is cleared. Both teams making some pretty simple mistakes, in my opinion, but it should be 1-1. It kind of cancels out.
Yeah, right. At this point, fine. You both had your slip-ups in the first couple minutes. Now, try to improve from here. 2 minutes into this game so far, no real standout performances. One thing to take kind of in mind is Exotic started game 1 at 0-11, now 7-4. Definitely turned things around in this uplink.
Yeah, definitely. The first Hardpoint. Well,
it was one of the worst starts I've seen in Infinite
He almost
Warfare.
went a whole Hardpoint rotation of not getting a kill, but he's able to clutch it up and get the first couple. But regardless, in this uplink, starting off strong for him and his squad. Assault, not used to seeing him 2-6, and Assault's basically been one of the only slayers on this team throughout this year, and finally gets some help, but he needs to step it up.
And there the dunk went on through. Apologies for missing that one. I'm a terrible driver, it appears. I'm so used now to having a great observer in either Aches
We're spoiled now.
Or Saint. Now, I'm lost up here. It's like I'm trying to play a game and cast it at the same time. And I was already a bad enough caster.
Oh, don't say that about yourself, Jack.
Thanks. I was just fishing for a compliment there. Thank you, Tyler. You're very nice.
Everyone likes you, Jack. Don't worry.
Oh, stop. You know people like more though. Tyler TP Polchow.
Oh, wow.
And Priest is Erad. Because he's killing everything.
The guy
8-6
is
again.
not missing a bullet. Getting out of ammo pretty quickly here, too. Picks up the third as he goes on the streak. He misses the drone, though. Does he get the dunk in?
Wow.
Oh, barely does. That could have gone badly very quickly. 2 more players in the base. Can't win that one, but a nice surge of pressure from Cloud9. Able to tie up this score with the dunk. Priested with the Erad. So darn dominant.
If this is the Priest you're going to always get on land, great choice.
They take that all day.
For Cloud9, right? And I will be the first one to say, a lot of people were questioning some of these players. They're known for their online performance. Exotic comes to mind. Yes, we saw him do some things with the Gosu crew, but Priest is another one who was on that lineup as well. You think also of other teams, Dashy, who's going to be debuting himself at a major LAN event this weekend. Many people say, yes, he's great online. What can he do on LAN? A lot of people to keep in mind as this weekend develops. Great plays by Excite to clear this lower bike path, as now the boys at Tatum Mines will go on the offensive.
Yeah, not wasting any time. They get the pass off. The dunk should be coming in just a second. The FTL jump at the ready for Swifty as Tatum Mines gets control of the base, gets the dunk at the 2-point lead. A minute left now in the second half. All they need to do is control this left side of the map over towards Lemon, where you see now. But no, Cloud9 shuts it out. Swifty last one alive. Those a huge double kill, though. His team should be able to stabilize.
Yeah, just going to relieve some of the pressure for the moment. And you mentioned a huge double kill. Because what does it do? It stops Cloud9 from being able to move forward this drone. Now they have to get 2, even maybe 3 waves of kills before they can go for a score.
Absolutely huge play. The 2 players off of spawn make the call. What the heck just happened? Just passed to himself. Resets the armor, turns and burns onto Aches. Pat was probably not expecting him to have so much health at that point. Nimble going to be the last one alive. I like the play call there from Tatum Mines. Just sort of rushed it a bit and didn't really watch his back. A weird situation there.
I don't think he even meant to do that, but
yeah,
hey, you know what? That works. He tried to stay alive with that 15 seconds left. Cloud9 going for one final push. It's Assault with the drone, 7-12 from him. Either way, the 1-point throw.
Intercepted.
Intercepted by Tainted Minds. They will go into the half up 4-2 as they continue to look very good in the respawn game modes.
Whew. That was a pretty fast half. It seemed like both teams going head-to-head in those gunfights over towards the middle of the map.
Yep.
Maybe both teams should have gotten maybe 1 or 2 more scoring attempts, but no big deal, honestly. It really seems like Tainted Minds was able to get the better of those initial trades at the middle of the map. Swifty playing quite strong with plenty of double kills to stop the pressure from Cloud9. Going to be a hell of a second half. This is a good game so far.
Yeah, he's the first player in the lobby to earn that payload. We'll watch him. Not only is he 18-13, most kills, he's got 4 points with those uplink dunks that he's put on through, doing everything for his team right now. Arguably the biggest reason why they're in the lead going into side 2.
Most definitely picks up the first kill. Trades going back and forth. 2 versus 2 situation. Now 1 versus 1. A huge gunfight. One from Assault as he picks up the third. Now he can get some pressure up towards Lemon. Finally, they have some sort of map control. We'll see how they play it, though. Playing in the bushes a little bit. Finds the first couple of players. Picks up the 3 and back Granny. Why are they lining up like that? A 4 dead now on the side of Cloud9. They give him the drone, which is a huge play. Getting close to these streaks. The dunk does come in, and now he's 50 away from the bombardment.
And he's going to look for more potentially. Bombardment or no. Going to get shot in the side, but either way, talk about a way to kick off side 2 for Cloud9 as they've tied up this game.
I can't believe they lined up like that. Another one attempt coming in from Exotic. He throws it a bit short, and no, it resets. He was setting up to get the dunk in. but the drone resets towards middle. Excite picks up the double, and now they don't have the lead.
Is that not just some of the things we've seen from Cloud9 this year, where it's like, great start, everything you could ever want, Assault is just beaming right now inside 2, and then they just miss a 1-point throw, it kind of bounces and resets, an awkward play. You thought that was going to be a quick rally from Cloud9, instead for Tainted Minds, this game is still tied.
I can't believe it. Such easy 1-point attempts. A sight just snaps onto Pat right there. Trades going down back and forth. You can see how important Lemon side control is. So many easy gunfights for Exotic right there. He picks up 2 and the 3rd. Now he has the lead blocker coming in. Nimble does pick up a couple. Do they get the 1? No. He misses again.
Am I missing something?
What is happening? They keep throwing it under.
Broken?
I don't know if it's the portal's broken. They keep throwing it under. I'm so confused right now. Cloud9 should have at least 2, maybe 3-point lead at this point.
The streak just gets wasted too.
I don't understand what's going on. Both these players are going to be trapped in this garage side. Assault does pick up 1, which is huge.
Yeah, and they'll stop the pressure there. Either way, I thought for a second that streak was going to really just kind of pin the players for a moment. 3 do go down. Cloud9. Score a point. You've been doing so much better inside 2.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It doesn't make any sense. They should have the lead, but regardless, Tainted Minds holding strong. They are able to pick up these doubles when these point attempts are coming in. Assault doesn't get the 1-off again. Nimble seems to always be that guy with the Erad, picks up the double when the offensive pressure comes in. Priest saying something about it, though, might pick up the double.
Another thing to point out, too, look at how much Swifty's calmed down from that first half. Those clutch 2 pieces he was getting to relieve the pressure now has gone away, and how much more focused has Cloud9 been on the side of Tainted Minds so far. Inside 2, and a lot of it comes down to Swifty and his kills that he's finding in mid-map.
Beautiful movement there, being so annoying behind enemy lines, but he could have played his life a bit longer there to get his team up towards that pressure at middle map. Drone now in the hands of Priest. He has the overdrive at the ready.
This kill comes in from his teammate. Yeah, exactly. Overdrive right now. Potentially go for the 1.
Please don't miss.
Thank you.
They finally hit a 1. Their free throw percentage in this one is under 50%. It's disgusting.
Oh, gosh. DP's getting fired up, and I love it. Exciting crew. You've now lost your lead in this game. This is a must-win map for me, especially as the series goes on. Trying to stay alive inside blue. They've got 4 players here. First couple kills come in. This should easily be a score, but will it be a 1 or 2-point play? Damage pops the overdrive, too. Dunk City, hello. Tainted Minds back in the lead.
Brilliant payload usage from both sides. The overdrives both turning into scores there. Cloud9 able to pick up a couple of kills. Nimble, the last line of defense towards middle of the map. He does get taken out, but that 2-piece once again, looks like Cloud9 is going to move this drone very quickly up towards the middle of the map. They just need to try and play this one, but no, he takes the longer route over towards top green and gets taken out. That's such a huge mistake. Pat was the lead blocker over towards underpass. Why'd he take the long route? Just go underpass at the 1.
An example of a new team possibly having some communication blunders there, as Aches definitely was calling out, no, just push right up. I've got you, man. I've got you covered. Instead, it does not happen.
That extra second.
Yeah, and it costs him there. 6-5 with 1 minute remaining. Tainted Minds on the verge of going up 2-1 in this best of 5. Cloud9 still fighting for any score they can get at this point inside 2.
Aches starting to heat up a little bit, was on a bit of a streak in the base. He is going to be a little bit positive for these guys. Assault is going to get this lemon side control. A nice headshot does pick up the drone carrier. No, runs out of ammo, unfortunately. And all Tainted Minds needs to do is play keep away at this point. That's why you see them take it over towards this side, but Cloud9's all over it. Swifty with a huge gunfight to stop the pressure. The flank is going to be coming in. Exotic, does he get the double? He needs to pick it up for his squad if they have a chance to make the comeback. There is 1 player alive, though, on the side of Tainted Minds in the back right corner.
Exotic still spots 1 more. 25 seconds left. The 1 goes in. We've got ourselves a tied game. But with Exotic and crew still alive inside the Tainted Minds base, they can keep this pressure going.
This is beautiful.
What a play by Exotic! Still alive. More players challenging. The pressure coming on through. The drone still there for Cloud9. Priesta with the 1. GG! Cloud9 will win it in the final seconds to go up 2-1. A heartbreak for Tainted Minds.
Unbelievable. Some pretty poor plays from both sides, but regardless, Cloud9 steps up when they need to on the back of Aches and Exotic picking up so many kills in the last couple of moments there as they get those 1-point attempts in. Payload ability is not being used, or not able to be used on the side of Tainted Minds. Excite had the camo. So many situations where they could have closed out. They don't. Cloud9 clutches up. Oh my God.
Did Excite? No, sorry. I'm always thinking about.
Is your brain working?
Did Exotic just win his team that game with that flank? Goes through, fight onto Barn. They score the 1. Then, as 3 players are looking at him, he buys enough time for a trade to come in, gets behind cover, gets another kill himself. He ends that game +3, as Cloud9 will now go up 2-1.
Oh my goodness gracious. I feel like Cloud9 could have closed that game out a bit earlier on. Tatum Mines was so strong. Swifty was really the player that was the thorn in the side of Cloud9. They could never really get map control. But we've talked so many times about how these top-tier teams in Call of Duty, one of the biggest characteristics of these top players is how much they can play their life. And we saw Exotic was able to do that, stay alive for so long in the base, and win those clutch gunfights. When you're able to do that and buy that much time single-handedly for your team, you're going to win maps. He's able to clutch it up. That was a huge series of kills from Exotic, and Aches picked up a lot of kills in those sequences as well.
Wow. So Cloud9, they start off side two with that insane three-piece from Assault, then some misplays, some awkward engagements, some bad throws. Either way, they win narrowly by 1 point. It probably shouldn't even have been that close.
Not at all.
But look who's the MVP again on that map for Priest. We've seen his name a lot there so far this series, TP.
Oh, most definitely. And I feel like the ERAD players are just so darn important in a lot of these maps now. Nimble, he's not on the screen there, but I feel like he made a lot of plays to stop the pressure, to sort of keep that score down on the side of Cloud9. You saw they were able to score 5 on that second half. It really should have been more like 10, 12, 14 points with the amount of mistakes they were making and the missed ones. But you can see just these new rosters just have a little bit of chinks in the armor in some of the gameplay where they're not making those direct calls quickly enough, and it results in them not scoring.
And I think this is a perfect example of why Aches was very happy to be playing this relegation matches prior to the CWL Anaheim Open, which kicks off tomorrow, because these are those little things that they can now go back. They have film they can watch on land. They can improve from the matches they played today. Yes, you know, they faced a Supremacy team that I don't think was on the same caliber as them, being quite honest, but they're now facing Tainted Minds, who have given them a great run so far in this best of 5. We now go into a game 4, though, where Tainted Minds have already won a Hardpoint, 250 to like 123. It's going to be game 4, but the thing we saw in map 1, if you're just tuning in, was 2 players have monster games where they got fully streaked out in the first, 5, 6 hills? In my opinion, Tainted Minds have to do that exact same thing here if they want to force a game 5.
One thing you have to note as well, Exotic was started off, 1-12 on that first hard point. We saw in that uplink, he's obviously warmed up at this point, winning a lot of these clutch gunfights, basically won his team the map there at the end. So I think this is going to be a dramatically different hard point than we saw from map 1. And Scorch, it's much smaller. Those line of sights, that's going to be feeding into Priesta. He's probably been the MVP throughout this series. So
I do want to bring up, too, as while there's so much focus on this in the losers bracket right now, it's Supremacy. Currently up 2-0 over. Right now it's Millennium. They're up 2-1 with 3 minutes remaining, so we'll keep you guys updated with that one. But either way, you mentioned the hard point going downhill for Millennium. It looks like everything's going downhill for Millennium.
Yeah, I don't know what has really happened with these guys. It's been a strong lineup. We've been talking about Moose as one of the best EU players in Infinite Warfare. Just doesn't seem like they can put anything together at this point. They are trying to stay alive, though. They have a slight lead in this uplink as it is 2-1 in that second half, but so close.
Ironically enough, as you just mentioned, Moose, he just got a 7 streak, so I believe they've got some potential score streaks to work with as well. Either way, though, we are ready for game number 4 between Cloud9 and Tainted Minds. Thankfully, I got the colors right this time.
It was a little confusing for me.
Here. We're all good, though. We're going to watch Exotic. Last time he went 0-11 off the break. He literally can't. I don't think he can do worse. If he did worse here, someone would need to drop him. Drop him mid-series.
Yeah, not going a full rotation without a kill on Scorch.
Sheesh.
Oof, that'd be something
There
else.
you go.
Starting off, well, that's a double kill to start that one. Already starting off better in the hard point in the first, 3 seconds?
then 4 hills. He got more kills in 3 seconds than 4 hills. Either way, though, Cloud9 with the break that they want, up 14-0.
Quality start, getting that middle map control, something they were not able to do. Assault, looks like people are just lining up for him today, sort of the dream situation as a Call of Duty player and a pro in general. When you have a crazy shot, well, it's even easier when they line up for you.
Was that one of the quickest flips we've seen in Hardpoint on this map? The fact that they pushed in, got a couple kills, and immediately were getting pinched.
These guys are playing fast.
From that rock side, they are soaring forward, and I guess that's a lot of the changes we've seen from Cloud9 with Priesta and Exotic now on this lineup. Tainted Minds should get the scrap time, unless Priesta's got something to say about it in middle map. He'll be the one searching forward. Nope, Damage wins that one, as now all focus will shift towards this back turbine
Huge
area.
double kill from Pat on this rotation, and now he's playing his life. Almost gets to turn and burn, but he opens up the lane for his player, Exotic, to go up on that the left side of the map and get control of the initial hardpoint time. Pat was able to make that play happen. He played his life, picks up the double into Lab, and now they have control. Huge play from him.
And Exotic, he's got his lower door watched. All he has to do is get these kills out here. Easy stuff. 5-2 now, 19 seconds as well. Exotic doing it all right now for his team as Cloud9 they're set up for a full 60 here, TB, and I think they might just get it if they can win these next couple gunfights.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. A bit of a split push coming in.
Oh,
there is a split spawn coming in, though, from the hallway. The flank will be coming in from Pat. Should be able to pick up one player in just a second, but he needs to do it before his whole team is wiped. He's not able to make it there. He gets traded out, and that's just a huge mistake from Cloud9.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whoever lost that first gunfight just made a huge mistake. It couldn't be happening.
Just looking over at my other screen as well as Tated Minds take the scrap time. Supremacy are 25 seconds away from 3-0ing Millennium in this losers bracket relegation match. They've got the drone. They're playing keep away right now. Absolutely got my eyes peeled on this one, as it looks like it might just all end here for the fans of Millennium.
Yeah, the reset comes in on the side, and I think that might do it. There is a player. Hold on, I'm watching the other game. I'm not casting this current one. There's 5 seconds
done.
left. It's done. Supremacy do it. They knock out Millennium.
They just 3-0'd Millennium. Millennium will not be returning to Stage 2. Our first team who played in Stage 1 has now officially been relegated. A very low point for this team. Actually, the final kill that just came in.
Camo.
I believe that was Moose was camoed and got killed with the drone on the final push. Insane stuff. Sorry we're talking so much about that. We'll refocus back to this. Our first team has officially been eliminated from the relegation qualifiers.
Anyways, back to the Scorch Hardpoint. This is a qualifying match. You need to win 2 games to make it in to the Stage 2 for pool play. So much money on the line.
2 series.
Yeah, 2 series overall.
People are like, wait, but Cloud9 have already won 2 games of this. No, they've got to win their second series. This is their second series.
Thanks for clarifying for that.
People like me will struggle with that, so I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Either way, Cloud9, they're doing much better this hardpoint than the first time around. Up by 20 seconds right now. Again, every single player with 7 kills, a well-balanced lineup right now, as they're just trying to hold off this push from Tated Minds.
Back and forth battles going on to this drill hill. This looks like Cloud9 has a solid lead going in, able to get the better of Hanger, it looks like, and now Exotic sitting pretty in the hill. You can see how far those spawns out, those green triangles on your minimap just getting pushed out, and that's exactly the sort of dream setup you want on drill. Control a side so you can pressure out the other. Exotic now getting that pressure onto that side. Picks up 2. Assault's there to pick up the 3rd. Should be able to get traded out, but Damage gets a triple. He gets traded. Spawns are going to flip. So Cloud9 still has control. What a weird series.
That's actually kind of good for Cloud9 right there, because they wind up flipping towards rocks, which might not be the best, but that little flip of the hill just gave Exotic 2 streaks, potentially the bombardment here as well. If he can find this last kill onto Damage or Excite. Excite will be closest. No!
Oh, wow, I thought he had it.
Same, I thought he had it as well.
Oh, my goodness.
Wait, what am I watching?
What is happening right now? Both these players dancing around. Assault decides to stop shooting and just walk up and punch him in the face. So Damage starting to heat up. A lot of crazy gunfights won by him. The triple and now a double to secure this middle hill. They need all this time here because it seems like Cloud9 got the better of that turbine on that rotation.
Now Exotic, I believe, will call on those Scorchers. Yeah, he just wants to clear out this middle lane. Give his team his chance to push on through, fight for hill control. Doesn't get any kills, but either way, look what it's done. It's cleared this out. They've now got cover behind this middle hut area as they'll now fight for this scrap time in mid.
Tated Minds doing a very good job of grouping up and really team-shotting a lot of these gunfights over towards middle. Priesta gets traded out. Got a good gunfight to open up, but no support there. So it seems like spawns and this hill time, the scrap going to be going into Tated Minds' favor. They have lap control.
Think of the performances we saw from Excite and Nimble in map 1.
Opposite, yeah.
Look at how different it is in this game and the score that reflects because of it. If I'm Tated Minds, I'm happy to still be within 30, TP.
100%.
Because
Yeah.
we now have the spawns for Turbine. We're within 30. There's no crazy streak still available for the side of Exotic. He's got maybe 1 more to go. Still a winnable game. If you get more from Excite and Nimble, 2 very strong slayers in this team, you can absolutely win this game 4 and force the game 5.
Excite now going to be the last one alive. He decides to pick up a weapon. I don't know how I feel about that, but the storm of players from Tated Minds coming in. Exotic does pick up 2. Assault going to be the last one alive. Does he get the double? Yes, he does. He stays alive, buys the time for his team as there's 30 seconds left here on this Turbine Hill, and now he's going to get aggressive. I think he bought enough time for his team to storm in, but the contest is still going down. But no, Cloud9 doesn't win any of those clutch gunfights to secure the time. Assault's dominant performance there means basically nothing.
And look who's still playing aggressive. It's Exotic. FTL jumps in, just
Why?
gets shot in the back.
For scrap?
I mean, at this point, yeah, we get it. You're feeling yourself. You're 60-9. You got 90+ seconds in the objective. But there for 10 seconds of scrap time? I mean, I guess he got his spawn out with his team, so
yeah,
I don't even know if he was thinking that. But
it's not the worst thing in the world, but he could have very easily spawned out far from his team. But regardless, the setting is switched a bit here. Initial control for Hanger going to be in the side of Cloud9. Exotic in a very good spot here at the back rocks. But no, they just walk in the front door, pick up the first couple of kills. I don't know how Priesta and Eggs didn't pick up any. Now they get the spawns towards the back. Exotic's going to be the last one alive, but the spawn is going to be just a bit closer from the side of Tainted Minds. Exotic's going to get pinched out here in just a second.
There's Excite, cleans them on up. They now know everyone else from Cloud9 has to be pushing from mid and top bridge. Excite going for this pinch. They have no idea he's here. There's one. Eggs with a quick reaction time to trade it on out. Cloud9 still in control of the hill. This is best case scenario for them from what we saw at the start of this hill.
Yeah, just try and contest as much as possible. Exotic just gets flooded, though. The trade can be going down back and forth, and that was just a really tough hill to cast. Both spawns were pretty darn close. Both teams swapping out initial hill control, spawn control. Things were crazy there, but it does look like this scrap going to be going in the hands of Tainted Minds. They do have a slight lead finally in this game, 166 to 163, as we reset towards Drill.
Wow, both these teams so evenly matched right now in this Stage 2 qualifier match. Tainted Minds do not want to fall to the loser's bracket. They want to go ahead and take this to a Game 5 and win this series. 4 dead, though, on the side of Tainted Minds. A pack drop quite quickly there, as now Cloud9 look to rebuild this lead that they once had.
Cloud9 set up on Drill just seems to be way too dominant for this side of Tainted Minds. Nimble picks up the first gunfight, though, with that E-Rad, bidding in more players, and that's a huge kill there. They have the number advantage, but Eggs picks up the double. Can he pick up the 30? Slides past, should get able to get traded out. Nimble staying alive. Assault picks up the beatdown, though. Multiple beatdowns we've seen from him on this map, and they have control. They've gotten so much time on Drill. Both Drills in this map, they're so dominant on it.
There's so much stuff going on right now with this Hardpoint. Look at these players. They're just sliding and
fast.
spinning and just trying to shoot, doing whatever they can. At the end of it all, Cloud9 come away with what? About a 40-second swing in this one. They started that hill with about 164 seconds. Now pushing up to 206 as we get into our third rotation.
Looks like a streak going to be coming in to clear out the hill once again. We saw Cloud9 do it on that first one and really paid off for them. Some shaky hip fire from Assault. Does pick up the first and gets traded out. And it seems like Tainted Minds has the better overall idea of how to play this middle hill. Now Excite going to have the camo. The team shot going to be going down back and forth. Both teams doing such a great job of trading. Tainted Minds gets the better of this one, though. So it really seems the battle of middle hill and Drill for both of these guys. They really seem strong on it. It's going to come down to this last turbine, though, in my opinion. Both teams have sort of traded on it.
Yeah, and Nimble just doing what he can to stay alive. These tacticals have been used throughout this entire series from Cloud9. I know Exotic's been running them. I think they've got 2 actually being used between these players. Exotic does clear out that turbine lane for just a moment. As now Cloud9, they want to win off this next hill, and they've got the tools to do it, especially now with reactive armor earned by Priesta.
Yeah, it looks like Excite's going to be the saving grace here. He needs to try and make a huge play with camo, but a huge 3 dead. Now Cloud9 going to be spawning out so far over towards that top hallway towards Hangar. And Assault knows that. He gets the call. He just needs to try and wait.
Camo time.
Try and flood in. Pops the camo. Can he find any players in the hill? He does find the first player at the box. Does he get traded out, though? No, he plays his life. He gets traded. 2 versus 2 scenario now. Pat picks up the double kill. 1 player alive now. Damage at the box. Exotic a little bit weak. He wins the gunfight. Why do you leave the box there? Exotic now. Last line of defense for the side of Cloud9. He's just trying to play his life and just pick up 1 kill. The pinch is coming in from the back hall. Trade's going back and forth. Exotic decides to go. Priesta does pick up the double. I think he popped the reactive there to get it. Cloud9 has control now. They close it out. I think the spawn is out at Drill. That's going to do it. Just crazy scenarios. I don't know why Damage would leave that box there. I think that was the play.
1 last second to push on, and Centurion is down. This should be it. Cloud9 will qualify for Stage 2 of the CWL Global Pro League as they win the series 3-1 over Tainted Minds.
Ooh, that was a crazy hard point. And we talked about this roster change for Cloud9 was purely due to speed. I think they found the speed.
Yes.
That was really tough to cast. There's so much trading going on back and forth. Both teams playing, I think, way too aggressive in a lot of those situations. But regardless, Exotic clutches up again, really turned it around in those maps 3 and 4 for these guys. Yep. It was really the Priesta show. Exotic turned it around.
In the last moments of both games 3 and 4, he has a huge play, the one that was by Market in throwback Uplink to stay alive and get enough pressure on the opposing team to get that one final throw in for his squad, and then there basically baits Damage into pushing him. That gave him enough time for his teammates to develop that pinch with the help of Priesta and his reactive armor, so Cloud9 will take it 250 to 197. No Game 5 needed for this best-of-5 series. Thankfully, though, if you are a Tainted Minds fan, you're not done yet. You can fight from the loser's bracket to make it on in. We'll have to see exactly who they'll face there. But Cloud9, they're on through. Easy stuff for them.
Well, easy. I don't know about that. I think that series really came down to that uplink. Either team should have really ran away with that in my opinion. But regardless, Tandem Mines is looking strong. I'd be scared if I was another team in this bracket, especially going into that loser bracket. They have that slang potential. If Nimble can keep playing as well as he is, in my opinion, they could definitely qualify.
Well, that was a fun cast. While the players in the relegation, they're getting their little warm-up for the CWL Anaheim Open tomorrow. We are as well, TP. That was a pleasure. Nice work there, friends. We've got more relegation qualifier matches coming for you soon. Don't go anywhere.
the people that thought that's definitely a team that should go through a change after their stage 1 performance. Unfortunately, they just came up short here.
Yeah, I mean, once you lose like 8 series in a row, something's probably not working out great. Not for us to decide, obviously. But the match we have, Fnatic versus Red Reserve, should be an interesting one. Both European teams, both coming out of the GPL. I know Red Reserve had that roster change, but it should be a slugfest, right? I mean, these are teams that have matched up against each other, plenty of times.
Right, yeah. Obviously, 2 practice partners play each other pretty often. Rated joins Red Reserve. So after he helps Elevate get into Stage 2 in Champs, he decided to leave. He was like, you know what? I'm going to go through the Stage 2 qualifier. Joins back with Joe. And Red, his duo, and so far they've looked really good. Just in the past, they've been playing very well online. They've won the last 2K in Europe, so this is a team that is looking to improve. And watching their first game, I just remember Rated. He was literally laughing at the other team. So they obviously destroyed. It's going to be a very tough matchup for them versus Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, incredibly early. We've seen 1 series, sometimes 2 out of these teams. It's only Thursday, but Red Reserve looked fantastic. I mean, easily the best team we've seen so far this weekend. Again, only 1 match, but their wins were 250-93 against ERA, by the way. 6-1 in the Search and Destroy, and then I think it was like 9-1 for the Uplink. So, I mean, as you said, Rated is just laughing at the guys, and frankly, they earned that win. I mean, you might as well be laughing at that point. Of course, ERA, currently they're going to be playing against Supreme. They're trying to keep their hopes and dreams alive. That's pretty early in the Hardpoint. I think Supreme is actually up about 120-60. So maybe the struggles for ERA are going to be continuing. Either way, though, this European, not juggernaut matchup, but juggernaut when it comes to relegations at least.
Right.
Going to be underway on your breakout Hardpoint.
Yeah, and this is a game type where Europe, you've seen them struggle, but they've gotten better splice. This is one of their better maps, but you're definitely going to look at those NV4 players. Tommy on your screen, running that camo payload. He's going to have to get those kills to be able to earn that. He's going to go up against Rated. So those are the 2 players you're going to watch in terms of the NV4. Look how aggressive Tommy is with that NV4. Just straight off the start, usually you see those guys just sort of sitting in the window just picking up kills, but he decides, I'm going to go right down the middle of the map.
You take it into submachine gun range and you dive for it. So not the best start there coming out of Fnatic, but of course, the idea behind the aggression, of course, they're going to be focusing on not only getting hill time, but trying to flip those spawns as well. And of course, Joe, he just wants to hold his position. He's obviously very aware that player is going to be above him in that contest spot. And Wuskin's eventually going to be able to hunt him down. Of course, though, very close game early on. It's all about cell block, and you see Sunny B's already on that rotation.
Yeah, this is a great play. You can see, though, Red Reserve, 3 of those players sort of spawning by that near spiral staircase, but Sunny B doing a great job. Not only that, his team is holding down that middle hill, getting all that scrap time. Rated, though, sort of rotates in. Now Sunny B, a huge 1-on-1. Now he needs to stay alive, but there's 2 Red Reserve players coming at it, and look at that minimap, all of Fnatic spawning out. Red Reserve going to get that early cell block control.
Yeah, and again, you see that rotation coming in 18, 19 seconds ahead of time. Of course, it doesn't pan out, but the bright side for Fnatic, they were able to control that previous hill for a bit of time, so it gives them a little bit of wiggle room coming over. Of course, now Joe, he's on a 3 streak. Frankly, he's a player that underperformed quite a bit at GPL, at least early on. Seems to be turning it around, picks up the 4th as well, starting out 6-1. And frankly, that's huge for Red Reserve. If your arguable worst Slayer on your team is the one that starts off hot, you're going to be in a fantastic position.
Yeah, I think he had the worst stats in Stage 1 throughout that group stage. But this guy on your screen, Urban, was an absolute beast that weekend. Unfortunately, though, they did get 4th place, but they're holding down cell block right now. And you can see all of Fnatic are rotating through that cave. And I believe number 8, Shawnee, after this kill. Let's jump on board with him. He's going to be coming behind in Fnatic. They sort of know a pinch might come in, so this is where you have to take your time. You have to allow your teammates to pick up those kills and allow that pinch to pay off. A huge kill by Shawnee. Needs to slow down now, and you can see all Fnatic, they know that front pressure is coming. Shawnee doing a great job, but somebody got a lucky spawn right behind him. I believe that's Scraps, but it might be just a little too late. Shawnee's flank does come in. Now it's a 1v1 for this hill.
Yeah, nearly got gifted, but you can see Fnatic, despite the fact that they had, again, 10, 15 seconds in advance, the complete setup did not pan out. And that, obviously, might be one of the most detrimental moments of the entire game. That would have been their opportunity to try and get that full 60, get right back in this game. But now it's just going to be Red Reserve just cruising right along. And Urban is going to be a player, I was going to say partly responsible. He is going to fall as Shawnee is feeding his streaks. But something Urban does, and you know what? We could just talk about the streaks instead. Just went on a 7 streak. Again, Joe started out hot. Shawnee has picked up the slack as soon as his teammate slows down for just a moment. And again, once you get streaks on this map, that is almost nearly GG.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this just started with that pinch on rotation. He was able to get that. He helps his team clean up, and they get a full 60 on this sort of graveyard hill. So a great job by them. But again, we're sort of going to that commissary hill, and this is another one you can hold for a very long time. But Red Reserve, they have the spawns. If you look at your minimap, all of Fnatic have to push that wall run, and that's very dangerous. The Twins picking up kills. Tommy picks up one on his team, but also one on Shawnee. It's now a 1v1 for this hill control.
Well, and that team kill is going to be pretty important as well, because you see he has no teammate help as those spawns are coming in for Red Reserve. He's got to deal with the pressure. He's able to pick up Joe, but you see two more players swoop right in, and it's going to be rated in control. But now, well, the pressure's coming from the other direction, and Wuskin gets two. Very back and forth hill early on. You can see Red Reserve still has those spawns, but Fnatic trying to claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, Fnatic doing a very good job to actually make that wall run spawn sort of work out. Usually it's very difficult to break from that side, but they're getting probably most of this hill time, doing a very good job. But you can already see Red Reserve, they're starting to rotate towards that middle hill. And this is a hill where teams can get a little bit of time, but mainly that focus is on that cell block rotation. So when we go into that, we'll see how those duels plays out. But again, it looks like Red Reserve going to win the basic rotation, but Tommy picks up two.
And Tommy, their game number one in their first series, had the hot hand. That was on retaliation. He dropped something like, 29 kills, most in the lobby by 5 or 6. If he can heat back up for the Hardpoint, that's what Fnatic needs to happen. This is a team that has struggled in the past in Hardpoint, and they're great at everything else. But again, if they can have a player step up and kind of take that load off of each other's hands, that'd be fantastic. Tommy's going to try and be that guy.
Yeah, and again, Red Reserve get a 4 dead, and they're just going to be able to get in control, and they have the spawn they want. So Fnatic, not only do they have to be thinking about this hill time, because if they give this up, they're going to be down by 100 points. They have to think about their rotation. Red Reserve, you could tell they're already thinking about it, trying to control that showers as much as possible.
Yeah, and you can see Joe is very happy to go and challenge, despite the fact that he's the one trying to rack up time. They're trying to keep Fnatic pushed as far back as possible, and so far they've done a very good job. See, teammates right now from Fnatic are trying to make moves, but still on the hill. Joe's been on a tear. He's going to get another kill as well. The first 2 hills, he has absolutely thrived. They just got a bunch of that time, what, like 40 seconds?
Someone spawned behind him. I believe that's Scraps. So this is a huge spawn. Someone just pushed up a little bit too far on Red Reserve. I believe it was Urban. But, now Fnatic, they have the pinch. A little bit of luck on their side now. Now that's all 4 dead for Red Reserve. Super unlucky from them. But, you can see on your minimap, Red Reserve, all of them spawning Spiral. This will allow Fnatic to get back in the game if they're able to pick up these kills.
Yeah, I mean, they just got a gift from the COD gods right there. Now they're running with it as well. That's going to be 3 down in their favor. Number 5, Rated's going to be the last one up. He's having the slowest game of the whole team, and Tommy baits out his teammate perfectly as soon as the gunfight challenges. Tries to turn on Shawnee as well, but again, it's the bait and switch. Sunny B was in the hill as well to make sure to finish up that kill. So again, one spawn could very well change this game. I do want to point out, I think it's Shawnee that's still holding on to these streaks as we go over to Graves. Red Reserve still in a fantastic spot, but Fnatic, there's still hope.
Yeah, and they were able to pick up the scrap time. They have about 10 seconds, plus their winning rotation. This is exactly what you want. A little bit too perfect for them, for Fnatic, because they're just winning all of their gunfights. Shawnee set up in such a beautiful position. It's going to be so difficult to deal with. Gets that Scarab, which is so difficult to see, and all of Fnatic clustered together. They're scared from Urban picking up so much, stunning all of them. This will definitely stop their push.
Well, going to see how long he can continue. That's going to be, well, the entire team going on a streak. That's 2 threes, make it a 4 now instead, a 2 and a 1. So that is just cruising right along. Red Reserve, they have just dominated this kill feed. And again, didn't even have to use the streaks. Graveyard is normally the prime spot. They can save those, keep them in the back pocket if this game gets a little bit sticky. But Fnatic, they have their work cut out for them. See, the spawns actually flip. And again, the recognition is nearly instantaneous. Red Reserve knows exactly when they need to focus on the flip side of the map. And again, that flip side of the map means that Red Reserve is focused on their rotations. However, Joe in the hill is going to fall.
Yeah, and finally, Fnatic wins a rotation. This is probably the first one they've won all game long, but still a 100-point deficit. And as you said, those streaks are still in play, and here they come down. That's Shawnee's Trinity Rocket, but it seems like nobody's giving up anything for them, so very good job. But Shawnee able to pick up one on Sunny B, Urban another one on Tommy, so they have a 3v2 situation, making it a 3v1 in that hill, and somebody has their work cut out from it. It is Wiskins.
Yeah, you see just how far out that entire team is going to spawn. The streaks get used, gives them the opening that they need, and now they're picking up kills from inside the hill as well. It's one of those things, 30 points left before this game is going to end. They pretty much have to flood down this wall ramp, but they're able to do it successfully.
I don't get it.
Scraps is able to fly in. He's just going to pick up 2, and Red Reserve is kind of just waiting for their teammates to spawn up. And now more streaks are going to get called in as well. It's going to bide some time, and, well, that's actually just going to be a clean 3. Tommy's the last hope for the team.
All dead for Shawnee. Shawnee playing extremely well. And this was a player who, early on, Elevate dropped. He got dropped out of Elevate. They decided to pick up Rated. That didn't work out too well. But Shawnee all year long has been such a new talent for sort of rising out of Europe. Has played so consistent, and you can see it here. He's 25-14 with a minute 12 in the hill. Just doing a great job. Red now 3 more points to win game number 1.
Yeah, just looking to close this one out. Urban as well. Something I want to touch on is that right there, the EMC. He's been doing that for months now. And obviously, respawn game mode, it's obvious, you know, in Search and Destroy, you have the pistol in the back pocket, you run out of ammo, you can get that clutch kill. But how often does that situation ever really come up in the respawns where the pistol is going to be the weapon that you need instead of having an extra tactical, having an extra nade, having an extra perk? Is it worth it?
Yeah, I mean, when you don't sort of use dexterity, which allows you to sort of reload faster, I think the K-Bar, even the E-Red, has a bit of a slow reload. So, you know, he decides, I'm going to use a pistol. I'm not going to use a nade. And we saw it work out quite often for him. And we saw that weekend, I believe it was E6 who was playing against him. They were pulling out as well.
Yeah, I think Cade actually was the one that made that specifically. But I don't think too many other pros have picked up on it. I don't know if they just don't think it's that valuable, if they prefer other things, if it messes with team strats. But again, just something to keep your eye on. This is a team that's not afraid to mix it up, albeit in a small way. But, I mean, how much can you really mix it up in the game like this?
Yeah, and Red Reserve, obviously you can see right there, 250 to 132 on breakout hardpoint. And just the entire game just started off so well for them. They won all rotations, and that's just what you want to see on breakout. It's such a slow sort of pace map where those rotations and those spawns are so key. But game number 2, Retaliation, Search, and Destroy. And if you're Fnatic, you probably have to win this one because their hardpoint has just not been, you know, doing too stellar for the past, you know, few months.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's too much, like, no hard feelings, no love lost for falling in that game number 1. Again, I spoke about it quite a bit in their last series. Fnatic has not had a good hard point. Same problem in the GPL, so that's not the expectation for them. The expectation is if they win a hard point, that almost guarantees the series for them with the way they play the Search, and their uplink is pretty solid as well. But going into this, it's a situation they've been in before. They'll probably be in it again. Red Reserve, you expect the way they played earlier, they're going to be that respawn dominant team. But that does mean the S&D is an absolute must-win for Fnatic.
Yeah, and Retaliation, Search, and Destroy, one of those maps where I believe even and myself were talking about it. It's one where the offensive team wins more of those rounds, you know? A lot more so far this often this year where you really see maps sort of leaning towards that offensive side. I believe the only one that's more like defensive side has been Crusher, which is pretty surprising. I believe it's at like 58% win ratio for the defensive team throughout Stage 1, of course. Obviously, those stats could change throughout the year. But, you know, Retaliation, sort of that bike shot bomb. You know, that's what people have really been focusing on, getting those plants and then sort of switching it up. If you're able to get trees, plant it towards that bridge.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty as well. Obviously, you want to favor the defensive side, generally speaking. Not like a huge advantage depending on the map. I know my favorite example of this, Riot back in Advanced Warfare, it was like a 90% win ratio for the offensive side. It was ridiculous. But generally speaking, defense is going to be favored. But the bomb, the most recent patch, you don't get bomb plants going towards your payload or diffuses anymore. So the strategy used to always be, I'm going to plant every single round. Whoever has camo is going to plant the bomb every single round first thing. That's like priority number 1. How much of that is going to switch up is going to be an interesting question. We'll see that progress throughout the week because, of course, you pointed out, if you're winning on offense when you get the bomb down, if it works, you don't want to change too much.
Yeah, absolutely. In Retaliation, they did have that spawn change, you know, a few months ago where the defensive was pushed up, so they're able to get that plat control a little bit better. And that's sort of why you see teams go towards that bridge bomb site more. That bike shot bomb site, it's a little bit more difficult to take at times, but it's still pretty favored. It's so hard to defend it from those stairs and that bedroom window.
Yeah, and I'm taking a peek. I don't see any overdrives, but you talk about those spawns switching up. You get that plat control first. I can't remember which player, but on Tainted Mind, use the overdrive on offense to get to plat quicker. So they're even using overdrive. Again, a couple teams trying to work out new scratch just to get early control. I don't think anything panned out. The gunfight was never challenged. But again, players obviously going to be keenly aware of any switches that happen in this game. And, of course, they're going to be looking to take full advantage.
Yeah, so far you're going to have Fnatic starting on offense. We're going to see what they're able to do. And that B bomb site, something we were talking about, just so popular because, you know, you have that line of sight right in that bite shot. But again, what we've seen really from defensive teams is they're able to get 1 and 2 in bite shot. You can easily just cancel out that bomb site.
Yeah, and of course, as we're peeking through the weapons right now, well, the players keep switching a lot, but so far you have 2 MV4s, a K-Bar, and an E-Rad. It's one of those things. If you know you're going towards that A bomb site, feel free. Pull out more MV4s if you know those are the gunfights you're going to be taking. Of course, with a bit of a 2-2 split, it's going to be a little bit tougher to read. Speaking of 2-2 splits, Red Reserve on defense, that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, you can see both 5 and 8. I believe that's Raiden and Shawnee. They get in a bite shop, and somebody's already pushed up here. It's Joe. Joe, a very fast E-Rad player. He's pushed up in that corner near bridge. And Fnatic just taking their time. They're trying to work that plat control. Shawnee actually picks up one on scraps. Sunny B, though, trades that out very quickly, and I don't believe they know Raided's in here. But Joe, there's that flank that we were talking about, picks up one on Ruskin.
Yeah, and you see it looks like Raided's going to be able to pick up one as well. So very quickly, we saw absolutely none of that action, but Tommy's going to find himself in a 1 versus 3. He's going to be able to find that bomb. So I don't know. There's the silver lining in this situation. But again, very tough road ahead. Looks like Red Reserve is going to get a pretty convincing round number 1 from the defensive side.
Yeah, and you can just see how they're playing right now. All 3 of them together, just rotating through that market, just making Tommy's just sort of waste time. If you're Tommy here, you might even just decide to just jump off the map. Who knows? You might go for a bomb plant and clutch this out. But Fnatic, for a first offensive round, they didn't really seem to have a clear-cut objective. Maybe just control that platform, but they lost those gunfights. They didn't even go for a bomb plant or anything. So round number 1 going towards Red Reserve.
Yeah, the strategy definitely seemed to be play for information, play for picks, and then go from there. And I think C9 actually did that on this map quite a bit as well. That they kind of turtle up and spawn and just wait to see what the other team does. But the 2-2 split actually worked quite well because you saw Joe had a buddy on the flank and were able to apply that pressure over onto, I believe it was Wuskins. And then as soon as you get first blood, the entire team can kind of make their move. But either way, just 1 round in, nothing too crazy happening now. But of course, Red Reserve, they're going to be having an opportunity to attack.
Crazy thing is here, remember guys, the winner of this will qualify for Stage 2, 4 champs for Anaheim. Pools that start tomorrow, so a lot on the line here on Thursday of Anaheim in Stage 2 qualification. As you can see, Fnatic, they're controlling that bite shop. What does Red Reserve decide to do? They switch it up. They know how much pressure they have on that B bomb site. They're just going to go ahead and Planet A. And this is what we were talking about, in that pregame. As soon as you sort of see that bite shop, you can just rotate that bomb to bridge. Now you have a 4v4 retake situation for Fnatic.
And so far, you have 3 players for Red Reserve that are just focused on the bomb. Joe's been kind of left by himself around this mid-map area. That means he's going to be able to adjust. He's able to spot a player as well. But, of course, a lot of action coming down. Joe's going to fall. Scraps is picking up one as well. Sunny B is going to be on a huge flank as well.
Yeah, he went all the way towards the offensive spawn. Catches Rated off guard. Now a 2v1 situation for Urban. He does pick up 2. 20 seconds left. He's able to pick up 1. No. A street lamp gets in his way.
And again, just a really good break and retake from essentially that defensive side. Once the bomb gets planted, again, I think the key there was Sunny B. When he say goes all the way around, I mean, he basically was like playing free-for-all, hugging the edge of the map, and then made his moves. But again, as soon as Joe falls in mid-map, once you give up that first blood, especially when Joe was in a spot where there was no hope of a trade coming in, you're going to be in a 4v3, and it's going to be in a tough spot. So bomb gets planted, the retake is successful, and of course, you're going to be tied up 1-1.
Yeah, and just an update from the other game. Supreme is up 3-2 and up 1-0 in the series versus Era. Lacefield 8-3 right now in Retaliation. S&D doing very well. One of those star players. But back into this game, Fnatic, again, seems to be sort of leaning towards this A bomb site. Red Reserve doing that 2-2 split as we talked about. Joe's going to get into that sneaky corner. And then Shawnee and Rated are going to play bite shot. And again, Fnatic, they just seem to be playing very slow just for information on their offense. They're not going to try and get any bombs down. They're almost waiting for Joe. They know how aggressive he probably likes to play. They're just going to try and sniff him out. And look, 3-hit middle hallway. This is something you don't see every day. But Urban, he sees that, and he's going to communicate with his teammates, and he's just going to get out alive.
Yeah, and now this is just kind of a weird setup. You got Wuskin watching the full flank, but Joe's actually going to be able to get through. Coming up behind, too. But he is going to get cut down and traded out. But he did manage to get that first blood. So it's a situation where Wuskin's job is to watch the flank. Did not do it well enough. Wasn't in a good spot. Now, of course, as Urban picks up another kill, Fnatic is just slowly falling apart.
I think at this point, Fnatic's just confusing themselves. They seem to just be trying to do a little bit too much. But Sunny B is able to pick up one in a 1v2 situation right now. But Red Reserve up 2-1. All defensive rounds won so far in this game. Something we were talking about in that pregame. But again, it just seems like Fnatic, they're just trying to catch Red Reserve off guard, but Red Reserve just doing a great job of picking up that info and rotating correctly.
Yeah, and it's a situation where when you turn up in your base and play for information, just trying to get picks, it's great if like one guy is going completely by himself on the flank, but that 2-2 split kind of gives Red Reserve more options. So when you have 2 guys alone at a bomb site, just flood it.
Right.
Take 4 guys and just flood it. But the information that Fnatic has been getting is not good enough probably to even recognize that there's a 2-2 split. So they're going to have to try and figure out these in-game adjustments of what they can do on the offensive rounds. Either way, though, Red Reserve, you see right now they got a little bit of pressure onto mid-map, but still, it's going to be Joe pushed up most aggressively, and he's only made it to the hallway.
And I love that start of Red Reserve. They knew somebody was going to peek out a bedroom, so Rated and Shawnee, both with NB4s, posted up on the bridge. They tried pre-firing that window, and someone else naded in, trying to get that early first blood. Just something new out of Red Reserve. They knew Tommy was going to peek that, but again, another 2-2 split from the defense. And it looks like the offensive teams are trying to work this middle hallway. We'll see what they're able to do as we're on board with Joe. And this is that aggressive ERAD player. See if they know if there's one in that bite shop. It is Sunny B all by himself, and he's just sort of stuck. And that's bad because Urban picks up one. Sunny, though, able to pick one, but now he's sort of stuck in. Red Reserve knows this, and they have to collapse as soon as possible. Fnatic, his teammates are trying to help him out, but Joe picks up Sunny.
Yeah, and Shawnee's going to pick up a kill as well. It's going to be Wuskins in a 1v3. He's able to pick up the first one, has pressure applied as well. Just 7 bullets left in the clip. He's got 2 players to deal with, and it does appear that that bomb is being planted. It goes down, so Wuskins going to see what he can do. It looks like he's a player trying to be a little bit sneaky, sitting directly underneath of him. And the player on bomb is just going to be looking for information. It seems like they have a pretty good idea where he is, and now they definitely do. Wuskins is going to be able to get out of dodge, but again, time is not on his side.
Yeah, and this is something you don't see very often. Someone just sort of sitting on the bomb and someone under that platform. You know, typically if you're trying to clutch, you have to get that platform control. Red Reserve know that, and they try to set up for it. Red Reserve playing super well so far today. Haven't dropped a map yet so far, and they have an early lead in game number 2.
And it's interesting as well. Yes, it's retaliation. The spawn change for the defensive side allows you to get control of that B bomb site a little bit before. So I think that's part of the reason we don't see as much pressure towards B for those bomb plants. But I think the payload is factored in a little bit as well. The teams, again, every single round on offense has been the same thing. Play and spawn, go for information. Hold that thought, though, on defense. Red Reserve is going to be flying. It's Joe again with the first blood. He's going to get 2 with the ERAD and just catches Fnatic completely off guard. That's what, 3 out of 4 rounds, if not all 4. Joe has managed to get that first blood on point for his team, and there's the round. That is a very quick manhandling on defense.
Yeah, Red Reserve, I mean, they just switch it up. They put the pace on. They know how Fnatic's been playing. They've been playing for that sort of middle hallway. FTL used by Urban in that kill cam picks up the kill on Sunny B. But they're just doing a great job sort of, you know, playing together. We see that sort of 4-man push a lot from teams like Luminosity, from teams like E United. You can just catch that offensive team off guard because they're trying to set up for that platform control.
Yeah, and now you can see Urban and Shawnee, each with 6 kills to their name. Each are just 100 points away. Excuse me, he's 100 points away from the Scarab. Shawnee's the guy to look at, 100 away from the Trinity. So a kill for him would be huge. And yes, we said if you plant the bomb, you can plant the bomb. It doesn't help the payload. It will give you streaks. And it looks like Fnatic has no idea. They have 0 presence over by the bomb site. They just gave up Trinity rockets for free.
Yeah, and now he can use it to win this round, and it looks like he is going to call in a little bit early, as all of Fnatic are going to get inside. I don't know if I agree with that. I would like to see him go back to the graveyard and call it in, but okay. He can see things we obviously can't. He just blows up a car, and Sunny B goes down. Now a 3v2, make that a 2v4. Joe just going ham with the ERAD. He's been playing so well. I mean, we were criticizing him, but he's been playing very well with this new roster. Scraps in a 1v3 situation with 15 seconds left. This should be over. 5-1 to Red Reserve. They're just playing so well.
Did you see the player that got killed by the Trinity rocket at all?
No.
I had no idea. That's like the first time probably in like Call of Duty history.
He did it on Breakout too. He just shot a rocket and someone blew up.
I just don't get it. Like, how did he? Like, normally it's Codcaster. We see people through walls, and that time, I don't know. He just has better game sense than us. That has to be the case, or at least better than me. But either way, Red Reserve, they've mixed up the strats on both offense and defense. They've managed to earn streaks, and they have a very convincing game number 2 on their hands. Of course, they do have to close out. But if they do close out, I just don't think there's any way they lose this series. They've looked fantastic. They manhandled them in the respawns, and they're doing the same thing here in Search and Destroy. So the team right now just looks great.
Yeah, just the decision-making. Everything they're doing is just the right call. They all seem to be on the same page. Wow. Shawnee picks up one, Rated picks up another, but Rated's all by himself. He knows he's stuck in that corner, but picks up a huge one. Now it's a 1v3 for Wuskin, but a 1v2 now as he trades out a kill, but that's it. Red Reserve takes map number 2, 6-1, and Fnatic, this is a team who have been Search and Destroy gods, to be honest, all year long, and they're down 0-2 after losing that game.
So Again, I know it's Thursday. I know it's incredibly in the weekend, but like, how good is Red Reserve really? Because, like, again, the roster change coming to pick them up. They add Rated instead of Nile, but I don't know. They honestly look like they might be a contender, like one of the top 8 teams potentially.
Well, you look at sort of stage 1. Rated played great for Elevate, was probably their best player. Urban was the best player for Red Reserve by far. Shawnee's been consistent. Joe was sort of the big question mark, but he had a great map number 2. You know, online, I talked about it. They've won the last 2K in Europe. They've been playing great online in the scrims I've watched, you know, from Rated's point of view. So it just seems like things are clicking. Maybe it's just a honeymoon phase, but we'll have to wait and find out.
I don't know. I just see so much potential. I just can't get over it, honestly, because, again, it's back to the duo as well. We talked about the struggles of Joe, and we honestly should probably stop harping on that at this point because, again, the guy just had a monster performance. But, again, back with that duo of Rated. They got second at COD XP. Best, you know, performance Europe has ever had, and now Europe's in a position where Spice is actually able to win. They got wins on North American soil, so Europe is really making a very strong case, and Red Reserve trying to emerge as one of those top EU teams.
Yeah, as you can see, Red Reserve picking up the first 2 games, and map number 3 is going to be a throwback uplink. You know, can Fnatic start that reverse sweep? We'll have to wait and find out.
Well, definitely the question that's going to be begged. We've seen a couple almost attempted reverse sweeps today, but no one's been successful. And, of course, Fnatic's going to be fiending to try to do that. But we are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, going over to Throwback Uplink.
Oh, well, we're not good. I remember them playing super well on that map, so that could be where they sort of start that reverse sweep. But throwback uplink, you know, a slower map. If Joe's playing like that, you know, with an ERAD, it's going to be very difficult for Fnatic to sort of control that mid-map. But now we are ready for our commercial break. We'll be right back. Game number 3, throwback uplink, right after this. into Stage 2 Qualifier. We're on our 4th match of the day. Fnatic versus Red Reserve. Red Reserve up 2-0, and we're heading to a Game 3 throwback uplink, but so far it's been all Red Reserve.
It's been all Red Reserve so far this entire tournament for them. Again, I think their closest match was within, 100 points on a Hardpoint. And again, it's been sheer dominance every single game mode. The roster change from rated denial seems to be a pretty good one for Red Reserve. Of course, a long way to go. The relegation competition is definitely less than what we're going to be seeing later on this weekend. Once we get a crack of those top 8 teams, we'll get a real showcase of how good Red Reserve is. And of course, their run is not over yet. They still have to close out against Fnatic. They need one more map, and they got potentially more 3 to go. And of course, Fnatic has to pull off the reverse sweep. I don't think they can do it. I don't know, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic's a team who have sort of lived or died by search and destroy, and they lost that game number 2. But if you're able to win that uplink, we've said it all year, you typically win game number 4 after winning a game 3, and you push it to that game 5. But it will be very difficult, as Red Reserve has looked so good all day long. Everything just working out well from them. Joe playing extremely well. Shawnee and Urban just not stopping. And, of course, Rated just filling in those lanes with that NB4.
Yeah, and then, of course, on the other, not stream, on the other station that we have going on, I'm pretty sure that Supreme is actually up 2-0 against Era as well. So, again, Era looked a little bit weak early on, and their struggles seem to be continuing. And Supreme, of course, is trying to bounce back and get on the board again. If you win 2, you make the GPL. If you lose 2, then, well, I guess we'll just see tomorrow, and you got a chance to get 200 grand.
Yeah, have a good one. Probably be pretty tough, but we're heading into this game number 3. Hopping on board. Who do you want to start with? Oh, you're choosing.
I'm choosing absolutely everybody. We're going to scroll through until somebody gets a kill. I'm just kidding. Going to try and give Fnatic a little bit of love because, again, if the dominance from Red Reserve continues, then we're only going to be showing Red Reserve later on stream. So hopefully Fnatic can get something together. You see Scraps is able to get that first intro kill. He's going to be able to find 2. Tommy's had to do nothing so far, but at least he's going to be grabbing the drone, and he's only going to do that for a second. And then their entire team is going to fall.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea out of Fnatic. They're just trying to play super quick, move that drone, something we've seen from teams like, E6, E-United, some of the best uplink teams in the world. They're able to slay while moving that drone, but Red Reserve, they're able to get all mid-map control. Urban with that pistol picks up 1, Ray another, but Tommy trades it out, and Fnatic able to control their base. But Joe, with that E-Red, he's so sneaky at times, but he's able to get traded out by Sunny B.
Yep, and right now it is Red Reserve trying to put the pressure on Shawnee, going to be in his opponent's base, and that is something that is going to be a constant concern to Fnatic. They really can't do anything on the map until they find this player, and you can see that he has already gotten completely out of dodge, and they are still checking their corners to see if he's behind him. Finally, he shows up, but 3 players are going to fall for Fnatic. Rated's going to be able to get that 4th. Shawnee's pretty much underneath the portal right now. Rated has that drone. They're just trying to get together. Looks like Shawnee is going to fall. Rated's going to have to try and go for that quick 1-point shot. He's actually just going to back up and wait for his teammates. And you can see right now, Joe coming on the flank. Urban's going to be pushing up aggressively as well.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He just got thrown the drone. No, but a great job by Sunny B to get Shawnee out of his base. That kill really stopped the push from Red Reserve. Fnatic trying to get mid-map control, not something they've been able to do all game long. Shawnee at 4-3. The rest of his teammates, everybody at least around that 1.0. And they're moving up again towards that lemon, and that's 3 down for Fnatic. Tommy, the last one left, and this should be points. He's going to go for the dunk. I don't like that decision at all.
Raid's going to be able to pick up 2, though. Tommy eventually able to shut him down. So if Raid had gone off, that still would have been points. But as you said, if you have the opportunity to get guaranteed points, if you don't have those cuts already pre-locked, a lot of times it's just a much safer bet to go ahead and hit that 1-point shot. Either way, though, still a lot of Call of Duty to play. Got about 8 minutes left in this game, assuming there is no overtime. Fnatic, though, this was the problem for them when they played on Precinct earlier. They're okay getting that first wave of kills, but they really have trouble getting past mid-map. And it's the same thing here. They clear out their base, they make a nice defensive stand, and then they all die once again, and they have to do it again. And it's one of those situations where something's got to break. You can only make so many clutch plays on defense before finally points get in. And it looks like Urban's trying to be sneaky. He's going to be able to sneak that 1-point shot out. But EU people, can't play basketball.
EU teep?
EU teep? I don't know.
Dude, we got a European teepee on screen. No, but Fnatic again, finally get that drone out. Now they just have to slay. And I believe that's number 3. Who is that? Sunny B on a huge flank with that E-Red. Does go down to Shawnee, though. That's shut down. Man, just slow down if you're Fnatic. I don't understand why you're trying to move that drone up. You have to get those kills in the middle. Urban picking up 2. And Urban, his movement just so darn good. I remember watching him early in the game when he was using propulsion before that got restricted, and he was just doing some ridiculous stuff. And this is something different. They're going to try and wrap it all the way around to that right side. no, Fnatic picking up kills, and I don't know if I like this play, but he's keeping it going. Urban and Shawnee pushing it up this right side. I don't know how they're making this work, but they are. All of Red Reserve pushing that field. Now they have a scoring opportunity if they're able to get it through the barn, which it looks like they should be able to.
And
Wow.
there you go. So that drone just started all the way from bridge back to the spawn, wrapped it all the way around, went through tunnel, took it through barn, had to pick up some kills, give it to his second player, go all the way through barn. And they did that, essentially getting kills for the most part, 3v4. They're able to slay out Fnatic 2 times. That is magical.
You know, if that was a Telestrator piece, that'd have a ton of arrows on it. A lot. That'd have a lot of arrows. I'd be like, if you go on this one and you come back, that was like a running back running for a touchdown. That was just ridiculous. But Wiskin picking up 2, but again, it's on their side is where he is. Well, actually, he's in blue. Fnatic finally pushing up, but it's on this field side. And let's see if they're finally able to capitalize on a score. These are huge kills. As you can see, Red Reserve spawning right under, you know, that goal. Let's see if he can get a 1-point toss out.
Well, and you see Sunny B is able to pick up 2 in the base as well. So the drone is going to get picked off actually by Shawnee. And it looks like he got the reset as well. So that is a massive play, honestly. There was 2 players coming in from Fnatic, almost guaranteed points. But not only does he pick it off, he's able to throw it off the map in just enough time before he falls. So fantastic plays. And Red Reserve, again, looking pretty confident. The one time they've really had to make that defensive stand, they come up clutch. And, of course, well, the entire rest of the game, they've been on the offensive side.
And those players that are just good at intercepting are just so annoying. We see players on like Luminosity, players like United, they make it so difficult to score. But Fnatic finally getting some in-map control as Wuskin's able to pick up 1. Joe takes out Sunny B, and they're trying to move this drone towards this bowling alley. This is a huge kill. I'm not sure who left his teammate. It was Wuskin, just left Tommy alone. And, you know, 2-0 Red Reserve into halftime.
Yeah, I mean, difficult situation at the end there. You got about 5 seconds, and you're basically praying that you're able to sneak by. And that's probably one of the more collective kills I've ever seen. That's 8 different bullets that had to go into Tommy. Of course, I think he had some armor. And, of course, if, you know, the player starts to heal up and you put more, they just kind of tally on and on. But either way, Red Reserve looks pretty good. But, I don't know, all things considered for Fnatic, yes, they don't have any points. But considering they've been on the back foot, this is a much closer game than I would have expected.
Yeah, Tommy, obviously 15-9, playing extremely well with that NV4. He's really been the, sort of that clutch factor where who's stopped all of Red's pushes. They're going super quick. We'll see if Tommy's able to pick up 1. But, no, Joe with an E-Rad picks up 2. And look how quick he is, already in the opponent's base with, I believe that is Shawnee. We'll see if they're able to capitalize as 2 of his teammates are just coming off spawn, ready to take that drone up middle map.
Yeah, and this is a lot of pressure. Shawnee's able to pick up 2 as well. The sneaky Beaver is going to fall for the 3rd, but Joe knows where the rest of the players are. Actually turns at the last second, but wastes enough time to get that drone passed up to Urban, and Urban is going to be able to get 2 more points on the board. So that is a team collective, an entire situation that just got set up to get those 2 points on board.
Well, yeah, I mean, Urban knew that the team was just going to spawn at blue and just rotate back, so they decided to take that up tunnel and completely catch them off guard. Shawnee picks up 2. And they're able to get a dunk. Again, Fnatic stuck in their base, and here comes Joe. Again, so sneaky all game long with this E-Rad. None of Fnatic picking up that flank. Should be able to pick up 2. And again, now the pressure is back in Fnatic's base.
Well, on the bright side for them, Sunny B was mid-map. He's going to lose that gunfight to Shawnee, and now Joe's just in prime position. Shawnee's going to have that drone, but Joe's going to be trying to get those opening cuts. And you see they're going for the wrap once again. So, yes, Joe does fall, but they know exactly the gunfights they need to win. Raid is going to be able to get 2. Urban gets the 3rd, and that drone is going to go in. And frankly, that could have been a dunk had the shot not counted. But again, those guaranteed points is definitely the play you want to make. And Red Reserve going to go up 5-0.
And Joe almost reminded me of like Zuma's play style, just like old Zuma, you know, just flanking constantly, and nobody's picking it up on Fnatic, and that's just forcing Fnatic back into their base. You know, rated up top, taken out by Scraps. Finally, Fnatic some have been map control, but again, they let somebody behind them. Urban picks up 1, and he's just stalling time now. Fnatic, they can't do anything until they're together as a team. Tommy's going to try and get this 1-point throw off the top, but Scraps goes down.
Yeah, and he's just not comfortable. You see 2 teammates trying to push up through barn, but he's kind of caught out away for them, trying to go for the 1-point play, and that's an instant interception. He threw that directly into his enemy, and of course, the teammates are there to pick up the kills as well. So Red Reserve, again, on defense, they've been looking fantastic. As many interceptions as you could, well, ever need, because there's only been 2 shots that came in.
Yeah. And just an update from the other game, Supreme up 5-0 at halftime. They're leading the series 2-0. Mox right now is 21-9, playing extremely well, sort of an up-and-coming talent, but back on board with Joe with an E-Rad. I saw your face. I wasn't looking. Did he destroy someone?
Yeah, Joe was cooking, man. He completely turned on someone up on top tickets. So, yeah, Joe's on form, 21-18, leading the team in slaying, something I wasn't expecting to say. But again, very close range engagements. He's been with that ERAD. He's been playing very aggressive. He's got that confident play style, and it's been working so well. And again, that's a 3 sweep right there going in favor of Red Reserve. They're going to be back on the attack once again. And just look at how much farther Joe is pushed up than the rest of his team. He's getting those kills so far in advance that Urban's able to come through. Not going to go for the shot, but just trying to get the kills. Now Joe's got 3 players stacked up in front. Raid is going to get the final 2. And yes, no points get on the board. Weskin's able to pick it up. But that was a 45-second period where Fnatic is just praying that no more points come on board. They clutch up. They got a minute and a half, and it's a 3-possession game.
Yeah, and pretty soon those payloads are coming up, rated very close to camo. You know, that's at least a 1-point throw if they use it effectively. Fnatic trying to push this barn, but Sunny B, Scraps picking up 2, and Scraps tried going middle, just left his teammates, but
He had the overdrive. He was trying to go for the sneaky overdrive play, but again, he got caught down instantly. And yes, they have to make plays. They have to make something happen. But again, you're trying to run away for your teammates there. That's a hope style of playing. And I don't know if you ever play chess, Merc, but you don't want to play hope chess. Things are not going to go your way. You have to make correct plays. And again, Fnatic is one of those situations where, yes, they pick up kills, but now they're just stuck. They just don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle getting that second wave, and that drone has been positioned in field for, again, about 45 seconds now.
I'm going to be honest with you, I've never played chess. I just played Call of Duty.
That's reasonable. If you're making like a couple $100,000, like I would play Call of Duty too, shoot. But I got nothing else to do, so I play chess because it's not going to work out. Either way, though, Red Reserve, 3-possession game. They're up 5 points. You see Rated right now is wasting time. He can waste time with camo, but he's just
kept holding on to it. I think he just got bored, wants to shoot some more virtual characters. Joe popped overdrive, just getting to their base. Again, Rated has camo if they really needed it, which they won't. He could easily get a score. Urban just slaying the map. And just look at the scoreboard. Rated 28 and 20 plus 8. Joe 26 and 23. I mean, Fnatic, not a horrible performance. They just weren't able to get out of their base. Again, the constant flanking from players like Joe, just forcing them back into it. You can obviously Fnatic rage quitting, but they're not out of it yet. I believe they will end up playing Supremacy, to qualify for a spot. So, a lot of people are like, the loser of this could potentially play Millennium, where we knock out another European team, but Supremacy upsets them. So if you're Fnatic, you beat Supreme. Now you got to beat Supremacy. You're just beating all the Supremes.
Yeah, you just got to take out all the S's, I guess. I don't know if there's like any top 8 teams with the S in their name, but that's kind of irrelevant. That's just, kind of fake analysis, if you will. But either way, that's going to be the story for Fnatic. If they lose the Search and Destroy, there's really not much hope for them. And not only did they lose the Search and Destroy, they got kind of battered in the respawns as well.
Oh, yeah.
Again, a 5-0 defeat is the closest game they had. And again, no points. They had, like 2 shot attempts that entire time. They tried to make one overdrive play. They had absolutely nothing going for them. But Red Reserve, on the flip side of things, to keep things positive, have looked phenomenal so far this tournament. Again, it's only Thursday, but still.
Absolutely. And looking at the other games, Supreme up 7-0 with 30 seconds left. That should do it. So that means Era is going to be out. So it'll be Supreme versus Tainted Minds in the losers, and you will also have Red Reserve versus Supremacy in the losers to figure out your last 2 teams. But, Cloud9, Red Reserve, they take care of business. Congrats to Red Reserve. Not only do you make it to Stage 2, you make it into pools for tomorrow. You make it to COD Champs. So that roster move for Rated, he's qualified for Champs in Stage 2 twice.
I did not realize that Champs was on the line as well. This is a ridiculous tournament. They're playing for $200,000 the rest of the weekend. They're playing for a shot at $500,000 throughout the Stage 2 playoffs, and apparently Champs, which I don't know what the prize pool is, but it's going to be
$1.5 million.
Jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's good. If you're Red Reserve, you're happy. Not only did you win, but that's, what, $2.2 million. Yeah, that's...
You just qualified for.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you can't get all $2.2 million of that. Max, you could probably more than $1 million, right?
That's a lot.
Jeez. I'm coming back for the next Call of Duty title.
Are you coming back? What are you coming back from, Chance?
Dude, you should have seen me on the Wii. I was a god. No, that's not true. Actually, it was true, but the Wii is irrelevant, at least in terms of this event. Either way, though, again, Red Reserve looking great. Cloud9 is going to confirmed as well. I don't know. Actually, this is a question for you. How does it work to decide who gets into pools? Is that like drawn at the end of the day?
Yeah, it'll be drawn at the end of the day, I believe. So we'll figure that all out and let the world know. But I believe that's it. Up next on the stream, we're going to have Tainted Minds in Supreme. 2 teams who are 1-1. The winner qualifies for Stage 2. We'll be back right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live in Anaheim. It's Pucky here with Chance, and we're about to bring you basically a qualification match that is going to seal your deal for the rest of the year. If you win right here, you're going to stage 2. You're playing for the $700,000 up for grabs, but also you're going to lock in a spot in pool play. And Chance, we already have 2 teams that we know are going into pools. Cloud9, they were able to get the job done. Who else is joining them?
Red Reserve as well. And again, both those teams easily look the most dominant by far. Red Reserve probably even more so. Win 6-0 on the day. I think their closest match was like a 6-0 or something in an uplink. So, I mean, they've looked phenomenal. Of course, though, those 2 spots remaining. Tainted Minds, I think that's a team that, well, no one outside of the APAC region probably gave much of an opportunity for them to do so well, but they pulled off the upset against Millennium earlier on today. And, of course, they fell short to C9, but this is it. They just have to beat Supreme, and they're in. And we got 2 APAC teams in, man.
Absolutely. And Tainted Minds, if you remember their first match against Millennium, that one went to a Game 5. They started off hot, then they kind of fell apart in Game 3 and 4. Eventually get the job done in Search and Destroy. So keep your eyes on this Australian squad. And talking with the other big Aussie team here, Mind Freak, they were saying, you know what, we don't expect a whole lot out of them unless they get fired up. And if they do, they have some power players that can do damage. Speaking of all four of them, my favorite to watch on the squad is going to be Excite from Mind Freak formerly, but also Damage, who's been a veteran, a guy we've seen at COD Champs time and time again, going all the way back to Ghost.
Yeah, and of course the big story for Excite is he actually gets dropped from Mind Freak, who had already qualified for the next season of the GPL, and they just get rid of him. So he wants to do everything he can to get back, and well, that's about as good of a start as you could really ask for in the first Hardpoint. Well, more importantly, if he had picked up the second kill, but either way, you know he's got a lot to fight for.
Swifty on your screen. A guy I haven't had a chance to watch too much. He hasn't been into pool play, really. Tainted Minds bombing out of the tournaments in the later rounds of the open bracket. This could be a massive opportunity for them here, but they're going up against some big names from North America. Tell me a little bit about the Supreme team as we're in the early moments of Hardpoint.
Well, we're on board with Spacely, and he's definitely the veteran of the squad. He's been playing at a pretty high level professionally for the longest time, but so far in IW, it just has not been his game. He's been kind of hanging around, I think, top 28 placings in Atlanta and Dallas, so he's obviously trying to get a better team to improve. Lacefield, formerly on C9, obviously a GPL caliber player, but he gets dropped as well. So another player that's going to be fighting for a lot. Lamagad, he's phenomenal as well. Him and Mox have been the absolute duo. Those are like the talented two on this team. When they are working well together, they can play phenomenal, absolutely lights out. And of course, Llama's trying to continue that. He's 3-1, make it 4-1. Looks like Excite's going to be able to trade a kill, and Excite's going to be able to pick up the second. So Aussie's trying to show up.
Impressive kills there from Excite. Gets the player down low, then looks up in the air to find the double kill. Lacefield, though, is going to keep the hill control, but for how long? You're going to see Lamagad coming in to reinforce, and here come the green arrows. They're running in one by one. Llama's going to find Excite first. Swifty's there to trade out two, and now Spacely's about to find three on the flank.
Yeah, and this is kind of the expectation for Supreme as well as Spacely. He's going to be able to find three, and keep in mind, he is now just 150 away from the Scorchers. I have no idea why he doesn't have Trinity Rockets on board, but hey, he might be able to get there. Honestly, he could just go and grab the next hill in 10 seconds. That might be the play as well, but Spacely looking good. And if you've got a player like Spacely that's cooking as well, Supreme is going to be phenomenal in response.
And it is something interesting to point out there, the lack of that third score streak. That's obviously an error. You're going to want to give yourself at least something there to earn. Scorchers 50 points away. That is going to lock it in for him, and he is only 250 away from bringing out the big boy.
Yeah, of course, generally speaking, the Warden's more just for show. It just takes a simple class change. You get on the right perk, and then that Warden can't do anything to you. Of course, there's no telling whether the players even have a class like that available. They certainly should, but who knows? And there, of course, you see the Scorchers getting called in, but it doesn't matter. The remaining players on Supreme are going to be able to do all of that work, and they're going to get that clean 3 down.
So far in this game, North America is simply outslaying the Australians, and to me, that's honestly a bit shocking. If you look back to the first matchup for Tainted Minds against Cloud9, or I guess their second match of the day, Tainted Minds, they blew out Cloud9 in their opening hardpoint. It was 250 to, I think, 123, if I'm remembering correctly. So the Supreme team showing that they are no slouches. They can slay, and they have silenced the Australians so far.
Well, definitely inconsistent. Tainted Minds, though, was in the respawns. They did win that first one, but then the next game against C9, I think it was Exotic, started off like 0-13, and they still managed to win that game. So it's one of those things that if Tainted Minds, they don't show up at all, it can get pretty bad, and so far that seems to be the case here. It's 85-22, and it doesn't even look like Damage was shooting back.
We're honestly just going to stay on board with Lamagad and Lacefield right now. I mean, Spacely's even 10-6, but it was kind of all done at the barn. Lacefield is 15-5, and this is a guy that Aches decided didn't have what it takes to stay on Cloud9. He was kind of their star player if you look back to their Vegas performance, and he was a guy that had a lot of hype coming into this year as one of those young guns, one of those guys that showed his potential on H2K last year and could have a breakout year. He had a great opening event, but he hasn't been consistent. This is looking like a pretty good home for him, and I know this is a little bit lower competition than what he's used to, but a fantastic start here in an opening game 1.
Yeah, and frankly, I think the main problem with Supreme is just earlier in their first match, they just started off slow against Fnatic. Fnatic has not been a very good hardpoint team, but when Fnatic wins that first one, they're great in search, and Supreme forced the map number 5. They turned around the respawns later on, but they fell short in map number 5. So if they just win that first hardpoint and don't start out slow, they would have been fine. They are not starting out slow here. Map number 1, this is 120 nearly to 33. They are just cruising right along.
Excite just picked up 3 straight kills. Lamagod is going to be picked from the window. Let's go to Excite. He's on a 4 streak now, and he was just, I think it was 7 and 12 a few moments ago. -5, now +1. Keep your eyes on the former Mind Freak player as this goes on. Damage also starting to put together some kills, but Nimble has been silent. -10 at this point. You're in the second half of the game. He needs to turn up if they want any chance of getting back in here on our first throwback game.
Yeah, and again, that just kind of shines the light on the inconsistencies of the Tainted Minds roster. But again, a lot of Call of Duty left to be played. You see they have the spawns for this Barn Hill. Excite's in the back. It's going to actually spot 3 players over top, but 2 of them are going to be able to pick up kills, and Lacefield's going to pick up 2 to give that wipe. Nimble's the last player alive for Tainted Minds, so they had the early hold, and they got basically 0 time with it. That is an instant break coming out from Supreme.
Barn is where most of the damage was done on the first rotation. Lacefield is inside. His teammates working on streaks outside. It's Mox on a 2 streak. Llama on a 2. Spacely has found his 3rd kill. And here comes the push. Injured players from Tainted Mind not shying away from the gunfights. Now their health is back, though. This is where they're going to get dangerous. They're all grouped up in the back, and Swifty has picked up 2. Here's the opening fight. Nimble finally gets his 7th kill and 8th kill. Big ones as they take over with 15 points to score.
Yeah, again, if you start out slow, you're going to have to make up for it with some of those clutch kills. He's going to be able to do that just there. Looks like there's actually going to be a player flanking Excite just for those final seconds. That was Mox, actually. Is able to pick it up, but again, that's only a few extra seconds on board. It's all about those rotations.
Ooh.
Swifty's going to get shut down by Lacefield, but Excite is actually going to be there. But it looks like kill's still going to be traded. It's going to be back and forth on this bridge.
Excited slowed down a little bit. His KD back into the negative, trying to turn that around here. Back to even after those, and he is going to be ever closer to that camo, about 2 kills away on the opposite side. Spacely, he's very close to his payload. Will have it able to pop out in this next fight. Lacefield working on his. So payload's going to come into play at the second half of this game, but overall on this scoreboard, it's a one-sided affair. And I mean, if you just play this out for another 4 minutes without a second doubt, you would just say this is going Supreme's way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's one of those things where so far in IW we've seen, and I know JP has been hard at work to give us these stats, that the team that outslays in Hardpoint wins the vast majority of the time, more so than I think in any other Call of Duty that we've seen. Sometimes it can get ridiculous. On Retaliation, it was like nearly 100% of the time. On Throwback, I think it was in like the high 70s, low 80s. And again, when you're outslaying by as much as Supreme are, it's not even close. Lacefield is +14. The only player negative on the team is Lam, and he's only -1, and he's still getting in a ton of gunfights, and that's going to be expected. So, again, all Supreme is perfectly right.
Damage has really fallen off. Nimble, he's picked up 4 kills since we really last checked in on him. Excite and Swifty trying to keep the Australians in this game. Supreme needing just 50 points. The baseball field, though, is where you can definitely turn it around. Damage from the back, staying alive with the NV4. He's getting support, but it's not enough. Nimble's going to pick up 2, but here comes Mox on the flank. Finds 2, challenging the 3rd. Out comes the camo. We'll see you later, buddy. Great retake there from Supreme.
And I know he had the camo to help, but that's just kind of the difference that we just saw from Damage and Mox. Damage is in the back. He's doing the right thing, but there is, 3 or 4 gunfights that he couldn't quite finish. And Mox on the other side, well, he's going to be able to finish 3 back-to-back-to-back and go on a 4 streak as well. So, again, it's not a star-studded roster, but there is a lot of talent on the Supreme squad.
I mean, they're slaying like crazy here. You got Lacefield double positive. Mox is looking at +10. Spacely +8 at this point. Mox continuing to add to those tallies. He's got 2 score streaks to work with. Also have that Warden about 225 away. Here come the missiles. The Trinity not going to do any work. Doesn't matter, though. They have full control, and they're just 15 points away from taking our first game.
That's kind of like the story of the game for me. He calls in streaks, and his teammates get too many kills that he can't even get kills
They're
that
not
way.
even on the map.
It's just been a huge problem right now for Tainted Minds. They're, well, poised to get a 100-point club. They're trying to at least get past that margin, but even if they do so, I think it's safe to say they're not going to make that 150-point deficit comeback.
Look at this. 26 kills from Llama. Lacefield's looking for his 30 bomb. 26 from Mox and Spacely. Everyone contributing here as we are down to the barn. 5 seconds needed, and that should do it. If Mox can defend himself here, actually, it looks like Tainted Minds is going to hold for at least one more push. You got Llama God waiting. Here come those 4 blue arrows. They're at the top of the mini-map. They're all coming in. Scarab's going to spot them, but by the time he sees them, the gunfight should be going down.
Yeah, all players actually able to push in the back, but still no kills just yet, so the pressure is at least going to be understood. Lacefield, though, is going to have shots, and at least 3 different players able to pick up 1 kill. Mox is trying to work in tandem, but they're still struggling to get inside. Tainted Mind's doing a decent job of holding on. Lacefield, though, inside the hill. These are the important gunfights. He gets one. Spacely's going to get the other. And Tainted Minds, well, they made it slightly interesting towards the end, but against Supreme, just that entire game, that slaying power was way too much to handle.
It was, what, 124 to, like, 43 points after the first rotation? Everyone putting in work here from our Supreme team, and they did fall short to Fnatic. They choked that Game 5 on Crusher. They gave themselves an opportunity in the series, and then you let Sunny B kind of shut you down. So Supreme didn't hope to be in this position, didn't expect to be in this position, but when matching up against Australia's second-best team, you have to give the North Americans an edge, especially in a respawn like Throwback.
Yeah, of course, though, as you said, that's just the respawn. The Search and Destroy is a lot more up in the air. Again, it's one of those things where the North Americans don't even scrim Search and Destroy all too much. It's a very heavy focus on the respawn because you're trying to avoid giving away strats. And, of course, you're getting the region matchup as well. That's going to be going down. So a lot of things at play. Of course, though, Tainted Minds, perfect map to try and bounce back on.
Shout out to Chance. He's also our observer while casting. We haven't had to do this for a while, but it's good to get back into it. And we're going into Search and Destroy here on the map that Supreme lost to Fnatic. So if you're Tainted Minds, here's your opportunity. Come into Crusher, do exactly what Fnatic did, score early, get that big lead, and then use the payloads to close out your search.
Yeah, and again, to say must win is an understatement. It's incredible how much is on the line. Again, we're going to keep touting it, but spot at champs as well. That's the part that I didn't know. You get that guaranteed if you win this match and qualify. Access to, I think me and Merc figured out a $2.2 million prize pool in total from Stage 2, from champs, even just pool play at Anaheim, which puts you in such a good position for the rest of the weekend. Because again, you're fighting throw open bracket. That's a hike, especially after playing on Thursday. You do not want to fall short here.
Life-changing money up for grabs as we close out 2017. We are live in Anaheim. If you're just joining us, this is the conclusion to the relegation tournament. Back at Stage 1, the bottom 4 teams, they dropped the top teams from online across 3 different regions, all coming in today to fight out for the final 4 spots. We know Cloud9 is going through. We know Red Reserve is going through, but here's a look at the teams still alive in the losers bracket. Millennium, they're out. Era, we'll see you later. Supremacy and Fnatic, that match is coming up next. And you see at the bottom half of the bracket there, it's Supreme versus Tainted Minds for the 3rd spot going into pool play.
And that's interesting as well because Supremacy, of course, is the French team. So, yes, we talk about the EU, how they've been looking a lot better, but that's primarily a bunch of UK guys. So it'd be nice to get more languages in the mix, if you will. And then, of course, APAC trying to get a 2nd spot. A lot of potential, but again, it's going to be a tough road. I think the expectation of Supreme was that if there was going to be upset potential, they were going to be the guys to pull it off. Yes, they fell short to Fnatic earlier, but again, that's a series where if they just played a little bit better on map number 1, they could have very easily taken it. Of course, though, a long way to go. They still got 2 more maps to win. And Tainted Minds, not too shabby in search.
So when you look at these 4 remaining teams, if you could rank them 1 to 4, I had Fnatic at the top of the list. Where did you have Supreme? Where do you have a squad like Tainted Minds?
Well, okay, if you asked me yesterday, I would have put Tainted Minds at the bottom. But after their performance against Millennium, definitely proved that they can at least contend against these relegation teams. Again, there's still a lot to be desired. They still have a lot that they can prove, but they're definitely proved that they are a very solid squad. Still, though, I would put Supreme above them. Yes, they fell short, but I think the respawn is just too good. I think the combination of Mox and Lamagod is phenomenal. And then you even saw last game, Lacefield completely went off, and he has been known to do that in the past where he can just have those superstar performances. And even in the search, Lacefield is definitely going to be the player to watch over for the side of Supreme.
All right, you see on the mini-map, it is going to be a long flank coming at Damage. He's in position to scout this out. Now does he make the play? He will. The kills are going to continue to go down, though. Swifty is next into action. As you see, it is a 3-on-3. Lacefield and Damage on the sideline. Bomb has not been planted. The retreat going down from Supreme, but they're able to trade out kills. It's all of a sudden just Excite left in a 1v2.
Yeah, the trade's coming in very, very effectively right there from Supreme, and now he's actually going to be completely pinched in. He's going to be able to come up behind a player on crates, but he's not able to finish the kill right away. That's going to buy the remaining player Spacely some time, but now you just kind of have this awkward engagement by crates. Who's going to peek? Who's going to get those shots? The entire gunfight's going to come down, and Spacely with the aggression is going to hit him from the side, and that is a very nice round win coming out from Supreme.
And, you know, props to Excite. You win the first gunfight. You give yourself an opportunity, but it was those early shots. When Excite goes to throw the grenade, Spacely tags him up, so when the next engagement happens, Spacely has the health advantage, closes out the 1v1. So the defense holding strong here to start things off on Search and Destroy. Let's go over to the attacking squad. It's going to be Llama God on your screen with the bomb. And as you can see on that mini-map top left, 3 players going to be looping around on the flank. It's Damage sent alone to B to scout things out.
Well, this is a very similar round, actually, from what we previously saw, where the defensive team sends 3 players on the flank. This time, though, Spacely spots it out very, very early. The gunfights didn't go down in that back corner of the map. He spots that out and immediately goes and gets out of dodge, and this is the correct thing. Supreme is pushing out the bomb site. Damage, who is by himself, only has 1 player that wrapped back to help him. So this is going to be a 4-on-2. If Supreme plays it fast enough, Spacely able to get that first blood, and they have not slowed down. They are continuing to push through, and that is exactly the play they needed to make.
Spacely is going to be leading this charge over to A. Only 1 player has rotated over in time. You see Excite there, that little green outline moving around inside. Meanwhile, Lacefield's going to find players on the flank, and it looks like it's only Excite left alive. We switch to him as he falls. Nice round there, and it all starts with Spacely picking up that first blood.
And I really love that play as well. Again, just the decision to make sure you push through the bomb site as soon as you spot out the flank. Something a lot of teams don't do. A lot of teams just kind of sit still, panic. They don't make a decision, get hesitant, and they get punished for it. But again, instant reaction. They flooded through, and I think it was Damage. That was what? In a 1v4, essentially. Yep. And outside of making an absurdly good play, there's really just nothing he can do. So again, smart decision-making from Supreme. Although this time back on the offensive end, I'm pretty sure that player just, did he get sniped?
Yeah, no, Mox tagged him up at the cave. NV4, excuse me. Meanwhile, trying to get the Lacefield in time. I can't. He's going to fall at the hands of Excite. Llama God trying to rotate over. They're down a man here in the 3v4. The opponents need to plant the bomb first. And you see Llama God is going to be working with Spacely. Spacely looking for the first blood. He spotted Damage. Here's the execution. Great kill. Ties it up. Bomb falls. And now you're going to see Llama God Spacely duo all up against Excite. 3-on-1 here. How is this happening for Tainted Minds? How are they dropping so quickly?
Well, that bomb's going to get defused as well. Excite is going to fall, but that was a situation where it seemed like they were doing the right thing. They pushed out to rock, but they did it a little bit too slowly. Once those players come on the flank and shoot you in the back, now you're worried about 2 different directions. You're worried about the player that was originally watching the flank, and you're worried about the players behind you. So again, when you make that decision to push through, you have to do it aggressively. There is not time to waste. And of course, props to Supreme. They just won the gunfights over by the bomb side as well, but 3v4, you cannot be giving that away.
Let's go over to Llama God, 5-1. Pretty impressive stuff. Spacely, yet to die, sitting at 4-0. We'll be working on streaks here. And as we take a look here at the map, if you plant the bomb here on Crusher, you're only expected to win 56% of the time. This is the map that has the biggest defender's advantage. And we'll see if that'll come into play here for Tainted Minds. 3 players stacked up. Llama God waiting to turn the corner. Excite slides in first. They don't expect Llama God to be in the sky, but the kills are traded out in favor of TM. Last man up is going to fall, and it is going to be Tainted Minds winning on the defensive end. They're still down 2 rounds, but they could quickly make this a game if they're able to win on the next attack.
And part of the reason as well, and that's something I'm sure we'll have to touch on quite a few times this week, that the defensive side is only slightly favored. It's because the bomb is getting planted every single round. Because it built towards those payloads, you give it to the active camo guy, reactive, and you have to plant every round because you're trying to earn those payloads. Obviously, the most recent patch took that factor out. So the search and destroy strats are going to be relatively similar, though we're probably going to see quite a few less plants, teams trying to favor getting those picks first. So again, keep that in the back of your mind as this plays out. Meanwhile, though, Lacefield with that nade is able to pick up first blood.
Nimble on your screen. Has bomb in hand and 3 opponents charging him. Spacely's going to pick up the kills, and what a wipe there from Supreme. They pick up 3 all in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch them play the respawns, obviously their gun skill is a factor. Their slaying power is pretty ridiculous, or at least in this comparison matchup. So, hey, you get the first blood, stick together, fly through, trust yourself to win the gunfights, and things will go your way. Supreme playing with confidence, and they're up 4-1.
And Mox picks up his 2nd and 3rd kill there in the final kill cam. Very nice job to turn to the right after picking up the first kill on his left. We're going over to Lamagod once again. Bomb carrier with FTL jump. He's just going to let Spacely charge out and spot for defenders. They have no idea, but the A bomb site is wide open. They could plant at any moment. Meanwhile, let's go over to Mox. He's about to have his hands full. 4 flankers all rotating together. Tainted Minds is pushing around the perimeter of the map.
And again, this comes down to the payload thing. Generally speaking, at least in the past, if you know a bomb site's open, you don't waste any time, you get it down. But now we're seeing more intensive search and destroy play where teams are just out rotating each other. Supreme allowed to take that advantage. So I guarantee Tainted Minds was expecting that bomb to get planted today as soon as they cleared out B. But now they're going to be on the slight back foot. Of course, Mox by himself. He only has that pistol. Damage is going to team kill. It looks like Nimble is going to be able to trade it out. So it is going to be a 3v3, but Mox is in prime position to come on the flanks. Got 2 in front of him.
Tap that sucker, and he is going to be able to pick up 1.5. Lamagod should get credit for the other 2. We'll see the round-ending kill cam. This was so weird because they clear out A. They all run around, and then by the time Tainted Minds gets to the A bomb site, all 4 members of Supreme are set up over at B. Things are going totally in favor of the North Americans. Is this game over, Chance? How do you bring it back if you're TM?
I think this series is over. I think this is just too much dominance. Even if Tainted Minds is able to bounce back in map 3 and win the uplink, do you really see the Hardpoint going any differently? Like, Supreme has the hot hand. Their gun skill has been on point. And the only time we've seen a slow performance out of any of them, it was just kind of one player lagging behind. But now everyone has turned up so far for Supreme. Looking good. Of course, though, they still have to close it out. You see that Scarab is going to be scouting out information. This goes back to the standard B site. They know where each other is going to be. It just comes down to the gunfights. And it looks like Spacely, well, he's going to fall, but Lacefield there for the trade.
And there you see Mox overlooking the next trade. Lamagod is going to be the last one up. It's a 1v2. FTL jump is used. Lamagod will fall, though. And it's Tainted Minds using the payload and clutching up in round number 7. Here's a look at it one more time. It's damage picking off Lamagod, who simply could not escape from the 3 Australians. That all started with Excite picking Spacely first. From there, all you have to do is win your trades.
Yeah, and again, really good job of like diverting the attention as well. The FTL jump goes across the rock, forces Lamagod to have to worry about 2 different lines of sight, a player on his left, a player on his right. It's pretty much impossible to pick up those 2 kills without side of a choke. Swifty, though, he's the guy I'm looking at right now. He is 0-6. Tainted Minds has 2 rounds on the board, but he's going to have to turn his game around. Meanwhile, Nimble's playing aggressive. However, you see Swifty is going to be there for the trade, and he's going to be able to get 2, make it 3. He started off 0-6, but he turned it around. Still, though, 1v2, Mox is a guy that could definitely clutch up. So Tainted Minds, they can't take a second to breathe. And you see he's switching weapons, able to get out with his life just barely. Mox trying to go for this clutch, knows the player's by crates, feels the pressure, and is just going to back off. But oh dear God, if Mox clutches, that would be insane. Gets 1, gets the camera, goes for the second, and shuts that player down.
Not like this, Chance.
Please.
You get a triple kill out of Swifty. It's a 1v2. And Mox is going to earn his camo and pop it in round 8 to seal the deal. What a ridiculous finish right there. Very impressive stuff out of Mox, but you have to think that's another game where Tainted Minds, you got the opportunity, you just threw it away.
That was a big dad play coming out right there from Mox. That was pretty insane. The confidence, when you have camo, you have a guaranteed at least another, 4 rounds to play, and you're just like, I'm just going to end it here. I'm just going to clutch up the 1v2. It's no big deal. I like the confidence, man. That is fun to see, but yeah, I mean, that's got to be soul crushing for Tainted Minds. They have to reverse sweep now. That is the only option, and that's tough.
How was Mox playing earlier in the day? Because this is a guy that's been talked about for a long time. He's someone that's always grinding on game battles as well, and he really hasn't had his chance to shine on the main stage. Here, he's had a pretty solid game one, and the whole team was very consistent throughout that hard point. Now in Search and Destroy, he's able to seal the deal.
The only times I've seen Mox play even a little bit slow today, and I mean slow in terms of like kill death, in terms of stats, that sort of thing, is when his teammates are going off. Other than that, he's always been on point, especially in the respawns. Yes, the play in Search and Destroy was cool, but for me, Lacefield has kind of been that guy in Search, and it's been Llama and Mox, that duo in the respawns. But hey, I mean, they can do it all. Obviously, they're a good team.
Shout out to Llama God as well. He had 9 kills going into that final round, but after 2 games, it's all Supreme. Game 3, we'll find out, can Supreme close the door here on the Australians? Don't go anywhere. Uplink is coming up next. We are back live from Anaheim. It's looking dark, but it's going to be great here, Chance. We have a fantastic match on our hands. It's Supreme going up against Tainted Minds, and fantastic, well, that is a huge hyperbole. It's been a one-sided affair, 6-2 in the Search and Destroy after blowing out the Australians.
Yeah, and again, it's even a situation where I think this is a comfort map. Worst case, you lose and you go and play another Hardpoint, and I think they've just been way too good. I definitely think the Search and Destroy is a must-win for Tainted Minds. And even that, what was it, 6-2? Convincing win. Big plays coming out of Mox as well. I think Llama God had 9 kills, so everything going right now for Supreme. If you're a Supreme fan, yeah, fantastic series so far. Not so much if you're chilling at, what is it, like 11 o'clock in the morning for the APAC region, something like that. That is tough to wake up to.
Yeah, and I tweeted, Aussie, Aussie, oi, oi. I don't feel like it's ready for the Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. But they need 3 ois. If they want back in the series chance, they are down 2. And I saw on Twitter, a lot of people were saying it looks like more than 1 Aussie is missing from your tweet and in this series. They haven't shown up. You've had good streaks out of Excite. You've had okay plays. You saw Swifty picking up that nice 3-piece in Search and Destroy, but no one's been consistent damage. He's been up and down. If you're going to win this Uplink, Frost, you have to out-Erad Supreme, and they have shown superior firepower.
It's definitely a situation where if you had asked me yesterday, I would have said there's hope. Because the problem for, I think, Lacefield on C9 is his Search and Destroy has always been good, but I think his respawn game was lacking. Yes, that was C9 as a whole, but he was part of it. And now, though, he has been playing phenomenally so far today. And we already know Llama has been on point. He hasn't slowed down at all. And then Spacely's a very solid player as well. So I think when you have Mox on that back line, he's going to be that solo AR. That's one of the best guys you could have, honestly. I definitely think he could contend for being towards the top of those ARs. He's definitely similar to the Octane, similar to the Formal, where he plays slow, but he's a laser beam. I literally thought he had a sniper when he had an NV4 over on Crusher. The guy doesn't miss very often.
I was looking back. I was like, who did they crush over? Oh, yeah, it was Era in the Uplink. Mox and Llama God, 33 kills for Mox. Llama God, 30 kills. The boys can show up in a big way. You've already seen big plays out of them in the Hardpoint. Here is your second respawn in the best of 5. Supreme trying to close the door on Tainted Minds. And we will see if they can do it here on Frost. I'm going to go through all of the players real quick, Chance, and see what they're running. We have 2 K-Bars, 2 Erads out for Tainted Minds. And it's looking like the same on the other side. 2 and 2. And in fact, Llama God's going to switch to the Erad right before this goes. So you're going to have the up-close advantage in favor of Supreme, but Tainted Minds could do damage with that double AR.
Well, we're going to have to see how this plays out. Tainted Minds for that opening strat. They grab the drone, throw it forward, and they're going to get some points on the board instantly. That was a 18-second score for Tainted Minds, and frankly, that's like best-case scenario. That's just got to be huge for momentum as well. That is, honestly, well, that is the best start they could possibly have.
Pretty nice start. 12 seconds. You're already in their base. You're scoring in 15. I'll take it. They stop the push coming in now from Supreme. Drone is going to be picked up. Excite's the lead blocker. Right behind him, though, is Lacefield. And Lacefield's going to pick up both kills and the drone. And he's still threatening. Remember, he could always wall run right here.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be wrapping back. You see his teammates are putting a little bit of pressure over towards that sub area. It's actually going to be Spacely leading that charge. Still, though, Tainted Minds turtled up under their portal. They got to win the gunfights, but Nimble's going to be the only one, and he's going to get traded out, and that is going to be a clean 4 down. It took about 30 seconds, but you see Supreme able to get a nice response on board to tie this up at 2-2.
1 minute tie game, and here comes another rally potentially. The grenade is going to stop Lacefield short. And that, of course, coming in from his teammate Llama God. So Spacely knows I have to wait until we have the man advantage. At the top of the mini-map, it was Llama God falling, so now it's a 3-on-2. Drone is going to fall to the middle of the map. Good stop by Excite. Tainted Minds now taking over map control.
Yeah, and of course, this is a situation where you got to get those 2 sets of kills. Right now, it's going to be Lacefield. I think they're trying to chase down. You see Nimble's actually going to just give up on that for a second. But they're going to have the drone. They are going to try and push it up through sub. Spacely, though, is having none of it. He's able to pick up 2. He's going to get traded out, but that's essentially a stop push, at least for the moment.
Let's go back over to Mox. He is going to pick up the drone and toss it away. They're looking for the kills first. Drone on the ground, though. It's still in striking distance, and another big defensive stand. Nimble trying to get into the action, but it's Spacely somehow staying alive in the sub. Finally, he's down. We're just going to hang out for a minute until Spacely comes off spawn. The man is 9-4. He has the hottest hand in this lobby.
Yeah, shown up with the Erad. Again, it's a situation that Spacely's been a sub player for the longest time, at least the past, 3 years, give or take. Still, though, going to try and continue the dominance, going to lose that gunfight, but he does get traded out. You see Llama God and Lacefield, the L-related duo, able to pick up. Or, they know for the moment, Tainted Minds is going to be hopeless to score as well. So it's all about those kills.
Mox, last man up in the middle of the map. His teammates now coming off spawn, but the drone is pushing forward. Let's go over to Nimblehill. Actually, we'll see. How does defense set up here? As it's Mox pushing in with Llama, drone is going to be on the ground for the moment. Excite battling for control. That 3-piece is going to keep him up. Lacefield going to finally shut Excite down. It looked like for a moment we were going to see a dunk coming in from Tainted Minds.
Yeah, this is an incredibly back-and-forth game, not just in the scores where they got countered on, but still, even in the kill feed, the vast majority of the time, it's literally just kill trade, kill trade, kill trade, kill trade. I think the only times you really see 2 get picked up, it is going to be in the hands of Supreme that are pulling it off. Still, though, they're not in the best of spots to get it on the drone yet. You see Excite's able to pick up 2 to relieve the pressure. And again, Spacely's by himself. So very back and forth, and Swifty coming up big.
All right, who do you want to watch here from Tainted Minds? We got Swifty on the 2 streak. No one positive on the team. They've been outgunned. The team shot, though, seems to be paying off here. Drone in the hands of Damage. Swifty, the lead blocker. 2 players coming up, and the drone is passed. I love this decision. I thought he was going to get the kills. Instead, they focus on the objective, and there's just a minute and 10 still to go here in our first half. It looks like they've regained their ground on the map as well. Perfect execution in that moment.
And that's 2 kind of scores right there from Tainted Minds, where they just kind of run away from Supreme. They didn't have to win all the gunfights to do so. They just take the drone, go straight through them, and say, hey, the only thing that matters is the points we get, not the kills. And again, the decision you pointed out, leave those 2 players alive and just go for the score as quickly as possible. So sneaky stuff, really, coming out of Tainted Minds. Looking pretty good so far.
Lacefield was the last man up. He's brought the drone inside, forcing everyone from Tainted Minds to put their attention there. Now it's going to be a battle back and forth in the sub-bay. Drone still on the ground. Llama God alive, and his opponent, he is running circles down low. FTL jump still available. Llama God's going to be looking for players coming off the spawn, but it's going to be Spacely with drone in hand, getting the job done himself. Lacefield also in the feed, and that drone is passed up. The grenade's going to push it in front of Llama, and the 1-point toss is going to miss. A costly mistake that could come back and bite them later in the day. With 8 seconds still to go, this one should finish 4-2, unless it's a 1-point play. Here comes the drone. It's tossed up to Excite. The Jammer's not going to allow it to happen.
And the Jammers are the perfect call right there. Make sure to slow the pace. Where he got into the base of his opponent, he forces their spawn over and towards the bay, and he does nothing with it. He kind of sits around, doesn't pick up any kills. Then finally, the team is able to get the drone to him, but then he's got 2 players shooting in the back, and more importantly, he misses the 1-point shot. So that's just too long of a period where you don't really accomplish anything for the team. Obviously, he's playing fantastic. He's 18 and 14, but still, when you have an opportunity to score, you cannot make any mistakes.
I do want to point out that Spacely, he's kind of been shut down in the second part of that first half. Llama God continues to impress, hits his 20-kill mark. Now it's Lacefield working behind Mox, as it's going to be Supreme on the attack. 2 defenders in position, a 3rd rotating over. Llama God's going to clear the way, though. Swifty and Excite down. Just 1 defender left. It's Damage, and he is not going to be able to stop the dunk. It goes through. We're all tied up at 4-4.
And Llama God just killed their entire team along the way to make that happen. Yes, he baited out 2 of his teammates, but even towards the end, he picked up 2 pretty massive kills to guarantee that score. And more importantly, when you kill the entire team, you can keep that pressure on, and that is exactly what Supreme is going to be doing. Spacely, with that drone in hand, going to be working through this sub-bay. Of course, he's got some blockers as well. Excite, though, going to be able to stop it just for a second. This might be a situation where he's just going to go for the desperation score, and he's going to get it as well. Just slides straight past Nimble and hits that 1-point shot.
Llama God has not used his FTL jump yet here in Game 3. No need for it so far. Shots in the back. He's going to throw the drone closer to his teammates and then comes right back out. Mox is going to get credit for both of those kills, but it's a team effort here. Your blue squad, Supreme, running together and outgunning Tainted Minds. Lacefield doing the damage now, finds 3. No one left in the sub-bay. Only 1 defender in position. It's Damage who runs into all 4 players, but the interception is going to keep this one 5-4, at least for a moment. The drone is reset. 3:15 to go, and it seems like a blowout in the kill feed. However, this is still a very close game. In fact, it's still winnable if you're Tainted Minds.
Yeah, definitely still doable. Plenty of time as well. Of course, they just have to get something going on the offensive side. They've been struggling really just to even get out of the base. You see even now, Lacefield, he's pushed all the way up past players. He's calling in scarabs and getting kills, and it's just free reign. Everyone Supreme, when they spawn up, they have, 50 feet of clearance before they even have to worry about getting into a gunfight. They are in complete control.
On board with the great Swift Azor. As they are rotating outside, they know they're losing the indoor battle in the sub-bay. The SMG is just too powerful from Supreme. Spacely, he's going to get the first pick. Now Mox, now Llama, everyone crashing in at once. Excite versus 4, not going to happen. Spacely's moving the drone up. He has 2 lead blockers. Look for all Llama God and Mox here in the kill feed. And as I say it, it's actually Nimble who steps up with the 2-piece and now has drone.
And again, making those huge defensive stands is obviously fantastic, but you got to find a way to get out of your base. You got to find a way to create these scoring opportunities. Right now, it's going to be Excite. He's the farthest pushed up from the team, but they're not doing anything with the drone. And you see Lacefield in duo, I think that was with Spacely that he rolled with, they just cut through the middle of the map and completely shut that push down. So they're not watching the flanks. They're taking too much time and just allowing Supreme to kind of do whatever they want with their strats. And obviously Supreme, for the moment, is punishing them for it.
Keep your eyes on player number 3 on the minimap. Mox already getting behind Nimble. Now is going to distract, causing 2 more engagements. He finds a kill, trades that out. It's damage on the defensive end. So a bit of a stall here inside the sub bay. Players are dropping now as Tainted Minds picking up kills. That's 3 down. Drone in hands of damage. He's got the overdrive as well here, Chance.
Has the overdrive, has 2 teammates with him. They got to pick up some kills. Mox is going to get that first blood, and he pushed up too far. Nimble, though, was able to pick up 2, but now Nimble's by himself. The guy with the overdrive was sitting at the front line without even using his payload, and that could be costly. A minute left. It is still very feasible for Tainted Minds to be able to pull this off. But again, they got to pick up kills, and Llama God's going to be able to get 3. That was some missed shots right there from Damage.
And Llama God is going to punish you every time if you give him the opportunity. Already over 30 kills. He leads every player in the lobby. +8 looking for more. Meanwhile, Mox is going to pop that camo and he's going to throw it in for 2. Couldn't get to him in time, but that was a nice dunk as you saw it play out on the minimap. Lacefield still causing problems inside the base, and with 40 seconds left, you need to play absolutely perfect here if you're Tainted Minds. Otherwise, this series is over. Nimble cut down. Swifty versus 3. It's Mox in the feed. Swifty's going to find 2, but that drone carrier is just running away. It's Spacely. Who knows? He's just got to milk the clock here.
And again, 20 seconds left. It is a 2-possession game. That drone is on the wrong side of the map. Tainted Minds, they need a miracle right here. They have to kill him, pick up the drone, get it to a point where they can score, and that's pretty much going to be your deciding factor. That is going to be your game as Spacely winds down the clock with his teammates picking up kills. But that's got to be one of the weirder games I've seen from like an individual team's perspectives. Didn't Spacely start out like 12-4?
Yeah, he was 9-4 at a point, so he was definitely going in. And then the next time we checked in on him, it was after halftime, and he was basically near even. So Spacely, he had his ups and downs in the game, but at the end of it all, you got the sling that you needed. You had some nice plays on the attack. They seemed to just be better organized, a little more coordinated. And those lead blockers, Lacefield, Llama God, they did a great job of paving the way for the drone.
Yeah, that's the second part of like the weird Uplink story to me. It's one Spacely hot start to just going ice cold, but like it worked out. Obviously, he's doing great drone work. But then Mox, he probably had about 15 less gunfights total than Llama God. Llama God had some hyper aggression there. I think most kills in the lobby by quite a bit, and I think most deaths as well. So he's playing at a different speed than some of his teammates. Obviously, right there, they won 7-4, but I think that'd definitely be a game worth rewatching for Supreme to see if there's any way they can improve. Because again, some monster performances from both Lacefield and Llama, and not that convincing of a win. And again, maybe just not quite on the same page with what speed they're playing at. But again, if you win, who really cares?
Right.
They got that 3-0 dub.
I will say, if you look at the big picture here, you got scored on twice. They were both dunks. How did it happen? You lost the first gunfight, and then it was just a quick 2-point play in the first 30 seconds from Tainted Minds. The second one, well, it was, again, you win the gunfights, there's 3 down, but the drone was tossed by Excite, and it was able to be put in for a second dunk. So you had 2 small mistakes throughout that. Pretty solid defense across the board here. I think Supreme's the real deal. I think this is a squad that could definitely cause problems later here, Chance.
Yeah, again, that was the expectation of them coming into this tournament. They were one of the relegation squads that had to qualify through online, so they weren't in the GPL. So technically they were the underdogs, but they still had a lot of expectations. A lot of fans were looking at this team. And of course, well, they made it. They've made it, pull it off. So congratulations to those guys. I know for like Mox especially, it's been a long time coming, so they got to be over the moon.
All right, we have 3 teams now moving on to pool play. It's Cloud9. They're going to be joined by Supreme here from North America, and Red Reserve has locked up their spot. But up next, we're going to find out who is going to be the second EU team coming through. Is it Supremacy from France, or is it the boys from the UK as Fnatic gets their second chance? Yay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's Puckett. I'm here with Momo now, and we are about to see a European affair. We have Fnatic going up against the Frenchmen from Supremacy. There's been a lot of love on Twitter. Everyone rallying behind the French team.
Yeah, I mean, the French squad, first of all, you know, they're the French squad that's come here alone. They not only have the support of the French, but European players and teams as well will get behind these. However, they're going up against another European squad. So there's going to be a bit of a toss-up here of whether you're a Fnatic squad, Fnatic fan, should I say, or a Supremacy. However, one European team will join the likes of Red Reserve in pool play. That's the positive. The negative is one won't.
Hey, we already got Elevate there. We already got Splice. How many do we need? All right, let's take a look, though, at how we got to this moment so far today. Fnatic, they opened up with the toughest matchup in winner's bracket, and that was up against Supreme. They went the distance to a Game 5, and it was Sunny B on Crusher who really gave them the early edge. You saw Tommy closing things out as they win that Game 5. But then when they match up against Red Reserve, it's a hot 3-0. What happened in that second series? What should we expect now, knowing that Fnatic has to go up against another EU team? This time, it's the Frenchies.
I mean, you've got to look at Red Reserve, and I want to give the credit where it's due. And I don't think that's Fnatic having, you know, a really poor game. I think that's Red really just turning up and showing what their team roster change has, you know, come to. But you know, looking at this squad, Fnatic looks like we're one player short, so we'll just restart that one. This Fnatic squad, for me, they can go the distance. They can take this away. And, you know, if there's a Twitter poll or there's a vote out there or whatever it will be, everyone will be on the side of Fnatic, and rightly so. However, recent affairs, Supremacy, they've been turning up, you know, in the 2Ks online and stuff like that. But these pro players are like this online. When it comes to LAN, they're not the same team. But don't underestimate this French squad. They've got so much to prove, and they're very hungry for it.
Now, I was reading a lot of tweets from Deserto FR, you know, the French...
Yeah.
The French team over there, and they were just saying that this squad is so young, that all of the guys are so close to just 18 years old. It has to be one of the youngest squads that has come to compete. And you have to wonder, does that play against the nerves because you are playing an old veteran on the other side of the stage and Tommy?
Yeah, Tommy's been here. You know, he's been to the likes of Champs and XP or whatever it may be. He's done this, you know, 10 times over. But the likes of Supremacy is different for them. And I think for players like themselves, so young, they will feel the pressure. And just to highlight for you guys at home who may be just thinking, oh, this is Thursday before MLG, this relegation match means so much to both squads. You make this one series win, solidifies Stage 2, solidifies COD Champs. We're talking 700,000, 1.5. It's just ridiculous amounts of money is on the line. So to put that on top of them, that's a lot of pressure, and I think it will come into play.
You're guaranteed $3,000 or more, basically, if you win this. That's the bare minimum you're going to get for going into Stage 2. The chance of you walking away with over $2 million, well, all that money's up for grabs. You could do some serious damage if you're able to get this win. Let's take a look at the losers bracket as we wait for the game to reload here. Catch you up on what happened after the winners match. Supremacy, they send Millennium packing, and this was a match that I saw on paper. I was like, oh my God, Marky B and the boys, they got this. Yeah, they got off to a slow start in the winners bracket, but this should be all them. It not only was a win for Supremacy, it was a 3-0 win.
That's the shock of the relegation kind of matches for me. Supremacy 3-0 in Millennium. And the strange thing is, Millennium, you've got to say, you know, they were poor. You know, in the Pro League, obviously going up against the, you know, other European squads, North American squads, but putting them against this French squad, again, I talked about that poll, and if we put that out there, everyone would have been on the side of Millennium. You would have had the French fans, by all means, on Supremacy, but logic states that Millennium were the better team. Supremacy, whatever they've done, the changes that they've made in-game and out-of-game, you know, they are really turning up here, and they're showing that their practice is paying off.
Looking at the stats, well, it's a little bit confusing because Supremacy got 3-0'd and then they 3-0'd Millennium. But the one player that has been consistent throughout all of that with a 1.07 KD across all the games, it's easy. He's going to be my guy to watch. He's going to be Mr. Consistent. The question is, who else is going to go off, because you know what Scraps is capable of. Tommy's going to be running the camo today. And on the other side, we know Easy's running the camo. What can Tony J's get done with the reactive?
I mean, that's the thing. When you look at, just names alone, Tommy, Tony, like, one stands out and one you're like, who is this guy? And a funny fact with Tony was he actually did a bit of casting himself. He likes the game, he's been involved, and when he's been, on a bit of a slump, he's jumped on the mic as well. So I think he's back, he's found his feet, and he's found the right team here. But I'm looking at Easy, like you said, but Vortex. Don't get him mistaken, he hasn't left Epsilon.
Not Epsilon Vortex, not the one from the UK.
This is a squad for the French that they put together, and one that can push Fnatic. However, going into this one, it's going to be Hardpoint straight away.
And Sonny B, we talked about how strong he played in that final search. He's had lackluster numbers in the respawns in the past, and to start things off, it's Easy with 2. Vortex is going to find a 3rd, and Tony J's is the first into the hill.
Tony will be trying to just lock things down. Looking at that minimap as well, they've actually split the spawns, and a bit of poor play from Supremacy there. Maybe overextending a little bit, but not checking behind them. Fnatic just cleaning up, as we are going to see them take over. Sonny B and Scraps doubling up now. But again, this is a hard point, which a lot of people say can be, split or contested either side, but I've seen so many time and time again, at the end of it, this has been the difference maker. You can, get 20, 30 points off this. Very good job.
Sonny B finally going to be cut down. Scraps, last man in the middle of the map, should be falling any moment, but he somehow turns it into 2 kills. And it's mistakes like that that are going to cost you big as this hardpoint plays out. Because not only does he stop 10 points going in favor of Supremacy, he gains 10 points for Fnatic. And Fnatic, they now are going to have the advantage trying to break through to the barn.
Yeah, I hate to blow my own trumpet, and yours as well, but Easy and Vortex, the only 2 players to grab a kill off the first 60 seconds. So, yes, these 2 players have been turning up. However, it's not a 2-man squad. Moles and Tony, they need to join up. They need to start fighting back here. However, Scraps, he is locking things down. A 4-kill streak now. He's looking towards that Trinity Rocket and, of course, the bombardment.
And Tommy is the bait here for Scraps because he is working on these streaks. But nice push. 2 players come in at once, and there will be no streaks really to work with. Vortex picking up 2 is going to slow things down, and we got to go to the man. 8 and 3, just picked up 3 big kills.
Yeah, he's always been an influential player in, French lineup. He's that aggressive player. He's the one that gets in the face and starts getting double kills and starts putting, as I said, a lot of pressure on the opposing team. Got to point out, though, Tommy having a slow game, something you're not used to seeing. But the last of these 10 seconds should go in favor of Supremacy. It looks like there is one player. Wuskins is going to challenge, but he's going to go down. We're going to go to the bike path. It's going to be pretty much even Stevens.
And Vortex will finally fall, so no big streaks to talk about yet in this game. Over to Easy, the second half of the slaying duo. As the score is all tied up, Easy is fighting for control. It's Sonny B, though, for Fnatic, taking it over. And he's got to defend himself. 2 players coming in. Sonny's going to fall. Tommy trying to answer back with the long-range NV4 shots. If you look at the mini-map, you got a pretty nice setup here from Supremacy, but they can't be peeking this often. Tommy's going to punish them every time.
Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing a very inconsistent Fnatic here. Tommy 2 and 6, Wuskins 3 and 7. This is not what I'm used to seeing. But Vortex is having an absolute series so far. Of course, only map number 1. But Fnatic, they're going to be able to tie things up here. But we talk about Money Hills. The next one, we go into Baseball Field. That's the one you want to rotate early for. And because it's your first rotation, we're not going to see payloads just yet. I say that. Vortex is nearly there himself. 14 and 5.
14 and 5. He's going to be setting up in the top window.
He's only got
doesn't
FTL,
spot anything yet. He doesn't know there's a player to his left. Now that battle is going down, Mauls will fall. Vortex is going to be aware. Challenger's directly behind him, and if Vortex pops out, he's got 2 free kills. Shots are going down. Those players are weak, and here's the cleanup. All you got to do is spray. Just spray, Vortex. He picks up both, and he is now 50 away from the Trinity.
I don't think he was even aiming for the first one, but he set himself up very nicely. 3-kill streak. Doesn't make it a 4 there. So close now. Would have liked to have seen him play a little bit smarter there, maybe baited his team out to get that Trinity Rocket. However, we are going to see Easy right at the back. He's got the Scarab. He's going to use this just to anchor that back point just for a little bit longer. But Supremacy, they're looking to break 100, and rightly so. They're the better team right now. They're rotating earlier. They're picking up a lot of time here just from pushing Fnatic back.
And Easy was in that Scarab forever, so that's a missing assault rifle that you really needed on that last push from Fnatic. And Easy's going to fall as well, so no streaks to speak of. You had Mauls on a 3 streak, Easy on a 3-kill streak, Vortex as well. And at the end of it all, nothing is going to come of it. We're going to stay on board with Vortex throughout the respawn. Baseball, you picked up quite a bit of time with your Supremacy. You got a 20-point lead. Now is where you're able to pull away if you continue to string these kills together.
Sunny B on the flank there. He's picked up one. That's onto Moles. Can he find the double, though? Vortex seems to be stopping everything. That's going to be number 19 for him as he nearly hits the 20-point mark. We've got plays on Fnatic struggling to hit 10, and this man is nearly double positive with 20 kills. However, Easy now taking over, and this is what I was talking about on the first rotation, is you don't feel like this is a hill you can get a lot of points off, but right now, Supremacy, they've dominated that first 30 seconds and really saturated, you know, an amount of time which does put them in the lead here, 115 to 85.
And Fnatic, they will have control of the train, but I really want to show off these French players. Trust me, we will get to the Fnatic players as this series continues on, but Easy and Vortex just seem to be a two-man wrecking crew. Look at the numbers. Combined, you got 19 kills from Malls and Tony. Vortex, he's at 21. Easy is looking for his 18th kill right now.
And again, it's not just the kills. They're getting kill streaks off this. Score streak, should I say. And they're working towards their payloads. When we see things like camo, reactive armor, just because you get them sooner, it's not necessarily you're going to be able to use them straight away. But if they use them at the right time for the likes of Fnatic who don't have them, you're just giving yourself another advantage. However, there's only 40 points between these two teams. Fnatic definitely not out of it. We need Tommy to pick things up, the leader of this squad. We need him to drive that home.
This is the second streak now for Malls. 4 kills have been strung together. Looking for number 5, and he's going to fall just short. His health not back in time. Over to Tony, who's going to be the first one into the action.
He's just waiting by his side. It's Easy just to the left. I like this. They've all waited for a 4-man push. They're going together. Sunny B's going to be the first to fall, and that back is open. However, traded out is Tony JS, and Tommy is going to go down to Wuskins, and I've got to say, Wuskins turning up just at the right point there. And we're going to see these last 7 seconds. They should go in favor of Supremacy, but actually, Sneaky Beaver, Sunny B comes in there from the back. He's going to take that away, but look again, Supremacy, they've rotated earlier. They are the first to make the move.
Fnatic getting naded out. Scrap's going to try and challenge. Spots 3. Nice turn, though, reacting to the call-outs. Wuskin has to wait for his teammate. Should not be challenging right now, and he will fall. Easy, meanwhile, has a camo. Keep that in mind. Even if it's Fnatic setting up at the baseball field, this payload could turn the tide of the game as we go into the next hill. Supremacy, fantastic second rotation. They're in control. They continue to score. Easy's on the flank now. Fnatic spawning across the map. Everything going well here for our French squad.
I say it time and time again. I will repeat myself. Supremacy, they've taken enough points now to turn away, to back off, to think about that baseball field. They've got payloads available. They are going to be rotating earlier. Interestingly enough, Easy here, just backing off with the MV4 and trying to catch one off guard. Not going to happen, though, as Sunny B and Scraps will clean up there. And we're actually going to see only one player. It's Easy at the back. Fnatic, this is their time to break through.
Let's take a look at Malls here. He's going to have his hands full. There's 3 players set up on defense, and he is not going to be able to break through. Over to Easy, who does pop this camo, and he's going to spot Tommy first. Tommy saw him, but Easy gets the kill. Looking for a second. Scraps will cut him down. Tony's not going to be able to do much here from Bowling and Malls. He shouldn't be pushing alone. Tony, though, is going to pick up the first kill, and that could open things up. Keep your eyes on Malls. He's going to be the one jumping out. They don't expect him to be here. The break, how long is it going to work? Tommy is coming from the back, and Fnatic will hold strong. They can retake the lead right here.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Fnatic to hold that. I don't really agree with the way the camo was used. I agree on the sense that it was, but he needed his teammates to push with him.
You need a distraction, right?
Yeah, you needed 2 at least to kind of push with them, and it wasn't the case. But Fnatic, they get control, they keep control, and this is the time for them to take their lead. They will do that shortly, but there's still a couple of seconds on it. You've got to bear in mind, though, this is going back to the middle. And even though Supremacy are there, Fnatic have shown that quality that they can break. And look at to the bottom right, we've got a Trinity Rocket available. Don't think we'll see it just yet, but that's a 5th man almost for Wuskins.
Bombardment is 100 points away. Make it 75 after that assist. Stay alive, get 1 kill. Play your life, don't worry about it. And now he's going to get that pick. Vortex falls. Easy is going to get cleaned up off the top of the train. And into the hill is Wuskin. Is he going to defend himself with streaks? It looks like for now he's just going to reload, trusting his teammates who are picking up the kills on the perimeter. We're staying on board with Wuskin. Fnatic, they have an 8-point advantage, but this one should be coming down to the wire.
Yeah, and that 8-point advantage comes from Wuskin. The 6-kill streak really getting himself back into it. We talked about Wuskins and Tommy needing to step things up. Wuskins has answered the call. You know, he's stepping up. They're back in the game. However, reactive armor, very soonly gathered by Wuskins if he carries on just like this. And we do see payloads available. We already know Supremacy has used camo, so we're going to have to see going into these later stages, are Fnatic going to make them pay for that? Looking over to the barn, though, a big 1v1 goes in favor of Sunny B, and this could be the rotation that they needed.
Malls is going to get the call, but not the kill, and he is going to fall. He has had an awful game at the start. Started doing well in the middle, but that was a big engagement. Easy, though, continues to cause problems. Tony baiting him out, wasn't able to get the kill in time on Wuskin, and that's going to open things up for Fnatic. Tony's all alone. Fnatic still scoring inside. They've retaken the lead. Look at Easy trying to break through. Has to take out Tommy first, but Tommy just got a double. Won't be able to find the second. And Malls, he's spawning all the way across the map. Let's go back over to Fnatic as we show you the defensive setup here from Sunny B.
Yeah, Scraps ruins the point I'm about to say here. However, when was the last time you saw a team win where every single player was going negative? Scraps has just broke that at 26 and 25, but we've got Tommy going negative 11. We've got Wuskins at negative 4, Sunny B as well. However, they're making the kills at the right time, and the 25 points in the lead here. Look at Supremacy. They're destroying in the slaying department, but they're not getting the points they need.
Vortex on your screen now. FTL jumped to get right behind that player. He knows they got to get into this hill. He's got to work on streaks. Bombardment's going to come down, and it's going to pick up 3. Wuskin clearing all of the Frenchmen off this side of the map. Only one player left alive in bowling, and now Wuskin's looking for the 4th kill.
Don't think he saw him there. They're going back and forth. However, Wuskins will spot him first. Will get
Tony.
taken down.
All right, Tony.
He's laser-like and reactive armor
A little early, bud.
Little early, 240 is coming up, and I can see why he's used it, but the only thing it's going to do is keep him alive. Vortex cleaning up too. However, Supremacy, they lose these gunfights, and they could lose the game.
Maul's trying to push out, but he runs right into a missile called in by Wuskin again. Wuskin using the score streaks perfectly, and look at the camo usage. Meanwhile, Reactive up top is going to salute and seal the deal on game number 1. Fnatic using the streaks, using the payloads to close out this game when it was close. And here's a look at Scraps. FTL jumping in for the final kill. Nice execution by Fnatic, but that was scary for a while for him.
That was not clean. That was not nice if you're a Fnatic fan to watch that. Tommy, for me, had a very poor map individually, and there's no way of getting around that. However, to have a poor map or a poor series so far and still come out with a victory when half your team is going negative, I don't know how that has just happened. And I think that may be down to a little bit of sloppy play from Supremacy of getting a bit, overexcited. We're in the lead. We're one game away from getting into, the pools, if you like. And I think they just lost focus towards the end of that game. Again, we talked about experience before, and I think Fnatic just took that over.
You look at the numbers, 28 and 29 from Sunny B. Scraps was at 28s. Wuskin's going to finish at 28s. And Tommy, while he was having a really rough start, he's going to finish at about -8. On the other end, you had a fantastic start from Easy and Vortex, both players over 30 kills. Malls, he's even going to finish the game at 27 and 27. But most importantly, he was fantastic in the hill. 2 minutes of hill time, 27 kills. Pretty solid game from a guy who I was kind of harsh on to start things off.
Okay, so we will be going into Crusher, Search and Destroy next. And this is the one where, for me, this is a must-win for Supremacy. I think that they need to get back into this. If they don't, then what we will see is Fnatic, for me, just run this through 3-0 because I think that Frost Uplink is going to be Fnatic's. I think they've a lot more experience playing a lot better players. We've seen them compete at the Global Pro League, and I think that Frost Uplink will go in Fnatic's favor, so a must-win for Supremacy.
All right, here we go. Game number 2 is going to be loading up in just a moment. We're going to switch sides here on the Codcaster tool. Make sure you guys can all follow it easily. Supremacy, though, they showed what they're made of, what they're capable of in that first game. We talked about the small mistakes, but credit to Fnatic, the veteran squad. Now, though, this is where you have your opportunity to come back and tie things up if you're Supremacy. The bad news is this is the map that we just saw a very good Supreme team, at least against Tainted Mind on this map.
Yeah.
This is what they lost, and it was Sunny B who had the hot start. He got streaks. So when you look at this map, who are you giving the edge to? Is it Fnatic without a doubt again?
I think this is a map which I do favor Fnatic in. I've seen them so many times play Crusher, whether it be online, whether it be on LAN. And this is, again, I think Tommy doesn't have a map that he just has. I think he will be commanding his squad. But there is not a time, and I'll say it again, Scraps and Wuskins, one of them is dropping double digits. I say it with so much confidence, and the last time I did, I was wrong, so I don't want to jinx it again. But every time I see these guys play S&D, someone's dropping 11, someone's dropping 12 between the twins. It's just incredible to see, and One player that kind of goes under the radar is Sunny B. He was the one really turning up for me in the Global Pro League. So who steps up for Supremacy? We've spoke about it. Easy and Vortex, they need to go into this, again, all guns blazing, but they are not a two-man squad. They need the rest of the team.
You need Tony to show up here. Let's see if he can make some big plays in Search and Destroy. When Scraps or Wuskin, when they go off and they drop those double digits, does the other one just disappear?
It's really strange because it's almost like they take it in turns when they do this. And we'll see Scraps that, and when I say double digits, it's not just 10. We'll be seeing 13, 14 kills from the likes of Wuskins. I think at the Global Pro League, his S&D kill-to-death ratio was #1 for a certain period of time, by all means. And it just shows, you know, these guys aren't playing your average Joes. These guys are playing the best players in the world across all regions. However, they're going up against the French squad.
Yeah, and looking at the group stages from stage 1, Wuskin topped the leaderboard with a 1.6 in Search and Destroy. That is a nasty number, and you see already 3 players down for Supremacy. It's only Tony, and as we get to him, he's going to fall. Wuskin, Scrap, Sunny B, all over the feed to open things up here for Fnatic. That was their defensive stand. And on Crusher, we do know that defense has the advantage here, at least when it comes to Search and Destroy.
I'm just having a bit of a flashback, and the last time I said they dropped double digits, I was wrong. The reason why I was wrong was there was only 7 rounds. It was 6-1 to Fnatic, and they cleaned up. But if it's going to be the same, we'll see if they can do it. But that is straight out of the strategy book there from Fnatic.
And here's a look at Wuskin, who's going to lead the party. Sunny B, he's already at 2 kills. He's got the bomb as well. And he is going to be making his way to the side as Wuskin gets the first pick on easy shots. We're coming in from a teammate. That is just showing you how they are all on the same page. Now looking for the peek. Did he see the gun on his right? Well, he's going to find a sniper in his mouth. We talked about Tony. He needs to get the job done. Nice kill to tie this up at 3-3, but the bomb is now down.
Yep, that's a bomb down and straight away. The grenade goes out. Sunny may have been better with the rifle in his hand. However, will be traded out by Scraps. A little bit sloppy here, but the double comes in. And very well played from Tommy. He stayed alive, however, does go down. Is the 1v1 going to go in favor of Scraps? You'd like to think so, and always taking damage, but still alive.
Let's go back to Scraps here. Can he finish the kill? Yes, he can. 3 kills for Scraps. The flank coming in. No one wanted to look at him. Tommy drawing so much attention. Good execution here as you see Scraps picking up his 3rd kill in the round.
And I like the way he hunted him down. He knew that he tagged him 3 times there, and he knew that he was just a couple of shots away. Quick point to make out there, Wuskins, 2 first blood straight away. The great thing I like about Wuskins is he knows exactly, to the millimeter, where he can get to, and the opposing team will be like, he knows where if he can get to this spot, and the other team won't be able to have seen him just yet, and it's great to see him pan out like that. Will it be 3 out of 3? Let's jump on balls with Mauls and see.
Mauls is looking for it, and it was Wuskin.
First blood king.
And now you're going to see Tommy, Sunny B, everyone, just like on the first attack for Supremacy. This one is going to be snuffed out. 3 straight kills in your opening fight, and then the final one comes in on Tony once again. It's Scraps, who has not died yet in Search and Destroy. Expect some streaks coming from him.
Yeah, it really won't be surprising to see them maybe play a little bit more slower and around that, but right now, their speed is paying off. We've seen 3 rounds back-to-back where they've committed to something and really show up.
And excuse me, so Scraps did die early. I believe that was in the first round, though, but he is 5-1, and he's about 250 away from earning himself some Trinities. Let's take a look at the bomb carrier, though. Where is Sunny B going to go? He's working with Wuskin, and it looks like Wuskin is going to make his way from outside back over to A. Is Fnatic going to plant this, or are they going for the full rotate here, Momo?
I mean, we can see by the mini-map that rotation's coming in. A little bit of hesitation, though, because we do see Sunny B just heading back. He's like, let's just make sure they aren't behind us. But what the Fnatic are doing right now, just setting up in the opposing bases, Supremacy will be rotating back and 2, and they're hoping to catch 1 off guard, and it could be Wuskins. Can he make it 4 out of 4 first bloods?
I'm staying on with him. I was like, he's going to do it, right?
Mauls is right below him, and I don't know if they've spotted each other here. However, the first to make a move may be punished. The bomb is not moving. 3 players make it 4, very steady for Fnatic, and now the move is being made.
Mauls could be the problem causer here for Supremacy. He's going to get into action, but he has no support, so it's only a 1-on-1, and he is going to fall back over to our Fnatic squad. Scraps on your screen has an opportunity. Let's get over to Sunny B. Sunny B in the next fight going to fall. Scraps gets the call out. FTL jump is available, and the last man up is easy. Not going to be easy, though, here, and that is not going to go his way. 0-4 Rough start here for the French squad. It looks like they haven't played Search and Destroy against Fnatic ever.
It really doesn't, and I tell you what, that's not the case. These guys have played each other time and time again, but Fnatic, they're really sticking to the plan, you know, and why change anything when it's working? You know, they're playing fast-paced. That fourth round, they really started to play around those streaks, but nobody was at A. You know, they had to kind of push through. They set up, and it worked for them. This is a must-win round for Supremacy. You can't go 5-0 down. Maul's an easy yet to pick up a kill.
Mauls chucks the grenade and runs out. They do not want to go head-on ahead. They've seen what happens over at B when you attempt that. Now the push coming in, and a very aggressive Wuskin is going to get caught off guard. So finally, he loses a first blood battle, and it's going to be man advantage here for Supremacy. Looking at the minimap, Scraps is right around the corner from Easy, who is watching the flank. The aggressive push, though, is coming in now from Tommy and Sunny B. Here's Sunny B, who's going to win it. Tommy should be able to react, but it's going to be just Tommy left alive in a 1v3, make it now a 1v2.
Oh, he's got the sniper as well, so I like to think anything is possible when he's picked up a secondary weapon. K-Bar also in the hands, but it looks like the bomb's going down on the other side. Let's stay on board with Tommy. Can he make it 6 kills? Can he have the 1v3 and put Fnatic in a 5-0 lead? Supremacy shouldn't lose this. One thing I don't like, I hate this.
Spread out.
Why have you just ran in 2 different directions? Stick together. There's 30 seconds less, and you're giving him individual gunfights. This is not what you want. And Tommy, the mastermind, he reads it like a book.
Don't let it happen! How?
How? It's simple mistakes, and you know what? Sometimes I don't like a body shot going down after the round, but Tommy, shoot all the bodies you like, because Supremacy, they lost that round. For me, that is a very, very stupid play.
If I'm Tommy right now, I'm doing dances. I'm saluting that dead body. You have to let your opponents know you don't even belong in Stage 2. You don't belong anywhere near Stage 2 if you're going to play like that in Search. That's rough, man. We talk about S&D. You need to be able to trade. No reason to go opposite directions on Crusher.
Just to put into perspective, that first gunfight that ran straight into Tommy, even if he didn't get a bullet off, if you have your teammate by your side, there's no way Tommy's winning that. However, 5-0, we see streaks are available now, and look at Fnatic. They're playing the game, they're playing it completely different.
But after losing that 1v3, you had to think this game's over. They simply got outsmarted by Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, that was a masterclass in how not to play Search and Destroy by Supremacy. Fnatic, we know, time and time again, we've said they're a great Search and Destroy team, but they can be beaten. We've seen that. I'm not actually sure if they got double digits, either of the teams, but with only 6 rounds played, you know, it's very hard to do so.
Nope, highest was 7, but let's read this off for you. Tommy, 7 kills. Scraps, 7 kills. You got 5 kills from Sunny B, and Wuskin, the most deaths on the team, 4 from Sunny B. So everyone positive, a 7-1 from Tommy and a 7-2 from Scraps. Ridiculous numbers in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and it just shows class. I think Wuskin's picking up 3 out of 3 first bloods in the first 3 rounds. It was a bit of an odd one for him to kind of run down the middle and give away a first blood. I think he got a bit kind of overexcited in that one. But again, his team cleans up and a 6-0 sweep going into map 3, which I actually said Frost Uplink. This is where I think Fnatic will close this one out. I think that's really demoralizing for the likes of Supremacy, and they've come so far. You know, they've taken down Millennium. They find themselves in a pool play game. This game means so much for them, whether it be money, whether it be just, you know, exposure as an actual team to make a name for themselves as a French squad. But Fnatic, they look a little bit too strong.
Fnatic is looking like a powerhouse. They only died 10 times in game number 2. Will they be able to outslay their opponents, or do they even need to? We're going to find out. Uplink is coming up next when we return. And welcome back. This is the final match of the relegation tournament. We already know 3 teams are moving on. They're going to stage 2. They're going into pools tomorrow. And most importantly, they're locking up their spot at the Call of Duty World League Championship, which is going down in August. For now, though, we have to turn our attention to the last 2 teams remaining in this bracket. It's Fnatic, who is up 2-0, going up against the French lineup in Supremacy, who shocked a lot of people to even get to this point.
Yeah, Supremacy for me, I didn't expect them to be in a pool play match or a qualifying position, should I say. But they turned up. They took down Millennium, a European squad, which a lot would have put above them. And now they face off Fnatic. They are 2-0 down. If you missed anything, you've missed Fnatic destroying them on Search and Destroy 6-0. Hardpoint was a little closer at 250 to around 210, I believe, where Supremacy, they actually outslayed them. But we're jumping into Frost Uplink here. 2-0 down for Supremacy.
And the aggressive player is going to be Vortex, who runs up, throws the drone. This is a 3-way pass. You can tell these are football fans. And look at this. Not going to work. Stopped at the goal line. Tony, still alive, is trying to get to it desperately, but that is a coordinated play. I like the attempt coming in from Supremacy. Fnatic, they clutched up.
Yeah, they really did, making the kills when needed, and Muskins is going to pick himself up a double in the middle. However, it's all about getting that control over in sub-base. You can see Scraps and what he's trying to do here. He's taken control almost of the enemy's base. If you can do that, you can start putting those 1-point, 2-point plays in. However, Tony JS does answer back, does shut him down alongside with Tommy and Sunny B. So Supremacy, they should be able to bounce back here, but Scraps could come behind a couple.
Scraps on the long flank. Big pick on the player up top, Sub. No one there to punish. He looks around. He's like, where is everybody? Meanwhile, his teammates are on the defensive end. Didn't show you the 1-point toss. I thought it was going to be stuffed. Instead, nice moves by Malls as he was able to put it through. Let's go over to Malls. Coming off the respawn, he is going to be looking at the cuts. They want to go through the sub bay, and Malls is going to have to pave the way. Easy's in the feed, but they just lost Vortex.
Yeah, they're trying to really push this down the throat of Fnatic. However, big choke point going in there. Not even the armor of the drone can stop them. Tommy's going to pick up all 3 there, ironically enough. And Vortex answering back with 1. Shouldn't be able to find the second and won't be able to, as Sunny B and Co will be pushing forward. It's going to be a bloodbath going into this sub-base here, though. These next couple of kills could equal a point if Fnatic pick them up.
That drone is going to be tossed across by Wuskin. Wuskin on the flank. Meanwhile, Scraps distracting. The Twins doing work inside the sub-bay. Tony still up. Going to get picked from behind. It just seems that the French, they maybe missed a little bit of communication. These players should have been called out. And look at Scraps stringing together the kills. That's 3 straight. Meanwhile, Tommy has picked up the drone right next to Wuskin. Wuskin's going to be the carrier. And Scraps is just clearing the way. Here it comes. All 4 down. Go ahead, Twin.
Oh, I like
it. Take your time.
I like the way he just kind of hovered over it for a second. Not sure if it was intentional. But the one thing I love about Scraps and Wuskins, because they've come into kind of the Call of Duty scene a little bit later, is they've come into this era where you've got to be versatile. They can use any weapon at any time. However, that drone looks like it's going straight down the middle, and that's not looking good. A 1-point play intercepted by the 1 player that needed to be. However, it is dropped. It's in enemy territory for the likes of Supremacy. But will it be cleaned up? It's still lingering around here. Finally does go down and will... Oh, no, it doesn't.
No,
I thought it was going in by a 1-point play.
It looked like it was. You saw a flash on the uplinks. Instead, it's a 2-1 game. So the dunk went through. The drone gets reset. Sunny B credited with the interception to keep Fnatic in the lead. 2 minutes left in our first half. You see those yellow arrows. They're all split up. Sunny's going to fall. Scraps on the opposite end trying to get a pinch.
Balls
nice shots.
2. Laser-like from Scraps here. And you know what? He feels comfortable with either weapon in hand. One thing I'd like to see from both squads is they're battling outside. They need to get this drone and either push it through sub-base or really slow things down and go for that long, maybe 1-point play. And that's what Fnatic seem to be doing here. They're trying to pick up the kills in the middle and then run it through around blue and maybe catch up on a nice 1-point play. But only 1 point in it as we get to 90 seconds left in the first side.
90 seconds to go. Who is going to put the points on the board? Fnatic looking for kills first. Very scrappy uplink play from Supremacy. They just go directly for that objective, try and toss it to each other. Meanwhile, Fnatic keeps the guns out and are picking up the kills. Tony trying to stay alive, trying to buy his teammates time to come off respawn. Vortex with some nice work there with the E-Rad, as both players are going to stop the Fnatic push.
Some strong shots there by Tony, taking Wuskins straight off that power position. Sunny B answering back with the double himself, but the drone's actually been reset in this time. And we're going to see Easy pick it up, but should be taken down from behind. Sunny, though, is focused on not only picking up the kills, but pushing up the map. And that's what I love about Fnatic, is they know that they need to not only control the map, they need to control that drone as well. And now they're pushing as a squad. Tommy's actually taken down his squad. However, this could equal a 1-point play.
You see the pass going forward. It's going to be Scraps who's trying to be the lead blocker. Wuskin resets the armor. Now he's going to come through. Scraps, he did it the first dunk. He does it again, leading the way for his twin brother. What an individual effort. What is happening on the other end, though, for Supremacy? Malls, you got 5 kills, bud.
Not good enough. Simply not good enough. When you got the likes of Sunny B dropping 17 and 9, it's not going to be good news. That's going to go in for another 1-point play.
That could have been a dunk, too.
It could. It really could. I think Fnatic anticipated Supremacy to come back, but they just said, you know what, we're pushing straight through the middle. I actually don't agree with it, because with about 10 seconds, the only thing that they could have done was defend, but luckily for them, only a 1-point play was made. 4 points in the lead now. Fnatic, they're looking to close this out tonight and guarantee themselves in tomorrow's pool play action.
I'll be honest with you, I heard a lot about this guy, Sunny B, and what he's capable of, but in the matches I cast from him, he was lackluster. You really saw kind of the twins shining there in Scraps and Wuskin. Tommy had his games, but Sunny B has come to play today in relegation. Knowing what's on the line, he is going off. They're trying to seal the deal, lock up their spot in stage 2, and they are just 5 minutes away. The low wall run, Sunny B on the flank. Drone is still on the ground, and here comes Sunny B challenging 2 as the last man up. He's going to fall at the hands of Tony. We go over to Easy, though, their star player from the Hardpoint. Can he get something started once again?
Well, they're pushing through the right directions, but it's straight into a brick wall of Fnatic, who's going to stop 2. Easy answers back, and actually, the table's turned just like that. The drone, though, is just next to Sunny, and he's playing it slow. He's playing it very, very cautious, and he's going to run into Vortex. He does go down, and you know what? With 3 put to bed like that, Supremacy, they should convert here.
This should be a dunk. There's one defender, but he's distracted. It's Scraps, and Scraps will not be able to get the kill in time. He does pick up Tony and Vortex, putting them back on the respawn. You have Malls continuing to press the action inside Fnatic's base, but Fnatic wins all the gunfights. They have control of the middle, unless Easy can cause problems here in the center of the map. Vortex with an FTL jump, last man standing, and he's going to have to just buy time on this drone. Don't expect any points yet.
Yeah, and this is where you're going to come into the last 2.5 minutes, where payloads are really going to come in to be that crucial game changer. Camo, the likes of Overdrive or whatever reactive being used, those are the ones that should be able to secure your 1 and 2 points. And the one thing that I will say is, who's going to get that camo first? Because it may be Fnatic, and if so, they can really start to, make a gap between this. A 1-point play!
Nailed it!
Perfect there, I believe, from Vortex, who does seal the deal, but only 1 point in it.
I was going to say, props, though, to Tony. Tony was the one who stopped Sunny B, who tried to just clear the drone, throw it out for yards. Tony intercepts it, gets the kill on Sunny, then passes it to his teammate, who's able to hit the fast shot. You can tell that the Supremacy team, they've worked on their uplink. They have some set strategies. The teamwork is there, but they have to win more gunfights. Only 7 kills at this point for Malls. You're 7 minutes into the game. You need to step it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're looking at Easy, and it's a good job Easy's rocking camo, because he's very close to it. With 23 and 18, he's the guy that you want to be rocking camo. And with this push now, again, trying to control the sub-base, there is going to be one player, Sunny B, trying to stop him, but he's taken down. Maybe time for Tommy to come into action.
Melee.
Does find one, but the melee comes in. A 1-point play, not going to happen.
Thank
Scrap
you,
says,
though.
Oh, no. He's used his camo.
Oh, no. Pops the camo, gets killed by Tommy, doesn't get the dunk. It's all set up with the interception, but he simply couldn't find the drone. It was on the ground. He was scrambling. That was desperation. That was panic, and that camo loss, it could come back and cost Supremacy here.
It's very easy for me to sit here and say you shouldn't use camo there when it goes wrong like that, but I don't agree. Camo should be used in a very safe and secure place to get those 2 points, and they're only 1 point down. That could have put them in the lead. We are going to see camo more than likely come in for Tommy if he does pick it up in the last 2 minutes. Fnatic, for me, this is their game to lose right now, and that's going to be another point.
Yeah, Scraps is going to make this a dunk to tie the game if you're Supremacy. And this could get ugly fast. All the red players stacked up. Tommy was on a pinch, only gets 1. That's 4 down, though. And here comes Scraps. He just threw in a 1-point play. How about a dunk now? 2-possession game, 95 seconds to go.
Scraps has already used his overdrive amongst the madness here. We've got a 3-kill streak going down. Wuskins as well on a 5 for him. However, 5 points for him. However, 4 points in the lead. 80 seconds left to go, and we're going to see Moles trying to tie something together. Smart play there, sneaky play from Wuskins. And again, this is just almost a waiting game for Fnatic now.
Scraps is going to show you how to burn time off that clock. 1 minute and 5 left. Tommy going outside, still has a camera to work with as well. No one there to contest. Sunny B doing the work inside the sub bay, is cutting them all down. That's now 2 straight for Sunny B. Tommy was in the feed, and here comes the players from Fnatic just constantly running into the Supremacy team. They don't even want to give him a chance to move forward on the map.
Yeah, I think Wuskins lost him there, and he's got to pay for it. 4 points behind. This needs to be a 2-point play. Tommy has camo in his back pocket, and he actually didn't use it there in the chance that he may get another opportunity. But with 30 seconds left, we could be seeing Fnatic guarantee themselves not only stage 2, but COD champs as well. Interpool play of Anaheim. And I tell you what, the grenade into Tommy's face says no. But 20 seconds bucket, this one could be over.
Yeah, I don't see how you do this if you're Supremacy. Let's stay on board with Fnatic here as they look to close it out. Calling in all the score streaks as this game ends. Scarabs all over the map. Tommy in your back. He's shooting dead bodies. Supremacy, we'll see you in the open bracket. Fnatic is moving on. 3 straight. They crush the search and destroy, and they double up the numbers in Uplink. A great finish here to the relegation tournament.
Absolutely fantastic to see. It was great to see Tommy finally turn up towards the end of that Uplink, because his hard point for me was very poor. His S&D, you know, it was a 6-0. You can't grumble at that at all. You know, whether your teammates are picking the kills up or not, he didn't play, you know, extravagantly. He didn't play terribly. But for me, that Uplink, that second half, he turned up and he guaranteed that spot.
Fantastic stuff from the entire squad. Fnatic, they get the job done, and it only took them 3 maps. Remember, this is also the team that beat Supreme at the start of the winners bracket. So 2 big wins here. You see how they got it done. The comeback on Throwback, 250 to 210, 6-0 on Crusher, and 8-4 to close out Uplink on Frost. As we take a look at the brackets, though, we have to catch everyone up of what you might have missed if you're just joining the stream. We kicked things off early on Thursday. We had 4 teams coming from stage 1. The bottom team from each group had to defend their spot. Well, we saw Cloud9. They were able to defend their spot. They looked very clean here with the new players on the lineup. It seemed to fit in very well. Cloud9 gets the 3 over Supremacy. Then in their matchup against Tainted Minds, they get it done, only losing that first hard point. On the other half of the bracket, it was Millennium and Tainted Minds. Millennium, well, this is a match that a lot of people said they choked. They lost the first 2 games. They bring it back, but weren't able to do anything in the search and destroy.
Yeah, they got closed out in game 5, and that really kind of set the tone for the rest of their relegation series. You know, we see them dip out. However, going towards the bottom side, Red Reserve looks like a squad to watch out for. And you know what? Rated left Elevate. He said, you know what? Yes, you're in pool play. I don't care. I'm going to relegation. I'm joining this squad. I'm going back with Joe, and I'm making a mark. He does so. 3-0, 3-0. I've got to say, that is my team to watch coming out of relegation.
You think so? This is the most dangerous European team?
I mean, you look after Splice, I'm looking at Red Reserve and Epsilon. You know, I'm looking at these 2 squads. I actually put Red Reserve as kind of the dark horse of the whole tournament, and they're coming out of relegation. That was before we even got into relegation, but yeah, keep your eyes out for those boys.
Rated's back, baby. He's looking good in the Red Reserve jersey. On the other half of the bracket, though, we should talk about what went down in the loser side and the upsets early. Well, it continued. Millennium, after losing to the Australian squad, they lose to Supremacy, who's like 30 points down. If you're ranking all the teams on pro points, Millennium's way up there. Supremacy down near the bottom. They get beat in the hot 3-0. You just witnessed the end when Fnatic had to play up against Supremacy. It was a one-sided affair. And in that bottom half of the bracket, kind of same story for teams like Era, who had to go up against Lacefield and Supreme, and Tainted Minds, who was also handed a hot 3-0 at the hands of the new team.
Yeah, and a lot of that, we'll be looking at it and thinking the 4 squads that have gone through. Cloud9, you know, you expected to. Fnatic, Red Reserve. I expected to see Millennium a little bit further, but I've got to say the Supreme squad as well, which are kind of representing themselves. I love that about them. They just kind of come here as 4 guys and going, you know what, relegation, we're going to make our way through. You know, that's the first step. They're looking for the Friday, that Saturday, and of course, Championship Sunday is where it's all going to go down. Again, another team to watch, Supreme.
Pretty cool stuff. If you watched all of the relegation tournament, basically you see 3 teams that had to defend their spot. They make some roster changes in the case of Cloud9, but they get the job done. Millennium, the one team that doesn't get through. Meanwhile, it's Supreme who will be joining the rest of the teams in pool play. And speaking of pool play, it all kicks off officially tomorrow, 1 p.m. right here on this stream. It's a doozy on the Bravo stream. We're going to see Luminosity go up against Epsilon. You told us Epsilon is the threat. How do you feel? What are their chances going up against the team that played Splice in the Stage 1 Grand Finals?
We see the same Luminosity. There is only one winner. It is Luminosity. Epsilon have a lot to prove. However, I don't think Luminosity will be, that same dangerous, fearful squad as what we saw at the Global Pro League. I think that was kind of a one-off Luminosity. However, prove me wrong, come in stronger. Luminosity are a team to watch for this whole tournament. Epsilon need to turn up on game 1, though. That's a tough game to start off.
Luminosity, Envy, Epsilon, all in the same pool. One of these teams that you saw today will be joining them. Find out tomorrow. All of the action kicks off once again at 1 p.m. Pacific here on MLG.TV. For Momo, I'm Puckett. Thanks for watching.